Okay, so good morning, and thank you for the pause this morning that gave me the opportunity to handle some important county business, and now it is time to get moving with a robust agenda, and I would ask all of us to begin the process as we do every commissioner's court. I think it's a beautiful routine. We don't pay enough attention to our traditions and our routines, and this is the best way to start with a prayer. So I'd ask all of you to please rise for invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag. And I'll take volunteers this morning for...
I'm happy to do it.
Would you,
Sure.
Commissioner? Thank you.
Would you bow with me in prayer? Lord, as we come to you today on the verge of the celebration of your Son, Jesus Christ's birthday, we thank you for everything that you've done for us. We thank you for everything that you've given us. We ask you to help us to continue to remember that Jesus is the reason for the season. And we pray that you will give us the strength and the guidance to continue to do your will and to serve the constituency that we all represent. We are one county, and everybody in this county matters, and we represent all of those folks, and we ask you to continue to bless them and keep them safe. We ask you to please hold those folks who have been affected by COVID in your arms and comfort them. We thank you again for all that you've done for us, for all that you've given us. We appreciate so much the world that you let us live in. We ask these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Morning.
Morning. You're so kind. I was just saying we're missing something.
It's a big one.
It is. I'm grateful. Thank you. Timothy, would you take us through a safety briefing this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call.
Morning, Judge.
Excuse me, you're absolutely right. Let me go for the clerk's purposes and remind everyone that we are at the third floor. We are inside the third floor of Nueces County Courthouse, Commissioner's Courtroom, 901 North Leopard. The time is 9:16 a.m., and I do certify that all commissioners are present, and therefore a quorum has been established for purposes of our county clerk. And now we'll proceed to the safety briefing.
Good morning, Judge,
Morning.
Commissioners, ma'am. We're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. For those in the atrium area, ensure you're social distancing. Restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. There are also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium. In the event of a cardiac emergency, there's an AED located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom next to the Human Resources Office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 in the event of emergency is Connie. Participants CPR certified in attendance are Dale and myself. However, everyone can render assistance. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exit through the LaPont Street entrance, and reassemble across in the parking lot. Should there be a need to shelter in place, participants will remain in the courtroom, and depending upon the severity of the incident, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Upon touring the Nueces County Commissioner's courtroom, we are in compliance with the COVID-19 preventative measures as well as maintaining proper social distancing practices. That concludes my brief.
Thank you, Timothy, and thank you for our 2020 safety briefings. I feel like all of us have a much more heightened, keen sense of safety in the courthouse because of risk management, and I want to thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to ask for public comment. We both have a register here at the back of the courtroom, and we always look for our online. And so just give us a moment to check with deputy to see if we have anybody in the back. Do I see anybody? Okay. I don't see anybody at this, well, actually, hold on. Here it comes. We certainly do.
And they're coming this way,
All right.
We also have one online.
and there's one online, Judge.
Okay, thank you so much. Kathy Weimer is here. Kathy Weimer is here. And Kathy, we'll let you come on in. Good morning. And even though we know each other, would you just, for the clerk and for the record, state your name and address for the clerk? And can we adjust the microphone so Kathy, so it's not so difficult? Can I also ask Timothy, if he's around, to please make sure that we clean our microphones after every, could we make sure that we provide the wipes to clean the microphone after each participant? They're under the podium. It's just a matter of taking care of it as she leaves.
Not a problem.
Okay, grateful.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am, Kathy.
Okay. Well. Good morning, Judge
Good
and
morning.
Commissioners. Just one comment. Aren't we glad that Nueces County is not the original size it was way back when, all the way to the border? Can you imagine the problems we would be having? Okay, I'm history. I'm Kathy Weimer, W-E-M-E-R. Do I need to give my address?
Yes, please.
518 Pierman Place, Corpus Christi, Texas. What else? Is that it?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, I remember addressing school boards, you had to give your whole life history before you started speaking. I am the chairman of the Nueces County Historical Commission. When Anita passed, I assumed that job, and I've been doing the very best I can to try to keep history alive here in Corpus Christi during these unsettling times, needless to say. It has not been easy to work with all the entities that I'm having to deal with. Okay, the 1914 courthouse is dear to everyone in Corpus Christi, to a certain degree. Okay, we all have some memories, or going to jury duty there, or taking a field trip and giving a tour of the 1914, or working with Margaret Ramage and Margaret Wahlberg and Dr. Cleo. I remember those times. Unfortunately, we're in a times that people think it's old and needs to be gone. I don't think so. Gosh, I hope not. Being 73, I hope we don't have those opinions anymore. Our first courthouse there was built about 1853 on land donated by Henry Lawrence Kinney, the founder of Corpus Christi. I know you get to hear history all the time, but being a history teacher, there will be a test afterwards. Okay, he donated the land. A structure was put up about 1853, along about the 1870s, where we were growing, and they decided to put a new courthouse in. Well, it was put in. Judge Timmon was our judge at that time, and it, outlived its use. It needed to be a bigger, finer courthouse, so the new neoclassical structure was put up, completed in 1914. And that's the one we want to save, to use it in some capacity, to repurpose the building for whatever, to whatever we can do to save and keep our content of that building and our memories alive. And I'm hoping that we're all, each and every one of us, will work in that toward that direction. And I'm going to let some other of my commissioners speak to you today, and it's good to see all of y'all. It's nice to be seen, right?
Yes, thank you. And we'll now hear from Miss Barbara Welder.
I got somebody coming down to do this.
Miss Barbara. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time. I want to say my name is Barbara Welder, 202 Reef Avenue, Corpus Christi, and I'm a member of the Nueces County Historical Commission. and those of us that are here representing that group speak for the group. We want to congratulate, first of all, Judge, your Commissioner's Court for having the courage to move forward with a viable plan. The structural report that was validated showed that our 1914 courthouse can be repurposed and can be redeveloped. We've come a long way in 17 months. You also have spoken in terms of producing an RFP, RFI in the spring. Wonderful. There's a TxDOT and state negotiation with the additional property. And there was mention of tax credits, which will still be available to a developer in the value of $35 million. I haven't covered all that was said, but we approve just joyously what you have done. There is, however, a mistaken concept that I think that we need to address. It's sort of the elephant in the room. It's called the easement. I'd like to address the fact that the idea for all of us is construction, preservation, not destruction. Removing the easement, even through a legislative process, we feel is not viable. It is not doable. And you heard former State Representative Hugo Barranga say it would be a heavy lift and almost impossible to do. Not only that, it would destroy a very good relationship between what we have. You congratulated our Nueces County Historical Commission, and thank you. Gee. But it would destroy all of these relationships with the state of Texas. Is that my bell? It would be very difficult to withstand that. Our county judge has also said she is not in favor of breaking a legal contract. Well, we shouldn't ask the state to do that either. We have $2.5 million at stake as the cost to break that contract. On top of that, let's look at the cost of just tearing this building down. When we were in Austin last January, we asked several architects and engineers how much would it cost roughly. A very rough estimate, minimum, is about $350,000. So compounded with the $2.5 million and $350,000, we're almost going to be at $3 million just for a muddy hole in a vacant lot. There's some sort of logic that is not present in making that rash decision. We argue, let the process work. You've come this far. You've done a lot. The process, let the easement stand for 4 or 5 years, as former Representative Berlongo mentioned. We do not want a black hole. We do not want anything to do with it. You would be losing money from your tax base, losing tourism, $80 to $100 billion spent in Texas on tourism, all sorts of other incentives here, and you would be denying the jewel, once called an Empress of the South, to exist. I might add in closing that there are 11 courthouses that we counted that have been rehabilitated or renovated between Cameron County, Brownsville, up to San Antonio. Now, it's not easy to rehabilitate a courthouse. We think it's easier for you to repurpose ours and let someone else do it. So it's an easier job and a lot more economical to follow the path that your county judge and other commissioners have set before you. Keep the building and repurpose. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jim Klein is our next speaker signed up for public comment.
morning. My name is Jim Klein. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. I'm a professor of history at Del Mar College. I'm also the vice chair of the Nueces County Historical Commission. And I speak today as the vice chair of the Nueces County Historical Commission to remind this court of the March 10, 2020 resolution adopted unanimously by the Nueces County Historical Commission concerning the 1914 courthouse. Specifically, that this court pursue recommendations made by the Texas Historical Commission in July of 2019 in the interest of historical preservation for the benefit of the local population's shared heritage and the economic development of Nueces County and the Coastal Bend region generally. As I stated it to this court last March 11th, the 1914 courthouse is the physical manifestation of the Coastal Bend's population's resiliency. On December 2nd, this court heard further evidence of this resiliency in the recent report by Chuck LaRoche, based on the engineering study conducted by the WGE engineering firm. Mr. LaRoche informed this court that the 1914 courthouse had withstood the 160-mile-per-hour winds of Hurricane Celia without, quote, deleterious effects, unquote. He noted in his report that the, quote, the structure is in very good shape, unquote, and that, quote, the building hasn't really moved since 1957, and that it is currently, quote, suitable for any live load configuration for contemporary building codes, unquote. He noted that it has been on the National Register of Historic Places since 1976, and concluded that even in the year 2020, quote, it's still a very viable candidate for rehabilitation, unquote. I appeal to you again as a historian seeking to preserve our past and as a lover of common sense, and urge that the 1914 courthouse, Nueces County Courthouse, be rehabilitated and preserved for posterity. Historical heritage tourism can add significantly to the economic development of a community, and this community is in need of economic diversification. Thank you for your time and consideration of my remarks and for your service to the people of Nueces County yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Tyner, we always check our online viewers for public comment. I believe Connie's indicated we have somebody with their hands up. I believe it's Miss Valerie Bates.
That's correct.
Miss Bates, welcome. If you would state your name for the record and your address, and then please proceed. We welcome you to this court.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge Canales and Commissioners. My name is Valerie Bates. I'm the chair of the Texas Tropical Trail Region Board. My address is 122 Davis Street in Port Isabel, Texas. That's Cameron County. The Texas Tropical Trail Region Board wishes to express our enthusiastic support for the preservation and restoration of the 1914 Nueces County Courthouse. We will stand alongside others who are championing the cause and proudly count ourselves among those who wish to protect such a valued treasure of South Texas history as a demonstration to the future generations that we could be trusted with their history. With the removal of the 1959 Harbor Bridge and associated on-off ramps, the 1914 courthouse will have an opportunity to anchor the Corpus Christi heritage that surrounds it. Museums, attractions, activities, a vibrant downtown, and a storied history will all be enhanced by this state antiquities landmark. The Texas Tropical Trail Region Board fully supports all the partners determined to save, restore, and repurpose the courthouse. We all look forward to touring and promoting a restored 1914 Nueces County Courthouse in the future, and know that there is lots of regional and statewide approach for this important project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tyner, will you search our online viewership and let me know if there are additional folks that wish to speak before this court on public
Yes,
comment?
we recognize the names, and there's not any other public comment. Catherine just joined to join. That was the only one we had a question about, and we spoke to her, and she did not have public comment. But last call. Anybody else have public comment? We don't see any, Judge.
Thank you, Tyner. We're very proud that as we close our December year here in Commissioner's Court, we never, ever were not able to allow our public to raise its voices. And I'm just really grateful that no matter what we have endured this year, that our public comment was able to prevail as it should in any democratic society. And so thank you to our communication specialists that allow our virtual online viewership to participate in public comment. And thank you to all of those who came down to the courthouse to do so safely, to also share your voice. At this time, I need to come out of order, commissioners. We always pay the utmost respect to our judiciary and allow them to speak first so that they can get back to the administration of justice. And with us this morning is Judge Timothy McCoy, and his item, he would have to wait for a very long time. So it's a really good thing we do respect our judiciary. I'd like to advance, commissioners, for consideration E2. E2, please, in your booklet, and that is under the Human Resources. Let me just tee it up for Judge McCoy. Discuss and consider creating a temporary position which would be a 29 hours a week for a family drug treatment court coordinator. This falls in our pay group 23. This, of course, is for County Court at Law number 5, which Judge Timothy McCoy so well represents us and presides over.
Mr. Matt, may I help you?
And this is through
Yes.
the end of the year. And hold on, we're going to mute public health here. Okay, and so anyway, this is an important position, and for the record, we have had this position before. Judge McCoy will describe it for you. The purpose that it comes before you today is because, unfortunately, we were not successful in our granting application. We will reapply. We will hope for success in the next fiscal year. But Judge McCoy, welcome, and share the importance with the court. I want the court to know in advance that I fully support not only this drug courts initiative, but I praise your success in reuniting families.
Thanks for having me, commissioners and judge. As y'all probably recall, we did come last year with the request for this coordinator position. And unfortunately, fortunately, the position turned out great. As y'all know, Court 5, I handle all the CPS cases in the county, and that is our goal, to reunite families and get permanency for the children. Our drug court, the coordinator position was a success, and I have an individual here that can kind of lay out exactly what the position entails. And I believe I did send some bullet points or an email with a description of what the position entails. But basically, our drug court programs gets a family in, individuals in that are having drug and alcohol issues, and we tailor programs and tailor treatment to that family, and meet with them weekly, provide treatment and services, and our drug court cases get the permanency process is a lot quicker, and it has been successful. In fact, we have a graduate here today from our program. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, everything got put on hold with regards to our funding, with regards to a number of things, with our ability to fundraise. And so I'm back again asking for y'all's help. I do believe we do have some commitments from people within the county to help fund the position, and I'll say again, I think we can get the whole position funded with help from other agencies within the law enforcement and the district attorney's office. Right now, I can tell you this: Court 5 is we're kind of in crisis mode. Our cases that are pending, I can't close because we can't go to trial, and we have a number of kids out there waiting to establish permanency, and unfortunately, not unfortunately, but when I have those cases continue on the docket, I can't just let them sit there like a number of other courts can. I still have to have hearings every day, and our hearings to make sure the kids are okay, make sure everything's working right. And we have our new cases coming in, as well as these old cases that we can't close. This position and this drug court helps me close these cases and helps me establish permanency. And I need that now more than ever, because of the situation that we're in. So I have Heather Tiarina here that can describe the position briefly.
Yes.
Well, actually, let's hear from one of our graduates first.
Yes. Welcome.
She's nervous.
My name is Angela Buckingham.
Hold on, honey.
Give her just 1 second. She's going to make it all nice and clean and safe for you. And don't be nervous. Your courage here this morning is going to help other families find that peace of being reunited as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My name is Angela Buckingham. I'm a drug court graduate. Drug court had a huge impact on my life. Having gone through the program helped me recover in my substance abuse and gave me a better understanding of the reasons that got me in the program. Having a court coordinator was truly a blessing. She explained how the program worked and showed compassion. The coordinator sent out referrals for counseling, which was very helpful. Also, she talked with every party in the system. Feeling support from the whole process helped me through a very tough time. Going through drug court bi-weekly, having one-on-one with the judge was an experience. I was held responsible for my doings, and I also was recognized for my accomplishments. There's not a day that I don't thank God for placing me in drug court. They are an army of angels, and I can honestly say that I respect the entire program. Each person who plays a role in this, from the judge to the CPS to the coordinator. Without drug court, I'd probably still been lost. I'm forever grateful. My spirit is stronger than ever, and I've learned if you believe in the system, you can do it. Drug court will always be a special memory for me. I found myself in the program. I'm a year, 9 months, and 9 days sober today.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
And Judge, if you could just, we're still in public comment, right? Is it still?
No, actually, I opened up an agenda, but we have discussion.
No,
Would
that's
you like
okay.
to share?
While she's cleaning, I just wanted to say that I'm a strong supporter of this. This is something that I did while I was in Court 5. It's an amazingly effective program. Congratulations to the young ladies here today. I know I had a lot of those victories, and sometimes not when I was there. So I know what a struggle that you've gone through. I know how tough it is to go in there as often as you went in there, especially having to deal with Judge McCoy, because that's a tough thing in itself, right? I mean, and I'm kidding. I love Judge McCoy, as we all know, but it truly, in all sincerity, congratulations. Again, I personally know, not from going through it, from Judge McCoy's end, what an accomplishment you've had. So I know your family's very proud of you. I know you're very proud of yourself, and certainly we are as a court. Want to wish you the best in your continued success in that. So, Judge, I just wanted to add my support for this. I think it's something we must do. It's a very, very effective program. It's not even a close call, in my opinion, and I'm sorry that we didn't get the grant didn't come through the way we wanted it to, but this is just something I think we have to do and support. And the effect rate is just, it's unreal. I mean, it's really amazing. I'll never forget some of the stories that I heard in that court and what those people went through. So congratulations, and I'm supportive of this, Judge.
My name is Heather Tejerina. I'm the president from the board, the advisory committee that helps drug court. I also work with CASA, so I get to see many sides of how families come into the system, at what point in their story they come in, and how they get to rewrite the next chapters of their lives. The drug court coordinator position we helped write with the support of other coordinators around the state. The position entails so many details that help the judge run the program smoothly and help the clients receive the support they need. The coordinator writes out the dockets. She helps put together the shells of the court reports that go to the judge. She coordinates the staffings where the judge will sit in and hear the updates from the clients, and then the coordinator sits there and takes notes while the judge spends one-on-one time with each client, hearing from them individually so that we find solutions that work for each family. The drug court program provides truly a holistic approach. We all know that CPS caseworkers are doing the best they can, but because of an overburdened system, they don't always have the time to provide an individualized, holistic approach to each case. And the drug court offers that opportunity for families. The position, unfortunately, the month that we were waiting to hear back on the grant was the month that the pandemic hit us hard. And I think funding everywhere was really grappled with. We are hopeful that if we can continue this position, it will help us reach out for grants in the future. The coordinator that we had previously helped us writing the grant request, and I feel desperate to know how we'll be able to fulfill all of these obligations without the position. We're doing our best right now to hold it together, but that position is going to help us move forward. I will say statistically, the first year we put this position in place, our docket number for drug court doubled in under 6 months. So it truly made a difference for the families that we were able to focus on, serve, and help move through to that next chapter of their life. We appreciate the support we've received for y'all. We appreciate the support we receive from our judges. And we know that this makes a difference in our community. We see the lives change and we see the smiles. Well, before all the masks, we could see all the smiles. And we're hoping we get to see those smiles again soon. But we appreciate everything. Thank you.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. The only discussion is it bears notice that we're very thankful to the district attorney who has offered $10,000 from the budget. I believe, Dale, it's referred to as the Chapter 59 forfeiture funding. Am I quoting that correctly on the right chapter? Chapter 59.
State funds, yes.
State funds. So he is willing to place $10,000 from this fund in order to help defer these costs. I'm not going to put him on the spot, but I know our sheriff would probably be somebody too that we could at least discuss this. But I know that the county can have the opportunity to have these discussions afterwards. We just need this court to know that we have the will to move forward and do whatever it takes to get this funding established. With that, are there any other discussions? Okay. Motion in a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Thank you. Judge, thanks for making the trip down here this morning. And ladies, the work that you are doing is absolutely critical, particularly during this pandemic, and it needs to continue. And I am truly want to say, you know, we value things differently after what we've experienced. We value courage most of all. Thank you for being courageous today. It takes a lot of guts to come and share your story and to be vulnerable, and you did it because you're going to make somebody else's life also wonderful because of it. We needed to hear from you so that the audience knows why we're willing to spend these funds after budget. You made the case. Maybe you should be the lawyer too. Thank you, guys. Okay. All right. Thanks. Bye-bye. We'll move back. I've got to vote. All those in favor. Did I do it already? I did. It was so quick. Okay. We need to move back now, and there are a lot of people that I know are patiently waiting. Let me do this. I know there's a couple of requests to move out of order. Ian Vasey is one of them. Ian, I'm going to have you come in because I don't want to rush public health. But commissioners, so that you know the order of things, we're going to allow Ian Vasey to present. Let me get you the item number quickly for the record. Tyner, would you be so good as to help me if you happen to have?
I think it's number 8, Judge.
Thank you. It is number 8. No. I'm sorry, it's not 8. 5. Receive a presentation. And Ian Vasey is the Chief Executive Officer of the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. And this is the 2019-2020 activity report. And of course, there is an action item, Commissioners. We will need to approve the 2020-2021 contract. Ian?
Should I keep my mask on, Judge, or
As you wish. You're not 6 feet from Melissa, so let me have Melissa move if you. That way you can remove if you wouldn't mind.
Good morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Happy holidays. Thank you for the time. I want to be very sensitive to your very full agenda, so I'll move through this very quickly. The EDC is pleased to be a very active partner with you and your team, Judge, and Commissioners. And thank you for your support of the organization. As you know, we track economic data and do economic development on the regional level. We have a presentation. I don't know if I can just talk to it, but unemployment rates went from about 4%, jumped up to about 15.7% in April at the height of the COVID shutdown, and it's moving in the right direction. The latest numbers we have in the presentation is 8.4%. It's actually 8.2% in November. Still moving in the right direction, but it's not where we need it to be. We need to get as many folks back to work as we possibly can, and we appreciate all of the efforts of the county in doing this. A couple of sectors really got hit very hard. We lost overall since this time last year 15.2 thousand jobs, so 15,200 jobs across the entire market in the metro area. Two sectors got hit the most, the first being leisure and hospitality. Not surprisingly, when the restaurants and the hotels got closed down, they really haven't yet come back, and we hope that once a vaccine's in place and the economy returns to whatever the new normal is, we'll be able to recover those jobs. And again, mining, logging, and construction, it's more in the mining sector where the folks who are extracting oil and gas out of the ground, those folks got hit very, very hard. I will tell you, our construction sector has maintained itself quite well. Just within the construction sector, because there's 3 or 4 projects that are that have about 10,000 workers on site right now between Exxon, Cheniere, the Harbor Bridge, and Steel Dynamics, which is having a market-wide effect. And those projects our unemployment rate would probably be about 5% higher if we didn't have those projects in our market. And again, we've been working very closely with Dr. Jim Lee doing business surveys and tracking people, and it allowed us to help put numbers to it and what people's concerns were as business owners. And we've put in place a couple of small business programs, such as Lift Fund, which was a 0% interest fund. Worked with the city on that one, and the port too, on giving small businesses up to $25,000 in interest-free loans to get them through the challenges. Judge, you've been reporting on at our investor breakfasts and making sure people are aware of what's going on at the county and the health issues and things, and thank you for showing up to do those. And we've been doing the investor breakfasts in a socially distant manner. We've been doing it at Nueces Brewing Company because it's a large enough room, and then a blend of both online and in person as well, and requiring masks. I mean, it's nothing fancy. It's tacos and coffee, but it's what we can do. Our business retention efforts. Christine Bryant is with me this morning. Christine works very closely with NCDC and their team, and she hosted and brought into town. And I know, Judge, you met with Mr. Scott Turner, the White House czar of opportunity zones, to talk through projects and review all of those. And he actually said that this coastal bend area is streets ahead of all the other areas that he's been reviewing. So it's we've got several important projects that are using the Opportunity Zones program, and we're doing that. I want to move very quickly. I get the sense that there's a couple of...
You're doing well.
And then let's see, so we did the Opportunity Zones. We've been talking to the Regional Business Summit with Senator Cruz and Land Commissioner Bush. So we've been working on those things, presenting online especially. Tommy Kurtz on our team has been out and doing traveling, and we've actually been recruiting. We've just recruited a high-tech company, and I'm going to spell the name first, and then I'm going to say it just so people are clear. It's SCHIIT Audio. It's a high-tech audio company. Please forgive the shit audio. Yeah, but they're a bunch of very hip California guys. They are getting taxed out of California. They bought a place here in Corpus Christi, and then they bought houses here, and they're building their facility. But I couldn't tell you what they do, even though you go on their website and you talk to these guys about their high-end audio equipment. they could tell you, you know, they've got names like Valhalla and Valkyrie and things like that, and you couldn't tell, but it's apparently high-end audio equipment for like a very specialized industry, and they're going to come here and bring their manufacturing because the costs in California are just too expensive for them. And then finally, our budget's about, and I presented the budget, what we do and what we're spending, but our overall budget's a $1.615 million budget, and we are budgeted to spend $1.65 million. We are doing qualified sites, especially in Nueces County, and we've got a couple of projects. Commissioner Jag, down in your area, and you're familiar with some of those landowners, and our goal is to get those sites, do the preliminary engineering, and then so we can present those as companies come in. And then the final thing I want to talk about is the ourcoastalbend.com. We've been collecting data for quality of life to identify what people's concerns are. We want to make sure that when people move here, we become a sticky community, meaning people stick with us. They don't live here for 2 years and move back out. We want to make sure we don't have a brain drain of the kids that are graduating from the university or Del Mar. So we want to see what we can do to improve ourselves as a community. And in January, we're going to be moving through and kind of synthesizing that data and presenting it. And these are the things we can do as a community to raise our quality of life.
So you want $50,000?
No, oh,
So move.
Second.
So move.
Isn't it amazing sometimes how easy it is to get the dollars?
Well, easy when you do a good job.
Yeah,
We really
right.
do appreciate your efforts.
Yes, you done.
I think they've done a great job, Judge. I appreciate all the hard work that all that staff does. I sat on that board for many, many years, and it was always a very active board and very active staff, and again, just I think they do great work, and I'm glad to support them.
Thank you. I was just going to show, every year we do a holiday card in-house, and so 2 years ago we did the Friends card. Last year we did Gilligan's Island. This year it's the virtual Brady Bunch. So I think we win the holiday card.
You do.
You do too, and
You
obviously
definitely
you must be an old staff-led deal because of all these shows you're coming up with, Ian. So I'm going to point that to you, right? I mean,
we are a very experienced
and I appreciate that because
staff.
I'm older than you. So
Ian, I just want to say, I want to commend your staff as well, but I want to completely highlight Christine's work. Look, when we mentioned that we wanted to embark on a Nueces County focused economic development initiative, it was in many ways thought of as, well, do we need this? We have such a robust CCREDC, and I want you to know that it's incredibly, I think, not only important and vital to work together, but indeed we've demonstrated that we can. And we're sort of rubbing off on one another, if you will. Your quality of place echoes our reason to begin the NCDC. Just recently, we named Commissioner Carolyn Vaughn to the NCDC, and I think that you're going to find that there's going to be a great synergy between our two organizations. But just to illustrate, Commissioners, why it's so important to invest, and that's how I see us. We are an investor with the CCREDC. Christine's already reached out and visited with the newly appointed, I suppose it's the Director of Intergovernmental Relations, Miss Julie Rodriguez. And because of her reaching out already, we're going to be top of mind for those important programs that you've mentioned, like the Opportunity Zones. And so it won't be long before the next Opportunity Zone czar comes and visits us here to see the continuation of these projects. And quite frankly, we hope to advocate to make sure that they stay the course with the Opportunity Zones during this administration. So for all the good work that you're doing, it is with an ease of mind that I say all those in favor signify by saying yes. Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign. Well done, Ian. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
I'm glad
Happy
you can get
holidays.
on with your morning. Commissioners, we're going to go back in order at this time, and just note that we have a discussion, as we always do, of our COVID-19 response. Let me just get a head nod from Tim Richardson. Tim, the order of business will take us just a little bit, but you are first in mind on presentations. Are we okay on timing for filming?
Yes, we are, and maybe the light could be split
Okay. I'm going to have Tyner work with you so that we can be set up. And then for the audience and for the commissioners, I just want you all to know what we're doing. In a few moments, we will, when we move to presentations and resolutions and proclamations, first of mind is a commemoration of the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill. And in front of you, you should have prepared really an outline of what is about to transpire. But we will be filming, and all of you online will bear witness to this really important occasion. And the purpose of the filming is so that we can discuss our nexus here in Texas and on the Gulf Coast with this important allocation that comes to us as a result of the Deepwater Horizon settlement. So be prepared in the next 10 minutes for this. Meanwhile, we'll jump in regular order to Melissa Munguia and discussing our COVID-19 response. And then I believe that the Hurricane Hannah response discussion will be handled in different items. Is that correct, Melissa?
Yes. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. So we have a hefty agenda today, and there are several items that basically break down my agenda item throughout the overall agenda. So we'll discuss Hurricane Hannah and recovery efforts in different items further along in the agenda. So we're going to go ahead and focus on the COVID-19 update. I have two folks that are going to be involved in this update today, and that's Maria Bedia with Grants Administration and then Ryan Callison from Accenture. I'm just going to start with a summary. We really, because this is the last Commissioners Court for the year, want to focus on funding and reimbursements and making sure those conversations are discussed during this Commissioners Court. So all of the operations that we've continued to lead throughout the pandemic are continuing. Our clinic, our efforts on testing. We're now going into vaccine management planning. This is kind of where I don't want to talk too far because we've got somebody that's addressing these items, and so we're going to kind of move through this probably together, I think is the best way to do that. And so Ryan Callison, looks like he's got his slides up and ready to go. So we're just going to walk down this. I'll be here physically in front of you, and then we have him remotely. I'm going to let him lead the conversation, and if there's emergency management or operations-based questions that you have, I'm standing right here to answer that for you. When we get to funding, we'll bring Maria in, and she's going to give you some updates on where we're at with reimbursements.
Thank you very much, Melissa. This is Ryan Callison. I am the leader of a COVID-19 response PMO, Project Management Office, on behalf of Nueces County. And we've been working with the judge for several months now, looking at different capabilities to help out the county in their response to COVID-19. And what I have before you today on the slides are a number of updates that we provided the judge this morning. This really just spans since Monday. We've been hard at work on a number of items for the county, and I just wanted to walk you all through a few of those items. The first is the COVID-19 PMO is working to develop a COVID-19 community risk dashboard on behalf of the county. And what this would do would be able to calculate a risk level for the community and make that publicly available to county citizens on the county's website. And this would put the county in green, yellow, orange, or red status based on data around the COVID spread, as well as the healthcare system availability to treat COVID-related patients. And so we've been actively working on getting that capability up and running. One of the items that we've worked on in the last couple of days is getting a Spanish translation for that portal so that it will be available when it comes online, and learning how to get that portal up and running on the websites. We're also automating the ingestion of data so that those ratings can be calculated automatically using Health Department and the State of Texas Department of State Health Services data. So that's one item that we've been working on. I'm going to defer funding till the end of this list so that Maria from County Grants can provide a quick update on what an important milestone that we just passed recently around getting federal reimbursement for county COVID-related expenditures. The other item that we're going to be talking about today in more length a little bit later on is around the county's COVID-19 vaccine planning response. There's a multi-stakeholder effort in place today between the city county health department, the county, and numerous other stakeholders to develop a county COVID-19 vaccine plan for distributing and administering the vaccine. And as part of that plan, the county is signing up as a provider for both county employees and their families, as well as a number of other constituencies within the county and regional area. And as part of that, we had a discussion this morning with the judge, just talking through the aspects of the county being a COVID-19 vaccine provider and understanding who would be in leadership, where those sites might occur, who might be providing those vaccines and other items this morning before Commissioner's Court. So that's another area that we've been working on pretty closely lately. On the test management front, the county has been graciously offered and has received and has been using an automated solution called TDR. It was donated by Adobe and Oracle and Splunk, and it allows the county to have made available on the county's website a link that citizens can access to have their symptoms screened and then to be able to go and schedule testing appointments for COVID-19. As we move forward, this has been a great fail-safe for the county and making sure that we can support the citizens, but we're kind of moving into a new phase now where we're going to be transitioning over into a Luminaire solution to be more closely aligned to some of the technology in the county health district. And that'll allow the county to provide some additional customizations and enhancements to their capabilities over time. So we're excited about that transition, and we're working on moving forward with that as well. A little bit later in the presentation, I'm going to give you maybe a 15 to 20-minute briefing on economic revitalization, some of the preliminary planning that's occurring on this topic related to really recovering both from the community and economic perspective for the community as we move through this pandemic and beyond. And then we're going to give a little bit deeper dive update into what's going on with vaccine planning, both how the vaccine's being distributed today, and then Melissa's going to pick it up and talk a little bit more about that vaccine planning effort. But before we go into all of those, I think now is a good time for Maria to provide a quick update related to where we're at with federal funding sources and grants associated with COVID-19 expenses. So Maria, I'm going to hand it over to you for a moment. Maria, are you where you can present now?
Yes, she's on her way to the podium.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I'm on remotely also. So as of yesterday was the deadline to submit all of our reimbursements to the Texas Division of Emergency Management. This is just numbers for our CARES Act funding, which was also called the Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF. So we submitted a total of 47 reimbursement requests totaling $6,426,019.41. I did send a list to each of your emails this morning. It's just kind of a general overview. If you want more backup documentation, I'm kind of working on, what specifically we had requested reimbursement for. This is about $1.7 million over our county allocation of $4.6 million. Currently, 34 of those reimbursement requests are just in step 2. So it's exciting. We got done. We have 47 reimbursements submitted. We are only about a quarter of a way done toward getting actually reimbursed. So 34 of that 47 are in what they call step 2, which is expense and documentation review. So now comes kind of the hard work. We have to kind of clean up the backup documentation, make sure that we have canceled checks. Lulu and Ide and the auditor's office has been wonderful in providing this information in a neat, clean package. And then we have some others that are kind of moving forward in the process. We have 4 that are in step 3, which are obtained sample selection documentation, 6 reimbursements that are in step 4 in performance testing, 2 that are in the second to the last phase, which is validation review, and we do have 1 that's complete. Unfortunately, that amount was only about $25,000, so that was applied to the 20% allocation that we had received up front. So again, we're excited. We were able to get all these submissions in, but again, we still have a lot of work ahead. TDEM has been very I don't know what word to use. They have been very detailed in their review. I mean, we're talking, they want an invoice for an invoice for an invoice, which is great. We're working on it. But just so you know, there's still a process ahead. It's not just as easy as clicking a button and saying, we need this money back. They are being very detailed in their review, and we're being very meticulous and also, trying to provide that backup documentation in a timely manner. But it is a lot. So we've been working kind of night and day on this. So again, I'll be providing more detail as to what was submitted for reimbursement. But I did send just kind of that high level report to y'all this morning.
And Maria, we have a very detailed RFR tracker. If any of the commissioners, I would suggest that you send it. That way
Kaylin
they
is
can
updating that,
they
so,
can
yeah.
see exactly how these 47 submissions run down. It's also important to tell the court that there will be additional submissions to FEMA, but we have additional time for those submissions. So it is not that we don't understand what our allocation is and that we submitted it over, is that we have been making the case over the last month that the state of Texas, if they have residual dollars, they should apply them to communities like ourselves who are not given the direct allocation because we did not meet the 500,000 population. And so because of that, it is incumbent upon us to submit both ways. And so I just wanted you all to know that it is our hope that our good efforts will pay these dividends.
We had also gotten a smaller, and I didn't provide it in an email, but I will provide that later. We did get a smaller grant from the governor's office under their Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Fund. We called that CESF. We love acronyms. Sorry, Commissioner. But that was about $637,000, and we have spent those funds also. So we're, it's this $6 million on top of another $637,000, and then there's still there's expenses coming in for the freezers for the vaccinations, and those weren't accounted for, not in these numbers. But again, we're going to continue to spend money on COVID related items. So this again, like the judge said, kind of over submitting gives us the great case that we are still in need of additional funds.
In addition, I do want to also point out that we're about a 30-day lag time here with regards to labor. And I know I have been really overbearing on this issue, but it is so important that we find a mechanism to get us caught up. We have 2 more weeks to submit through December 30th, and it's my really request, Dale, to tell us whatever resources you need, but we must find a way to get our labor through December submitted.
We have, so the current labor submissions are from the beginning, which I believe was March 1st to December 4th. So that's already pending in the system. So again, we will have to get
we
caught
got that
up
update because I was given November 19th yesterday.
It was November 19th, but we were able to get that.
Oh,
that
yesterday
last bit
we made some adjustments. Well, look at you go.
There was another about $238,000, I think, in expenses.
Good. It's critical. I mean, we are pushing from an advocacy point of view. We're at ludicrous speed, and we have in our corner Senator Hinojosa and our entire legislative delegation. But because he sits in the group of 4 on finance, he has urged us to do everything we can do to get our submissions in promptly and with that backup documentation. So I just want to say on behalf of all of us here how much we appreciate Grants, Maria, and Natalie, our Haggerty team, who's, I think, online, and our Accenture team, who we could not have done any of this without. Truly, it has been an amazing team effort. Don't think for a second that if one of our links had been broken, we would not have those submissions in. And there'll be a hearing one day in the future, and we will tell our story. But for now, nobody cares about our whining. We just need to get it done. So thank you for getting the December 4th, Dale. And all I would ask is that it will help our county's fiscal coffers if we could submit by December 30th, all of December. Thank you. Okay, Ryan, back to you. Or actually,
thank you, Judge. Yes, Judge, I'll take it from here. Okay. And thank you very much. And I can personally attest to the amazing effort that the judge, that grants that Audit as well as Haggerty have put in here. Lots of long hours and hard work and diligent focus to get this done, and it's been really fun to be a part of that process and on such an important priority for the county. Before I move on and talk a little bit about economic revitalization, I just wanted to give the commissioners and you, Judge, an opportunity if there are any questions about those updates I went through. I went through those pretty quickly, but just wanted to give you an opportunity.
Commissioners, on the status update 1 through 5, understanding that we're going to get a little bit more from Melissa just in a moment on the vaccine planning. Any questions, or may we move on? Okay, hearing none. Ryan,
okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. As the Commissioners Court remembers, our team presented an overview of the COVID-19 Response Project Management Office on November 30th, where we did a pretty deep dive into a lot of the different capabilities that we've been working on, some of which I just touched upon in the status update I just provided. With that said, though, we weren't able to cover a very important topic, which is around economic revitalization and looking at how the county can support the community and small businesses here in Nueces County. And so we wanted to take maybe 15 to 20 minutes today to go through some of the preliminary planning that has occurred with respect to this effort and walk you through some of our thinking as well as some potential next steps. After that, we're going to, Melissa and I jointly talk a little bit, as I mentioned, around the vaccine planning piece. So with that said, I think it's important to note that the county is very well placed to offer much needed support to the community and the small businesses and other businesses here within Nueces County. And really, as we go through the pandemic and then emerge from it. And I think it's important that even though we have not yet secured a second round of federal stimulus funding, although maybe it's close, it's important to have a plan in place initially that looks at what are the specific challenges that are being faced by the community and being able to start matching prioritized investments and with those challenges that the county is being faced. And so as we do that, we've really organized this pyramid-like construct that you see on the slides before you. And really each layer is serving as a foundation for the layers above. And what we're looking at first is it's so vital to support both the community health and safety as a foundational level. And many of those items are occurring as part of the COVID-related health efforts that the PMO and other constituents and stakeholders are addressing within the county. Building upon that, we're looking at how are ways that the county can help support and protect small businesses and then foster business growth. And then finally, what are those aspirational development plans that will really reinvigorate the community as we move out of the pandemic and as additional federal funding is made available? So these are the larger investments in infrastructure or in industry, bringing in new industry into the county. So that's the kind of preliminary construct that we've been looking at. And it's just really important to note as we are going through this preliminary planning that the health of the community and the economy are not at odds. These are interconnected items that need to be comprehensively addressed and used and developed. And as we had in our November 30th presentation, the judge went through this quote, but I think it's very important. Individuals who work in health systems and in the broader public health community understand that economics is a critical part of people's health and well-being. And so as we go through this process, we are trying to look at this holistically across both areas. With that said, we know that the community is suffering economically. We know that there are people who are struggling with unemployment, with food scarcity, with worrying about homelessness and evictions and things like that. And we know that small business owners are struggling as well. So some of the statistics on the screen today were actually done in a very recent survey in November from 1,000 small and medium businesses by Goldman Sachs. And I just thought some of these statistics were very catching. 42% of those small business owners say that they have been forced to lay off employees or cut employee compensation. 52% of these small business owners have forgone paying themselves. And 28% say that legislative uncertainty around stimulus and other support have caused them to consider closing down their businesses. And without further relief, 38% will have to lay off employees in the future or cut employee compensation, and 20% may not be able to pay their commercial rent through the end of the year. So it's just very eye-opening what these small businesses are dealing with. And as you can see toward the bottom of the slide, they're facing a lot of simultaneous challenges right now, whether it's cash flow, capital access, workforce issues, whether it's their employees' health or availability to work, supply chain issues. Certainly, we've seen significant amounts of demand issues as demand has been suppressed during the pandemic, and infrastructure issues, things about getting credit, real property and real estate, and other items. And just wanted to highlight this slide to just really encapsulate some of the issues that are currently being faced and areas that we will definitely need to focus on as a county as we move forward. On the next slide, we revisit that pyramid construct that I introduced 2 slides ago. And what we did was for each of these levels on the pyramid, we started looking at what are some more specific items that the county could do to offer help to the community. And as I mentioned down below, in the community health and safety, it's a lot of the capabilities that we've been talking with each other on the COVID-19 public, the PMO, Public Project Management Organization, as well as some of the stakeholders that we've convened together in the community council that we put together. But these are things like helping with health and safety compliance so that individuals in the community know that it's safe to go visit certain local businesses. It's helping with the testing around COVID-19, vaccinations, contact tracing, public health messaging. That really sets the foundation for some of the community and economic stimulus and support that is also going to be occurring. When you look at the protecting and fostering small business areas, there's a lot of things that can be done by the county. They include items like marketing local businesses, really publicizing who the local businesses are, and helping get stakeholders from the community out there to support those businesses. It can be conducting community events. It can be business grants, tax credits and abatements, simple programs like gift card givebacks that support local businesses, low interest loans, and citizen and employee financial protections. And then, as I mentioned, as we move into more of an aspirational development planning piece, there are items like helping support and boost tourism, investing in infrastructure, and recruiting new industry to the county. So these are some of the items that we've been talking about and brainstorming on, and I'll talk a little bit more about those as we move forward here with this plan.
And Ryan, I'm going to interrupt here and just go ahead, go to your next slide deck.
Yes, ma'am.
And just suffice it to say, commissioners, that when we did the workshop, we ran out of time, despite the fact I think we worked a solid, 6-7 hours. The purpose of today is really to highlight the piece that we did not address, but needs to be addressed by this county. Ryan is right. Since we started court this morning, I've received at least 4 flashes over our screens. ABC News and others are reporting that they are very, very close on Capitol Hill to receiving a news that there could be a strike a deal for a new spending relief bill. If we don't do this work in advance of a bill, we're late. And when we're late, businesses go out of business. And so all of this work, you're actually getting the cliff notes now, although it seems very detailed. I need you guys to know that we've been spending months of detailed understanding about what the programs can be, which programs, if we were to get additional funding, which it looks like we might get, could we use to make a difference for our community and the businesses in your precincts, commissioners. And I would ask that you, on your own, just take it upon yourselves to work with our program manager if you feel like you've got some specific concerns that need to be addressed. But the idea here is that we know what's out there, and it's really scary how many businesses are really on the verge of not making it or have already closed. And there are ways that we can, stimulate this economy. We have not had the funds. If we get these funds, you got to have a plan. This is this detailed plan that we've spent months on, and I know that it's, like I said, it looks detailed, but the funny for us is that this is the super high level, fast version to make sure that court doesn't last another 8 hours. So with that, take us through the rest of it, Ryan. So really, we got to hear from Melissa on vaccines, and
Yes, ma'am.
we're under the gun here for another presentation.
Absolutely, Judge. I'll speed it up a little bit. So this slide just talks about the importance of understanding the other stakeholders that are also providing support, whether it's the banking industry, whether it's the legislative branch, the administrative branch, and others, and really making sure that we target funding and stimulus and support in the areas where there are gaps. And so we've done a little bit of investigation into that. This next slide just notes that this crisis is different than other public health crises and other economic crises in the community. And so it really takes a full toolkit, so to speak, to address whether it's really understanding the people in the community and what their needs are, understanding trends, and being able to use data to determine how to adjust and set the plan. It's looking at what are the economic stimulus measures that can be used. It's looking at unemployment and connecting the unemployed. It's looking at collaborating with other stakeholders in the community, whether it's nonprofits, businesses, or other stakeholders. It's looking at how county policies and regulations may be changed in a pragmatic manner to be able to better support the community. And it's once again back to restoring confidence and safety. One of the things that we've done as part of this effort is do a market scan of what other counties and other constituencies across the country and even the world are doing, and pulling from best practices to be able to leverage in our own planning. And we've been collaborating, we've started collaborating also with the Nueces County Development Commission to work on ideas together. And certainly welcome also working with the Corpus Christi Economic Development Commission as well. This really shows at a very high level kind of how we're stepping through the process around planning. The first one is really understanding the community. There are new things now where it's not just about essential workers or non-essential workers, but it's understanding risk classifications of those workers. Who are those workers that are in jobs that have a higher risk degree, and how does the county better serve those individuals and help keep them safe? It's understanding what are the gaps in how we report information. It's understanding what is in our toolkit and what are the outcomes that we want to affect through the stimulus. It's then creating a strategic plan for how we're going to help different stakeholders that we identify, when and by whom support will be provided. And then it's moving into very tactical campaigns to help address each of the different stakeholders that we prioritized as part of that strategic plan. And I'm going through this very quickly, commissioners, but if any of you want to spend more time on this, I'm more than happy to do a deeper dive with you in the future.
And just as you go to the last one here, let me just say, and by the way, and when we apply for this extra money and when we're trying to show cause, if we don't have this, we don't make the case. And so I just want you to know it's not a bunch of fancy words in a rubric or a fancy chart. This is the stuff that gets us where we need to go. This is what's making it possible for Maria to submit an overage of $1.6 million, because they know if we get right side up, we're going to be able to make the right fiscal decisions for our constituency. This is why it matters, and I want you to know, I got asked by a reporter this morning, hey, is anybody else doing stuff like this? And the answer is, I'm not really sure, but I will tell you, in South Texas and in the Coastal Bend and in our COG, we are the leader in our region because of this. And it should give us all great pride that we are doing this kind of really preparation. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, Judge. And just leading into that, this slide talks about what are the key economic indicators that need to be understood. This helps not only figuring out how to adjust the plan as it's executed, but by understanding and setting a baseline on what these metrics are now, that's what allows us to support requests for funding and things like that, saying, here's where the gaps are today, and with this funding, we can do things to help address these items. So very, very timely point you made there, Judge. Moving into this, this is a high-level, very draft-oriented view of the ways the county might prioritize doing different campaigns, and we're certainly interested in feedback, but it would certainly involve at an upfront high-level planning period where we convene multiple stakeholders, we do an assessment of the county and understand where the priority constituencies are. And then if you look at that bottom row, it's moving into a staggered set of prioritized campaigns, potentially starting with a very tactical upfront relief effort for those experiencing bankruptcy, foreclosure, food scarcity, and homelessness, then moving into more of a Main Street rescue type of look, and then moving into something that really helps with unemployment, whether it's job skills and getting people back to work, then moving into a campaign that looks at public confidence and really bringing people out into the public sphere again, then moving into more targeted industries like restoring retail, helping support tourism, and then doing larger investment efforts into infrastructure, local business and employment, and all throughout this process, measuring as we go to figure out what needs to be tweaked. And like I said, these are preliminary priorities, but these are some initial thoughts that we've had. I want to move very quickly and just show this slide. This slide has a little bit more information about some of the great ideas we found across the country and the world about things they're doing to support their community. I'm not going to drain this slide in interest of time, but it's here and there's detail behind it. And then finally, we've also been looking at other constituencies and how they've been planning. And this is just an example from Florida that had a very attractive and kind of well thought out plan for their own reopening of the state. And so we've been trying to leverage other great practices we've seen elsewhere where we can. So I want to wrap up now with the economic revitalization piece, because I know we're in the interest of time. But if anyone has any questions about this, I'm happy to field those now, and then we can move into more around vaccine planning between Melissa and I.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're going to go into vaccine planning. I'm going to let everybody kind of come on their own. I just want you to know that that's a good report. It's available for everybody. And if you think we're going to come out of the pandemic and everything is just going to automatically, all the flowers are going to just start blooming in our businesses, it's not going to happen. We're going to have to put strategies together. We need to work with our counterparts. And now I just wanted this commission to know that we're ready. We're ready to pursue the grants. That's, by the way, how we do it after a storm. That's what CDBG DR and CDBG MIT is all about. We can't do it without our federal and state partners. And how do we do it? We have shovel-ready projects, commissioners. What we've done in this economic revitalization analysis is say we're shovel-ready. Government, please invest with us so that we can help our constituents. And that's why today was so important, and it could not. I'm sorry, I know our agenda is so long, but it could not wait, because the people need to know that we're thinking about them now, not later when their businesses don't exist anymore. Melissa, take us through the last piece, which is on everybody's mind, vaccine planning.
Sure, absolutely. I just want to say one thing. I know the slides and sometimes the concept can be overwhelming, but this is really something that we've all learned in elementary school. It's the who, the what, the when, the where, the how. And we apply this in everything that we do. That's how we write plans. And sometimes we don't get the advantage of being able to figure those things out before funding opportunities are dropped in our lap. So anytime that we have the opportunity to understand in and out what we're asking for and what we would use it for and how the monies would be spent, why wouldn't we? And so this is exactly what this is. And that same thing has been applied to the vaccine management planning as well. Who, what, when, where, how. How are we going to do it? Where are we going to do it? Why are we doing it? So we are currently in a very, very good place with our plan. There's still small adjustments that are being made, but as we continue to have our planning meetings with our surrounding jurisdictions, with the City of Corpus Christi and City County Public Health, we're continuing to identify gaps. But this is exactly why you build a plan. And the fact that we have it, before or right at the beginning of actually receiving vaccinations also allows us to say we're ready for vaccinations as well. We figured out where we're going to do it and how we're going to do it. I think right now we've been pushing to promote everyone signing up as providers. Now that we're starting to get more interest in providers signing up, who their population that they would be providing to would be, we're starting to see those gaps, that even though we have all these providers, these are the little populations that still don't fall in any one of those. Now that's where we need to figure out what we're doing. Is Nueces County as a provider going to also cover Nueces County employees and these other folks? or is it going to be public health? So that's kind of where we're at now, is seeing these small populations or areas that don't quite have a provider specifically designated to them, and those are the folks that we need to decide how we're going to address those and who's going to be responsible. Some of the other things that we're working on is, of course, the actual management of what we're doing, the data management, where we're getting our data from, where it's going, and how we're using it. I think one of the biggest things that's come up is the notion of permanent testing and vaccination sites. And this changes a lot, but it also tells us, especially if anything is a state initiative, that we're going to have to be ready to support what that is. And so I believe that we've kind of found that a permanent state supported site is going to be expected to run, Monday through Sunday, 8 to 5, and the possibility of that, it changes a lot for us, because when we have testing or we have vaccinations happening at these different moments in time at different places, we can dedicate law enforcement at this time, at this place, and here. But if it's constant, it's a full-time job. And where are we going to get the law enforcement for that? Where are we going to get the personnel for that? So we're diving so deep into our plan. But the fact that we're this far in the plan allows us to be able to share with our partners and to be able to kind of lead the effort to getting a solid plan statewide or region-wide. One of those things, besides becoming a provider, is helping people become a provider and working through that process, coming up with workshops that would really cater to the individual, whether it's a municipality or it's industry or it's in a large employer like HEB, and have those workshops and make sure that there's not a reason why somebody wouldn't become a provider as it comes to the process. I'm going to just kind of stop for a second on like the emergency management kind of ground level where we're at on that, and let Ryan speak for just a moment a little bit more in detail about Nueces County specifically, how we are managing and planning for vaccinations. Ryan, did you want to take it for just a moment?
Yeah, thank you very much, Melissa. And as I mentioned this morning, we've been working with the judge to talk a little bit about the plans for the Nueces County as a provider specifically. And we're really looking at a couple of different populations. I'm pulling up my notes here to help potentially with the vaccine, and certainly starting with the county employees and their families, but also looking at helping support the Port of Corpus Christi, Hospital District, Appraisal District, some of the different other districts and small ISDs in the area are certainly areas that the county is looking at potentially helping support. We're looking at selecting different sites for that vaccination, understanding what the leadership structure around that might look like, understanding the tooling, making sure we get the freezers in place, and just making sure that everything as part of the Nueces County annex of that plan can be established and ready and good to go. So we're working through that now, and we're also helping participate in the joint plan with the health district and the other community stakeholders. If there are any questions about that, I can address those now. Other than that, I'm going to jump in and just talk a little bit about where we're at with the overall vaccination distribution to the county as a whole. All right. So in general, the CDC made recommendations around how different populations should be prioritized to receive the vaccine. And then subsequently, the state of Texas also made its own recommendations. And the county and the health district are following those recommendations. Now, a lot of the detail has only been made for phase 1A, which really focuses on healthcare workers and residents of long-term care facilities. But due to the scarcity of the vaccine, at least initially, they've also broken the tiering for phase 1A down into a tier 1 and tier 2, so that different populations can be prioritized at a very granular level as the vaccine rolls out. And so what you see here on the left is tier 1 is really starting with hospital staff that work with patients who are positive with COVID. It's looking at long-term care staff working with vulnerable residents, EMS providers, home health care workers, and those residents of long-term care facilities. And in many cases, those long-term care facilities are going to be vaccinated by pharmacy providers, or they're going to sign up to be providers themselves. Then moving after that tier into tier 2, still a phase 1A that we're talking about. There are other healthcare related providers that are going to begin to receive vaccinations as well. The staff in outpatient care offices will be vaccinated. Direct care staff in freestanding emergency medical care facilities and urgent care facilities. Community pharmacy staff, public health will start receiving vaccines. And then last responders, so those that are working in mortuary or death services,
Judge,
and then school nurses.
Can I just ask, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but is any this? I think this has all been on TV before, and we've seen all this. Is any of this new that we could?
It's changing constantly. This is new. Everything is that you're seeing is definitely new. But Ryan,
yes,
and it might feel and sound redundant, but if somebody hasn't caught it and now they're catching it, they'll know exactly where they lie in the tiers if they fit in this.
The answer is that yes, some of it's anyway. Go ahead, Ryan. The answer is we need you to go to the next slide, and we are providing it. Let me just say that what we bring to you guys is up to date. I cannot keep up with it, and I am constantly bombarded. So please know that when you're catching it, it's our duty to deliver it to the citizens, and this is the most accurate information we've got. But hit us with this piece, and then I think we can wrap up. This is important because this was yesterday.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. So the county is receiving its first shipments of COVID-19 vaccine. Christus Spawn Health System Shoreline received their allocation yesterday and began vaccinating yesterday. And as far as I'm understanding, that process has gone on pretty smoothly. So within the county for this first week of allocation, both Christus Spawn Health System Shoreline and Corpus Christi Medical Center have received allocations. And on the slide here is the most recent version of those total counts of doses of the Pfizer vaccine. It's important to note that Pfizer vaccine, the smallest package size is 975 doses. So that's why you see some of the counts the way they are. These two providers were selected just because they are large medical facilities that have a large number of healthcare workers. A great number of additional providers have been signed up in Nueces County, and those providers will begin to get additional vaccines as we move forward. But these were the two for week 1.
And I'm going to just give a little caveat here.
Yes,
CCMC should be getting it, but I was not told that they actually received it as of yesterday. So I think they're still waiting this week. They are scheduled to receive it this week, but they have not distributed any vaccine that I'm aware of, Ryan, just for clarification. However, Christus Spawn has done an amazing job, as you suggest here, about, 70 vaccines an hour being distributed.
And this is a very small number compared to what we know we're going to be seeing in the near future. And so this is the time for us to figure out how it's going and the changes that we need to make to account for those larger
I
numbers.
understand they got 5,000, but what do they give? What do they take care of all the staff? Whatever left over, does it go?
No, sir. That's why that slide before is so important. That slide has to be followed to a T. And so what we have been doing is working with, literally touching base with the hospitals every day to make sure that we don't have that waste. They are prepared to do all of their outpatient critical care staff. So you might be, an outpatient doc, but you are interfacing in some service with critical care. And so they are doing their best, but it's going to have to stick to this tier 1.
And before those numbers are being determined, what's being sent, it's the need that's there that triggers the amount that's coming. So we shouldn't be getting more than what we need.
Right.
That's correct. And I'll get that report to all of you, but I bet that'll all be gone here.
Yes, and I know we're moving forward. The last thing I want to say is there's so much more to discuss. Some of it's going to be embedded in the rest of this agenda.
Right. County employees, say we do the county employees, we're just going to get the amount of county employees we have, or
So we're going to...
families? We don't know.
Yeah, so what I'm going to... That's why we're preparing, as a provider, we're going to be bringing a number.
An estimate.
An estimate. But we're not going to leave out those that we have a nexus with, like the appraisal district, the hospital district. Even though they're not our employees per se, they're connected. Listen, I was at Petronila yesterday. at the elementary, there is no way that that school nurse will have the infrastructure to do what she needs to do to protect those teachers. So it shouldn't just be for those that have the money to do it, like CCISD. So we need to make sure that all of our surrounding counties, we have one of the most awesome responsibilities to take care of our surrounding smaller rural communities. So I'd like to scoop them in, Commissioner, to make sure we take care. So we'll count heads. Melissa will provide a count, but the first order of business is to become a provider. And in order to do that, I won't lie, there's about 20 steps that have to happen first, and we're working on each of them, and we'll be bringing back to you maybe by the first week of January.
And we did have a call yesterday with all of our regional EMCs and dishes and TDM, and I can see the interest in the surrounding counties. I can see the interest in our plan and what we're doing and how can we help. So we're prepared to do that, and they're going to be included in our numbers as well.
And we have identified the fairgrounds as our epicenter for vaccinations. So we will be using the fairgrounds as a permanent vaccination site. So we're excited about that because we can help our neighbors. And remember that 75-mile rule is in effect. So we have lots of work to do. If you're an ESD and you happen to be listening, or Marshall Olivares, you're going to be front and center in this vaccination management. And we're so grateful that we have ESDs and medics and EMS folks, with us in the county. So we're good. I think we've done a lot, It looks long to them, but that's because they're not eating it 24/7 like Melissa. This is the short version, guys. This isn't even the Cliff Notes. This is the Cliff Notes to the Cliff Notes.
This is just what you write on your index card for the test.
I'm giggling that it sounds long to some people because what it is
I'm just
thorough.
excited that we can put these types of slides together, Accenture, because it's floating around in our heads, and for it to be just so permanent on a piece of paper.
Besides, Melissa, at some point, the state of Texas is going to say, Melissa Munguia, I need an after-action report. And instead of taking it a year to do it, she's going to be able to draw on all of these reports that we've done. We're collecting it as we go. It's like building a diary, and we're doing an excellent job of it. It'll make the after-action report better. But we are a leader in our space, and in order to stay there, it requires us working hard, and it requires us to inform you. So I'm sorry it's lengthy, but I want you to know it's critical. Melissa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to reserve
stay here for the other items as well.
And we're going to reserve item number 3 for our future items. Is that all right?
Yes, that's perfect.
All right. Passing that, commissioners, you'll note that we have 3 sets of agenda minutes. November 16th, 20th, and the 30th for your approval. May I have a motion for those minutes, please? Got a motion to approve and a second? Second from Commissioner Modis. All those in favor for the 3 minutes labeled 16, 20, and 30 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Now, we will move to this important series of resolutions, proclamations, and orders, and then we'll work towards our board appointments. I know we have people patiently waiting in the hallway. You are almost up, and we thank you for your patience. Tyner, if our crew is ready, we're going to begin with the commemoration of 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill. We will include a discussion and comments about the Restore Act, and of course, what we know is GOMESA, but what stands for the Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act and related matters. And while Tyner is reading the resolution, let me just ask commissioners to please make sure that you have your notes in front of you and that you're ready. Commissioner Modis, I think I took yours, but you're good? Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez, have you been able to review yours?
Yep.
Commissioner Chesney?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Yes, ma'am.
We're all in order then, Tyner. I'd like for you to proceed.
This is the commemoration of the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill. Whereas the year 2020 marks a decade since the Deepwater Horizon oil spill tragedy that caused the deaths of 11 workers and released 4.9 million barrels of oil into the Gulf of Mexico from the BP-operated Macondo prospect, and was the largest marine oil spill in the Gulf's history and one of the largest environmental disasters in U.S. history. Whereas Congress passed the Restore Act to direct $6.6 billion in fines from Deepwater Horizon to undertake coastal restoration for fish, wildlife, their habitats, and natural resources injured by the spill, whereas other civil and criminal fines from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill made an estimated additional $10 billion in restoration funding available for Gulf of Mexico coastal restoration through the year 2031. And these funds complement Texas' annual Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act, GOMESA funding. Whereas Nueces County and the Coastal Bend region is home to world-class natural resources that were injured by the spill, and those resources include internationally significant migratory and resident bird populations, sea turtles, fishery resources, vibrant coastal marshes and wetlands. Whereas public recreation and coastal tourism are human services injured by Deepwater Horizon, and that link to injury makes Nueces County's tourism sector, which is the largest coastal tourism region in Texas, eligible for available funding. Whereas water was the most injured natural resources from the spill, and water quality improvements to restore the Gulf and its bays and estuaries are fully eligible categories for Deepwater Horizon and GOMESA funding. Whereas Texas and federal natural resource officials responsible for allocation of Deepwater Horizon and GOMESA funds have voiced support for regionally balanced funding from these unique and historic funding sources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County to strongly encourage officials in Austin and Washington, D.C., responsible for maximizing Deepwater Horizon and GOMESA restoration to closely assess the benefits to the people of Texas and the nation from investing in the fish and wildlife habitats, freshwater inflows, and coastal tourism assets of Nueces County in order to achieve the optimum coastal resiliency outcomes as a lasting, meaningful legacy from the Deepwater Horizon tragedy.
Thank you so much, Tyner. And I just want to begin by really thinking about our environment. That's what this resolution is all about. It's about remembering the lives that were lost, and it's about remembering this link to injury on our Texas coast. And I can't think of anybody better. And because I have always loved and admired all of her works for our Texas environment, I think Lady Bird Johnson said it best when she said, "The environment is where we all meet. It's where we all have a mutual interest, and it's the one thing we all share." So today is a very special day, and commissioners, with us today is the Director of Coastal Parks, Mr. Scott Cross, and if you would approach, I know some of the commissioners might have some questions for you in a discussion, and then I will move for a motion and a second shortly. Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, thank you. Scott, just a quick question for you. The oil spill occurred off of the Louisiana coast, and more of the oil flowed to Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi than to Texas. So if you could kind of explain why Texas is entitled to get these funds.
Like what was in the resolution, it's the link to injury. That is the most critical part, because the link to injury is not only the link to injury to the environmental impacts, resource impacts, tourism impacts, opportunity impacts, recreational impacts. So it's that link to injury that makes that possible, because those turtles, for instance, let's just use them as a species of example. They don't know where state waters end and begin. They don't know where federal waters end and begin, or international waters. And so our wildlife population is very large here, especially with our turtle resources, and our flyway with all the birds is phenomenal. It's very huge. And so these critters are coming back and forth, and they were injured in this spill. And so as a result, Not only that, but you had local economies that were supported by the natural resources that were injured. You had fishermen that were injured, recreational fishermen, fishing guides. All those industries were injured, which are home to a lot of our local businesses and small businesses on the Texas coast. And because of that injury, that's why we're eligible.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have some thoughts?
Yes, ma'am. Scott, as you know, Corpus Christi and most of the communities in colonias in Nueces County suffer from flooding events causing serious storm and wastewater problems and human health concerns also. Are water infrastructure investments eligible for oil spill and Gold Mesa dollars?
Yes, sir. And I think what you're mainly talking about is freshwater inflows, and like, for instance, we've all been looking at trying to make improvements at Petronilla Creek. And so, yes, those monies are eligible to be used for those type of projects, because what you've got to do to improve upon water quality, whether it's understanding your ecological address, where do you live in that watershed? Do you live on a tributary, a stream, a river, a bay, an estuary, or do you live on the Gulf? Everything, gravity dictates everything goes to sea level. So whatever that water is picking up and it's carrying with it through that whole system, you want to make improvements on that. And non-point source pollution is probably one of the ones that's hardest for us to deal with, because there's so many resources that could create non-point source pollution. It could be fertilization runoff from farming activities, industrial, agricultural, that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's what you primarily want to do. And I think we're getting to a point now where, when they're looking at our region and our region's watersheds, between Texas and the feds, that they are realizing that this is where they need to focus on, where they can make a bigger impact.
Thank you.
Commissioner Modis?
Thank you, Judge. Scott, the environmental damages from the spill may be at the top of most people's minds, but did Congress also want local economies to benefit from the oil spill settlements?
The acronym RESTORE, and I always got to look at it because it's hard to remember. It's resource and ecosystem, tourism opportunities, and revised economies. The acronym in and of itself spells it all out. And yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why, we were successful with the Bucket 1 project, because it's tourism driven, the enhancement and expansion of the RV parks. But yeah, the economy and tourism and those kind of venues that support that kind of thing, they're really a critical part of all this. Because one of the things I'm starting to see that I'm really happy about that wasn't happening with early restoration monies, we're starting to see an opportunity where we're getting funding at the local level to where we can do something that the actual user, consumer, and producer in that economy can touch and feel tactile and use it, and it impact their lives. So I'm really excited about that.
Commissioner Vaughn, I know you had a question specifically for Scott.
I do, and I'm always concerned about the bottom line. So I want to know, what has been the regional balance in the oil spill funding so far, and do you think we're getting our fair share?
You really have to be very engaged with these kind of programs, just like what the judge and Maria and Melissa have demonstrated with all the COVID work. Any of these programs where you're getting federal funding, you really have to work them. You have to get in there and you have to use all your resources so you can get a return on your investment. Yes, I do. I think we're doing that, and I think that there's a lot packed into that question, because you've got, under the Restore Act, you've got Bucket 1, Bucket 2, Bucket 3, then you've got NRDA, Natural Resource Damage Assessment, then you've got NIFWIT, National Fish Wildlife Foundation. Then you've got Centers of Excellence, which goes to the university of that state's choosing, which just happens to be Hart Research Institute here at A&M Corpus Christi. And so you get all these different funding sources. Yes, they are competitive, but I think by and large, where we're at now versus where we were at when this program first started with early restoration money, we've got everybody's attention. So I think we are, and we will continue to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Scott, you're such a great advocate for our environment, for our coastal parks, and you're right. If there were an acronym for our local, champion, it would say SCOTT, Scott. And you've been on the forefront of all of these preliminary funding resources that are out there for us. But let's face it, if you don't have the right story to tell, it doesn't work. We have a great story to tell, don't we?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that this resolution outlines all of the necessary elements that we want to share, not just with our locals, but with our state and our federal partners as well. And so I just want to thank you for all the great work that you and your staff and all of our stakeholders have really done, not just this year. Remember, this is the 10th year of this particular settlement. And we have 10 more years to go, don't we?
Yes, ma'am. And I think I've been intimately involved in this since 2011.
Right.
And, it's a long process. You've got to stay engaged. And a lot of people gave up when the CEAP program was around. And I never did, and we got money. And we're still waiting on a $7.5 million contract to come through any time now. But that's been a process I've been involved with since 2012, 13. So it's a marathon.
It is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
And I think that the comments that have been made by all the commissioners regarding our fair share of allocation, the concentration on freshwater inflows, we've done a good job in the country focusing on the saltwater. And now it's time to really throw, a really strong light on our freshwater inflows areas. And whether it's economic development or whether it's tourism or whether it's just, complete water quality, we know all of these projects are perfect for Nueces County. So thank you for your vigilance and your determination. And as Lady Bird said, she wasn't just the first lady of our country at one time. She was still in our hearts the first lady of our environment in Texas. And I think that because we all share this coastline, it's incumbent for all of us to really put forth our priorities very clear. We thank Tyner for the resolution. And at this time, commissioners, I think it's appropriate that I receive a motion for its passage.
So moved, Judge.
And a second.
And Judge, if I could just add, if you don't mind, I've been working with Scott on these for a long time, and he really has. That you made me laugh out loud with the Scott.
Why aren't you proud of Scott?
No, I was. It was just a great line. I think it was great. We need to come up with. And we're gonna come up with one of those, Scott. But in all seriousness, really and truly, these funds have been dramatic. How the effect that they've had on Nueces County and the coast. And the importance of these funds are second to none. So, and you've been a great steward of those. The Coastal Parks Board has been a great steward of those. And really and truly, you can never make up for an oil spill like this, but these funds have gone a long, long, long way in helping restore the coast and helping restore our county and doing some really, really good work. So the importance of this resolution is maybe symbolic because it's just a resolution, but the importance of these funds are not symbolic. They're substantive. They mean a lot. And I appreciate all the work that you've done, that this county has done, and the fact that we get these funds from GOMESA. So we need to send the appropriate thanks to whoever that needs to be, because they really, really have a huge, huge impact on this county and on the coast of Texas.
Well, related to GOMESA, I just want to say this one thing and leave you with an action item that you can think about. GOMESA has a cap on GOMESA, however you want to say it. It has a cap on it right now. And the reason why you're seeing GOMESA uptick is because in 2000, GOMESA was created back in 2006. Yeah, 2006. As a part of the Energy Bill Act that was created that created CEAP. Well, GOMESA was limited to certain subsurface lease areas in the Gulf of Mexico. We always knew in 2016 some of those subsurface leases would open up. And when they did, it opened up a huge portion. Some of it was deep water leases as well, to more royalties coming in. That's why GOMESA ticked up. But the program put a cap on it way back when, that of all the states that share in GOMESA, I think it's $51 billion. They would cap it, or what they send out to the states. There has been some push in Louisiana last year to get that cap removed. And there's some chatter out on the streets with our other Gulf state partners about either removing the cap or, lifting it somewhat. Because there's a lot of things that can happen with those funds that are huge to local governments and the states. The state gets a large portion. Yeah, every state does. The only person that doesn't share in it is Florida.
And not to belabor it, I think if what you could do in your free time, and I know you don't have a lot of it, at some point, if you would provide just kind of the total dollars that this county has benefited from, and for the commissioners and the projects that we've talked about, because I know we hear about them and they come in onesies and twosies and here, but it's a significant amount of money and it's a significant amount of projects that we've been able to do in this county that we would not have been able to do but for these Go Mesa funds. So if you could, just when you get a chance, or get Alana to do it.
I think that's a great idea,
I think the commissioners and the judge would benefit from having a detailed list to show over the years, because it's huge.
It is, and gratitude is important. Part of our
Absolutely.
resolution is to say thank you.
Right on.
And Commissioner, being able to identify those projects and to show the return on investment will be very important for our Fed and state partners. But make no mistake, we also want to make certain that they understand that this body, with this resolution, is saying we think that we can do even more for coastal resiliency. And if you will trust in us, it will pay dividends. And therefore, we seek more funding because we believe that as grateful as we are for that which we have received, we believe here on Texas Gulf Coast, we still lack the investment that we know will really be that lasting legacy for generations to come.
I'll work on that I'll try to do something to January the 6th.
Thank you.
Agenda.
And Judge, I think it's important
Yes.
for the public to see what's been invested, because sometimes they don't know. So I think it's important for them to see as well.
Spot on. That goes right back to my question. I mean, my statement a while ago about doing things that are tangible that they can benefit from. I mean, there are a lot of giant swaths of land that have been bought and put in a conservation easement. That's great, but nobody gets to use it,
Right.
And so,
Yes, I think we have hit the nail on the head today with all of this important dialogue and discussion. It transcends into every aspect of our life. That's our economic engine, which is tourism, the incredible wildlife and habitat that you remarked upon, and quite frankly, the duty and obligation that we have to be stewards of this incredible gift that we call the Texas Gulf Coast. Commissioners, all those in favor, please signify with a resounding aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you, Scott.
You bet.
Thank you so much. Okay, Commissioners, we have a lot of people waiting, and I am going to take us out of order just for a moment again. Give me a second to get us on the agenda. Let me say, too, for just a recognition to make the perfect transition now that the camera is off. Commissioners and audience, we've been filming this morning and the last 2 days for a PBS documentary called This American Land. So the camera crew that you have here today is really an important opportunity for this county to use our voices to share our message. And I want to thank our consultant, Tim Richardson, for bringing us this opportunity. And not to belabor the point, because I am grateful, Commissioner, but if you really looked at the allocations, we haven't gotten our fair share. And we need for folks to understand our story because we've done such great things with the money that they have given us. But in this next 10 years, we believe that the allocations would do really good things if they came just a little closer to our backyard. So thanks, Tim, for bringing us this great opportunity, and we look forward to the final product.
Thank you, Judge and Court.
Thank you. Okay. It's the will of a few of us, if you don't mind, Tyner, to at least go through our board appointments. I know they've been outside since the 9 o'clock hour, and then we'll hit the rest of I. So I'll move to J, Commissioners, and move to board appointments. You'll notice that there are 12 of them. We will move expeditiously, but we will not move so fast as to not honor the public service and servants that have either applied for reappointment or have applied for new appointment to these important boards and commissions. And so therefore, we start off with the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County, and I would ask Tyner to give us the opportunity to understand what's before us. There are 2 appointments, as I understand it.
That's correct, Judge.
And forgive me, Deputy, yes, sir, you may bring them in. For COVID-19 protocols, we are asking people to stay in the hall until it's time for their agenda item. And so at this time, we will allow a few members, not many, but a few members in our courtroom to take a seat in a socially distant capacity. And we say thank you to you for being so patient. As they take their seats, Tyner, would you lead us in the protocols?
Yes, Judge. What you have is the expiration of 2 terms on the Port of Corpus Christi. That would be Charles Zahn Jr. And it would also be Dr. Brian Gully's position. He was filling the unexpired term of
Dick Bowers?
Dick Bowers, yes, correct. Thank you, Judge.
Absolutely.
And so you have those 2 incumbents, and you also received 2 applications, one from Rajan Ahuja.
Rajan Ahuja.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Well, given that Rajan means prince,
Oh.
I better make sure I get that right. Did you know that?
Very good, Judge. And then Wayne Squires.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me just make a few comments here. What a privilege it is to have such a truly, I mean, you want your boards and commissions always to have an incredible pool of applicants. It makes us all better. It makes us stronger. And so I'm just grateful to our community for continuing to step up to the plate. It takes courage to put your name forward because it requires service. And I believe Dr. Gully can attest, as our most recent appointment, it takes a lot of time and a lot of commitment. And so we want to acknowledge all of you, both those members that are seeking reappointment and those that have submitted their name in this applicant pool. And at this time, commissioners, what I would ask is that we have separate spaces. Is that correct? Do you have them by a title, Tyner?
Yeah, let me look at the
Thank you. It's
board
just important,
position.
I think, for the record.
So the Charles Zahn position is a county place 2.
Thank you. That's
And-
what I was looking for.
And the Brian Gully position is a place 1.
Okay, so we'll take the place 1 at this time, and I would move in nomination for, I believe it's Dr. Brian Gully, to be reappointed.
Second.
I have a second. And are there any other nominations at this time? Hearing none, I've got a second. Yeah, thank you. All those in favor of reappointment of Dr. Brian Gully, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Abstain, Judge?
Abstain. One abstention for the clerk's note. Thank you. And at this time, Dr. Gully, I'm thinking I can still count, so I think that you have been reappointed by this court, and I don't know if you wish to say anything, but our podium is clean, and we would welcome any comments. And again, thank you for your service. You know, Brian, it's right behind you.
It's just a trick.
Well, Barbara, I knew this was going to take a lot of work. I learned that it'd take a lot more work than I thought. But I think what's important is I learned that what we have down there is an incredible organization, incredible group of commissioners, which I very much enjoyed working with. They managed to get me on 5 different committees and boards, which I've enjoyed serving. I can't wait to the time that we get to work actually in person.
Yeah.
But it's been a pleasure working with the staff of the port, with Mr. Strawbridge, with Charlie and the rest of the commission. And we do a lot more work, I think, than people understand, except for Barbara yourself. It's been there. You understand that. But it's a great honor, and I look forward to serving 3 more years. And like I said before, any of you have any questions or need any help or answers, call me anytime. I'm a doctor. I'm used to being on call all the time. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say, too, that our report from staff is that you are one of the commissioners that really has not only been a fast learner, but a major, really power force for good for our community. You know, people forget how important the community is to the Port of Corpus Christi and all the other boards that you serve on as a result of being a commissioner. And you have just done an amazing job getting involved with the RADC, the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, and then all the other programs that the port has involved themselves with from a community standpoint. And I just want to say, since that was my personal passion, thank you. At this time, Tyner, we'll move on to the next place.
The next would be place 2.
I would move to reappoint.
Second.
Charlie Zahn.
I'd like to nominate Raju.
Okay, so I have a, let me do it this way. I have a motion and a second for the reappointment of Mr. Charles Zahn. And also I have a second nomination for Mr. Rajan Ahuja by Commissioner Gonzalez. And so what we'll do is we'll take first a roll call vote. And since we have a motion and a second on Charles Zahn. Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Nay. Commissioner Matas?
Just a clarification, this is for reappointment? Or
Yes,
we're going to vote?
reappointment, sir.
I would like to just take it as a vote in general. I mean, just to allow us each individually to call our vote, but.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with Commissioner Monty.
I'm not saying that I'm not going to vote for Charlie. I just think that my experience has been anytime that we have more than one person nominated, we should honor that and have everybody vote.
We didn't do that on Gully. We just. I mean,
Well, it was unanimous, I think. I mean, there wasn't anyone that was asking to put a nominee.
Okay, well, let's, I don't have Laura in the room with me, but I know she's online. I just wanted to make sure that all the nominations were honored. That's really all my point was. And so what we'll do at this point is take the nomination that has a second. Is there a second? Commissioner Vaughn, you were the second?
Second.
All right, so I just want to double check with me here. County Attorney Jimenez, may I proceed with the vote?
Sorry. There was 2 nominations, is that correct?
There were 2 nominations with only
no
one
second.
second. With only 1 second.
I think at that point you proceed on that.
I agree. Okay, thank you so much. So all those in favor of the reappointment of Charles Zahn signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
I've got 1 nay. Okay, Charlie, you are officially reappointed to the Port of Corpus Christi Authority, and we would welcome your comments at this time.
Yeah, I have such a bad time with my hearing aids with this mask. I apologize to y'all. I just pulled them out. First of all, I want to thank the Commissioners Court for giving me this opportunity to continue my service, not only to you, but to the citizens of the Coastal Bend as a member of the Port Authority of Corpus Christi. 9 years ago, my wife of 53 years and I were in this very same spot when you first elected me to this position. I've served 9 years for you. I'm currently the chair of the Port of Corpus Christi. As my dear friend Dr. Gully said, the Port of Corpus Christi is not only important to Nueces County, but as many of you know, it's one of the leading economic indicators not only for the Coastal Bend, but the state of Texas and the nation. You know, we're the #1 port in the nation by tonnage. We're the #1 oil export port in the country. We think that we're doing a good job at the Port of Corpus Christi. I've got a great set of commissioners that I work with. I've got the finest staff that you could ever have in any organization, led by our CEO, Sean Strawbridge. I appreciate this opportunity. There's some things, as my dear friend Judge Canales and I talked about many times, that we've been working on, some of them almost 9 years, Barbara. And I think we're real close to seeing some of those come to fruition. So I appreciate the opportunity that you've given me to complete the journey that I started 9 years ago. So thank you.
And Chairman, I just want to say that it was brought to my attention late yesterday evening of something that's quite remarkable. And even though you wouldn't brag upon it, I need to. Despite 2020 being an unprecedented year, despite an energy crisis on top and independent of our pandemic, along with the economic crisis that resulted from the pandemic, and approximately an average of $41 to $42 barrel oil down from where we had some really strong stability in the $65 to $70 range. The Port of Corpus Christi has had a record year in revenues. I just don't know if there is any organization in this country that can boast that kind of performance over 12-month period like we've seen. This is something that's just to be commended, and I hope they write articles at the national level about it.
Judge, the numbers that we heard yesterday were mind-boggling. I want to tell you three of them in particular. Our tonnage was up in spite of what you said with the pandemic, with the fight with Russia and the Saudis trying to depress the fracking in the state of Texas. Our oil tonnage in the Port of Corpus Christi for 2020 was up 19%. Our revenues were up 11%, and our expenses were down 19%. So we have, in fact, had truly an outstanding year at the Port of Corpus Christi. And you've heard me say it many times, Barbara, the Port of Corpus Christi is only successful as our industry partners. And what those numbers say to me is that our industry partners that employ so many people in the coastal bend have been extremely successful in this pandemic. And we appreciate them too.
Thank you. And I also want to say, because both Mrs. Gully, Shannon Gully, and Mrs. Zahn, Linda, are here with us, we can't do any of what we are able to do without truly supportive partners by our side. We have personally taken a lot of heat in the last few years, and the only thing that makes it good for us is knowing that we are doing the right thing for our community and that we have a loving partner at our side. And so this is a time for me as a female to acknowledge the truth strength in the room. Linda and Shannon, thank you for sharing your partners with this community as they endeavor to keep doing good. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And I just want to...
Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know as you guys are going to exit, if you would just sort of, not do it all together, take your time going out. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Ahuja in the room. He's not only a great community, a citizen, but a friend to, quite frankly, probably 8 different boards that he serves on. If anyone had a chance to look at his resume, it is not only impeccable, it's quite frankly humbling. It's flat out humbling. And you, sir, have a great place in this community, and I look forward to seeing the way you will serve in our future. At this time, we're going to move on. Can you believe we've got a few more to go? Let's move on to the Hospital District Board of Managers. Hospital District Board of Managers. And Tyner, we have 3 applicants, I believe.
That's correct. You have the resignation of John Martinez that got elected for city council.
Yes. And he has to resign because the law does not allow a person to serve on 2 taxing entities. Chairman Martinez has done an amazing job for us, but the law does not allow it.
Judge, if I could, unless, and I'm not trying to, I wanted to nominate Efren Guerrero for this. And I don't want to.
Okay, thank you so much. I've got a nomination of, would you mind if I correct you? But we're going to learn a little Espanol. Efraín. That's nice.
I call him Happy, so my bad.
All right. Efraín Guerrero. I've got a nomination. I thought I heard a second. I did. A second by Commissioner Gonzalez. And although we have some excellent applicants, I'd like to take a vote since I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of Mr. Guerrero's appointment to this board called Hospital District Board of Managers, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Guerrero happens to be here in the room with us, You do not have to, sir, but we want to welcome you to the podium and say congratulations. And we are anxious to get you onboarded and trained. You, sir, have a record of service that is also impeccable that our governor has acknowledged in our state. But you don't have to, but you're welcome to say anything you'd like.
I just want to say thank you so very much. This community has given so much to me in the last 30 years in my businesses, and I want to give back to the community. I'm excited. When I read about you referring to this, what we've going through a worldwide pandemic, you referred to it as a marathon, not a sprint. And I said, I want to be a part of that race. I want the commissioners, and by the way, thank you very much, commissioners, for supporting me today. But I want you to throw me the baton every now and then. I want to run alongside this commission. We're going to come back to a new normal. We're going to go back to normal, but it'll be a new normal, and I want to be a part of that. And I want to say thank you. And I'm eager to serve. Now, with that note, people wonder, well, how are we going to work together? When I was a kid, I used to wait in December. I wanted Santa Claus to come. Now, as a grown-up, I look forward to seeing Orion up in the sky, in the southeastern sky, the constellation of Orion. And what's fascinating about Orion is that he's facing this little cluster of stars. It's not a constellation, it's called an asterism, and it's called Pleiades. In Mexico, they refer to it as the Seven Sisters, las siete hermanas. But back in the early 1950s, a group of Japanese automakers looked up into the sky and they said, why can't we work together and be together like those stars up in the skies, Pleiades? And that word Pleiades in Japanese is Subaru. And they came together as one and became a very powerful auto company. Well, how significant could this be that I want to be a part of this group now, but I want to work together. And if we're going to change how we work in this community, not only nationwide, but it starts at home, I want to work together. I want to share ideas with you. I'm excited.
You have the right heart, the right philosophy, and the right experience to be the voice for public health, particularly in the most vulnerable of communities.
Thank you.
I'm excited also to be a part of this Pleiades, this Peloton working together. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
Judge, we are counting on Happy to not only be a strong advocate, but to keep it a little light over there. And we all need a little levity and a little lightness in our lives. So I know they'll enjoy your presence for many different reasons. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Very happy to be a part of supporting you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you for being here. We're going to move on to the Christus Spahn Health Board of Trustees. I believe we have two applicants, but Mr. Guerrero informed me that it was an error, so I think there's only one applicant.
Rachel Canales.
Second.
Reappointment.
Rachel Canales, thank you, and a second. And she would be a reappointment. Is that correct, Tyner? Thank you for the clerk. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. She's done a great job for us. Thank you. And this is her last term. That's correct. Just for the audience to know, I was able to visit with all of these applicants at some point. So I think it's really important to know that all of us spend a lot of time reviewing the resumes and the applications, and that we are very serious about who we place on these boards and commissions. The next one is Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee. We have 6 openings and 6 applicants, and I'd like to suggest to the court that I've reviewed each and every one of them, and I've also had the opportunity, given that it affects us all, but I've had an extra opportunity to visit with Commissioner Chesney, and I would nominate the entire slate of 6 applicants to fill our Beach Management Advisory Committee, and would ask Tyner to identify them by name. A motion and a second. Tyner, would you identify them by name?
Dana Myers, but we know him as D.R. Myers.
Correct.
And Jonathan Torres, Cliff Schlabach, Katarina Porter, Deidre Williams, and Paul Thurman.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, is there any discussion needed?
Judge, I just want to say.
Yes, sir.
This is a great slate of 6 people, very diverse. What a great, I mean, we really lucked out because, and not lucked out, I mean, it's hard work, but I mean, we lost some good members who decided not to reapply and replaced them with some really equally as good members. So great job.
Thank you, Commissioner. I couldn't agree more. We have folks that have expertise in coastal policy, expertise in construction, expertise in biology, expertise in business and economic development. It's really an all-star slate. Scott, are you excited back there? Yes. And we also want to thank all of those that served. You know, it makes me very proud to say thank you for allowing new people to be able to serve in these capacities. And so for those of you that are rolling off and chose not to reapply, maybe you'll consider another board and commission. We certainly welcome that.
And Judge,
thank you.
Just one other thing to throw out there: the lady that I had was able to get from Port Aransas was one of the ones, unfortunately, who cycled off. So we really do need a Port Aransas representative on this. So I'm going to be looking for that. But I'm saying that out loud so that maybe just Scott's talking to people and everybody else knows as well. That would be something that I would really like to be put back on the next round.
Commissioner, that's great. And also, I think there's 3 spots coming up in the next round.
Correct.
Okay.
Or maybe 4.
4, forgive me.
Maybe
You're right.
5.
Okay, in 2021.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
So please get engaged with our website and our boards and commissions. Thank you so much.
It's 5. I just looked at it.
Okay, wonderful. Let's make sure Port Aransas here's our message. We're looking for you, Port A residents, to serve. At this time, we have the Nueces County Board of Coastal.
You need to vote.
Oh, so sorry. Thank you, Laura. Look who's awake over there. Got me. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. It was like my mom all of a sudden in my ear. Like, forgot. Okay. The Nueces County Board of Coastal Parks Commissioners. Commissioners, I'm going to ask, out of courtesy and deference to timing, if you would allow a table for this item for January the, is it 4th? 6th, January the 6th. It will allow me the opportunity to really have, I think, the right conversation that I'd like to have with Coastal Parks, given all of our assignments that we have coming up. And actually, on Friday, you'll note that we have a special commission meeting just focused on Bob Hall Pier, and we have some exciting news that we'd like to unveil. And I think it would change the dynamics of really how we present the future of, committees and boards that are dedicated to seeing Bob Hall Pier rebuilt. And of course, not neglecting the other coastal parks projects that we have. But Bob Hall Pier is going to take such an effort and such an endeavor. I think that if you'll give us a little patience and see what we've got planned in store for Friday, that it'll make more sense to you. And so I just ask a little indulgence and a little more time for tabling till January 4th. I've had the opportunity to discuss it with Commissioner Chesney. It affects his precinct, and he's always been so active and engaged. And I believe, Commissioner, would you concur?
And number 6 as well, I think you were talking about, Judge.
And number 6 as well.
I'd second that motion to table.
Can I make them together? 5 and 6 to table.
Till January
The 6th.
6th, is that what the next meeting is? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
And motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. So for those of you that applied for Coastal Parks, we'll be in touch very soon. Please don't worry. It's going to be very exciting. Number 7 is our Child Welfare Board. I believe we have an applicant. No applicants there?
Yeah, I don't believe we got an applicant. I checked with Tara
Okay.
this morning.
I thought we had
Table
gotten
to-
one last minute. Okay.
Motion to table till January 6th.
All right, motion to table.
Table. Second.
Thank you. Motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. And then the ESD number 1, Tyner?
You have 3 letters of intent for incumbents Kyle Lukenbach, Keith Havelka, and Kevin McDonald.
I'll nominate the slate for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay. Nueces County Emergency Service District Number 2.
Again, you have 3 incumbents, Tammy Bolton, Gary Graham, and David Jackson. Motion to approve.
Look for a second. Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Another good slate.
Aye.
Aye. ESD number 3.
You have 2 incumbents that reapplied, Gary Eulenfeld and Barry Firkin.
All motion to approve. Second. I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Post same sign. ESD number 4.
You've got 3 incumbents again, Damian Fornoris, Otis Group, and Paul Swedish.
Commissioners, do I have a motion? Thank you. I'll take the motion from Modis and the second from Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Post same sign. All right, super. And then the Historical Commission, it comes in a little differently, doesn't it, Tyner?
We just asked for a list from them instead of an application process. And I'll just read the names. Kathy Weimer, again, Chairman. John Lloyd Blunser, Mark Carlisle, Norman Delaney, Bill Havelka, Karen Howden, James Klein, Troy Nessner, Penny Palak, Kristen Robbins, Mark Robbins, Laurie Turner, Barbara Welder, sorry, Barbara. Sorry, we heard from her. Welder, Debbie Zuniga, and April Bassett.
Motion to approve.
Okay. And do we have additional appointees, Susan Trevino and Evelyn Villarreal? Okay, and then, I don't know why, I think these are 2 additions that would not be the old board. That would be Susan Trevino and Evelyn Villarreal.
Okay, so with the additions, I've got a motion by Gonzalez and a second by myself, or Modis, actually, I think beat me to the punch there. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Post same sign. Okay. We are going to go back in time to finish up the presentations, and we have some retirees after an incredible, really decades of service, and we also have a presentation of a certificate and flag that was flown over the state capitol in recognition of the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. Let's start there. I don't know if she hung out with us. She was on for so long, but if not, I can capture it. But Annette Rodriguez was listening in for a long time. She may have had to go.
She had an 11 o'clock.
Yeah, she did. And let me just say that, Tyner, do you have it in front of you? If not, I can pull it up. But I wanted to recognize that the Health District was recently given a beautiful certificate by the Senate of the state of Texas, and it reads, "This certifies that the Texas flag herewith presented to the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District in recognition for their dedication and unwavering work during the COVID-19 pandemic." It was signed Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa, our esteemed District 20 Senator, on November 20th, 2020. And I thought that it was important that you also note that the governor of our great state also issued a commendation to Texas Association of City and County Health Officials and all the local public health authorities, departments, and districts in Texas for their dedication and devotion to protecting health and well-being of Texans in answering the call to face the challenges of the novel coronavirus pandemic. And although Annette will tell you that she and her staff are just doing their job, let me say that in life, as Lincoln said, if you're going to be anything, be a good one. Gosh, they are good ones, all of them. And I'm going to tell you, this couldn't come at a better time during this season where we celebrate so many things that we value in our lives. These people needed to be recognized, yes. And this makes it official from our governor, from our Senate, and I hope, commissioners, with this small recognition to Annette and her entire staff, how much we appreciate them each and every day. I just don't know where we would be if we had not had Annette on January 24th, literally say, we have a problem. This virus will come to Nueces County. Because of that kind of foresight, that preparation, and the teamwork that we have exhibited as a city and county public health district, we were faced with tremendous challenges and we met them. And I just want to say thank you. And I'm sorry she couldn't hear all our kudos, but it's just like Annette. She's got to take care of people because every day she saves lives. Thank you so much. And we will have her back again to applaud her in January. We've got a few important announcements to make. I have an incredible certificate here for an incredible individual, and I'd like to recognize Robert Collins. He's a corrections officer. He is retiring, if you can believe this, after 30 years of service to Nueces County. I can't even believe it. May I also pass this so that I don't have to, thank you. Okay, you want to take that? You've spent the better part of your life here in Nueces County. How can we thank you enough? We're so grateful for your, really, the longevity and the dedication of service. The certificate is a small token of our appreciation. The watch we hope you'll wear and remember fondly all of the amazing friendships and camaraderie that you've had. Our sheriff is here also. I know he'll probably want to say a few words. Robert, thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff? Diana, you got batteries for that watch?
Yeah, make sure there's a watch in there.
Make sure you got batteries.
Would you? That would be great.
No. Oh, come on, bro.
You know what? Sometimes they say in law, res ipsa, the thing speaks for itself. You literally, your service speaks for itself, sir. You don't need to say anything.
How many sheriffs did you work for?
Quite a few. Hickey was the first one.
So from Sheriff Hickey to me, and I want to say, and all the sheriffs in between, I want to say a word for all of them of what an important asset you were. You and the people who worked in the jail, no matter which jail or no matter which service for the sheriff's office, are the true reason why the Nueces County Sheriff's Office is successful year after year after year. 30 years, and you know what, Judge and Commissioners, we struggle with this every day with our new hires. New hires today, when you ask them their definition or what they understand to be a long-term commitment to an agency, it's measured in months, if not years, very few years. And it's rare that we have a devoted employee last for 30 years. And I want to personally thank you for not just what you've done for Nueces County and the Sheriff's Office, but for all of those new hires that you saw come and go with your instruction, your mentoring, your compassion, and your fellowship to so many employees that remain with us today. And I'm grateful. I understand you might be sticking around as a reserve officer for us.
I don't know yet.
You're welcome to do exactly that. Your institutional knowledge and your devotion and your commitment to the Sheriff's Office and to this county will not be forgotten. And there's a beautiful watch for you, brother.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome and so humble.
No kidding.
We also have Mr. Bruce Rushing, Corrections Officer, retiring after 29 years of service.
Wow.
Incredible. Tyner, you also have the certificate in grateful appreciation for so many years of service to Nueces County. And again, just like the sheriff said, so many sheriffs. Sheriff Hooper, you also have a watch to give.
How about you, Bruce? Will you say a few words? Tell us about your time here.
It's one of the greatest places to work. I mean, I've had jobs before this one and had coworkers over there. I didn't have coworkers. I had family, and that's what those people are to each other, is a family. And I've enjoyed it. I'm to do a few different things. I'm the one that'll probably do the reserves.
Excellent.
Good.
Look forward to that.
Then we're not losing you.
I'm going to keep in touch with the family then. So thank you very much.
And
Thank
you know
you.
what? And for both of y'all, what you have seen in 29 and 30 years, and then to finish it off with this last year. I mean, this last year of this infectious disease and dealing with that in a critical infrastructure environment where none of us got to work from home.
Yes, that's true.
We had to show up for work every day for each other and for the inmates and for Nueces County as a whole. And, you know, we in law enforcement, we've always looked at worst case scenario of maybe being an active shooter, where we would have to run into a school or into a public building. And we were devoted and committed, and we had the mindset that if that point in time ever came, we would do that. But I don't think any of us ever thought that we'd have to report to a correctional facility every day in the middle of a pandemic.
Yep.
And you did that. And so many of your fellow correctional officers did that day after day after day. And we dealt with it, and we'll continue to deal with it. And I want to thank you personally for that level of commitment. Thank you.
Thank you for being there for us.
You bet. There's your watch, and there's your certificate. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's clear you are so appreciated, and you're right. You have a family here. Tyner, there is another item that we have that's very important. And would you like to lead us in this discussion?
I certainly could, but I think this would be Commissioner Chesney's
Okay,
item.
wonderful.
Thank you, that'd be great.
Go ahead.
Judge, this was an item that I've got to get my notes. Give me 1 second. I'm
Sure.
sorry. That I asked to be put on the agenda because I felt, and I feel confident that the rest of the court will also agree that today is the last meeting for a very important part of the county's staff and the county government that we all so enjoy serving and being a part of. And so today, I've asked that this be put on the agenda to discuss and consider naming and designation of a room or area for the purpose of recognition of service in Nueces County. And this is for our great county attorney, Laura Garza Jimenez. And there's an area being currently worked on the law library. And Tyner and Belinda and I talked and tried to keep this a secret from Laura to come up with something that hopefully she would be surprised at today when we did this. And we came up with naming that the Laura Garza Jimenez Legal Access Center. And I would make that nomination today to name that after her because of her commitment not only to the law, to Nueces County, but just to good government and being the wonderful person and county attorney she's been. So that's my nomination.
I've got a motion and a second, and I think we can sum it up by saying it's well-deserved.
Yes.
Commissioners,
Did you keep it a secret?
did you?
Laura, did we keep it a secret? Are you on there still?
Let me do the official. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Lauda, you were worried that your paintings were all going to be gone, and then there wasn't going to be Lauda in the building anymore. Now we'll always have you with us in this building.
Oh my God, I'm surprised. I'm really, really surprised. I didn't see this coming. I'm trying not to cry here. um, I have served so many years for this county under so many administrations. And by golly, this court has gone super fast and I loved it. So many projects have been completed by all of you and you all should be very, very proud. And I'm just so glad that I helped just a little, to get it done. And I certainly would not have been able to do it without my current staff and other staffs that I've had in the past. I'm certainly going to miss it. I've learned so much through the years. Commissioner Chesney, thank you so much for bringing this up. And I thank each and every one of you for voting on it. I'm not going to go away, obviously. I'm still going to be practicing a little bit. But I will be doing a lot more painting, that's for sure. I thank you. I'm just a loss of words right now. And all I want you to know is I appreciate all of you. And it has been a pleasure and an honor to have worked for all of you and as well as the public. I mean, they trusted me. They trusted me every time I ran for office and I was unopposed. And I thank them for this honor of being your county attorney. So again, thank you so much.
Can the coffee still be free, Laura? The coffee still be free?
And Laura, you know this. We don't, when we name something after somebody, it's because they've had an indelible mark on a particular location, community, profession. And I really do think that we've talked about this, you and I, the need for mentorship for young attorneys. I think you serve in that capacity better than anybody that I know. And that's why you are beloved by this court and the staff that you have had for all the years. And I hope that young attorneys, when they see your name up on that center, it will remind them of why they went into the law in the first place and the type of lawyer they need to be. So I think that you're still serving. Your name will still continue to be service.
And Laura, we will have an official dedication ceremony later. We've ordered a nice plaque. We hope you will grace us with a wonderful picture of yourself that we can put there, and maybe your favorite painting that you would
That's a
like
great idea.
to put with the room. That would be
Great
certainly
idea.
a touch. Maybe, yeah, how many ever, whatever you want to do. We're going to let you be involved in the decorations of that, but we would like that to really reflect you, and it's been an honor.
Yeah, great
serve
job.
with you. So congratulations.
We have some commissioners that really want to say a few things. Commissioner Vaughn and then Commissioner Modis.
Laura, you deserve this. I've enjoyed working with you. You've done a great job. And oh my gosh, who would have thought we would have seen the side of Brent so sweet and compassionate? I mean, you did that.
He's turning. He's learning.
Commissioner Modis.
Thank you. And Laura, just thank you for all your years of service. We as the court appreciate every time you give us a judgment that, of course, keeps us out of jail, right? Keeps us in the right frame of the law. But also your professionalism. You've worked with people from both parties, and you've always been fair. You've never been political, and I appreciate that. In a day and an age where we see that happening more, your office has always been a professional group, and you've never known whether people are D's or R's. And even though you've run as a D, you still, with your judgments, your opinions you've given us, your advocacy you've given us, it's always been above the mark. And I personally just feel that people can always appreciate the work that someone's done when they're gone, and can imagine when in a few weeks that you won't be here with us. But at least for me, it will never be a regret that you were here. Never a regret, because you were here for the people year in and year out to keep this county and this court moving forward. And so I thank you for that. I thank you for being an advocate and someone I looked up to as I began my years of service in politics. And so you are very much in my mind as far as how to be respectful and how to serve the community regardless of party. You're doing it just for the right reasons, and so I thank you for that example that you've led all these years.
Thank you. So I think, Commissioner?
I just want to, I mean, of course, you know how I feel about it, and thank you for everything. I know I didn't like what you tell me sometimes, because I know you're going to say don't do it, and it's not the right thing to do, and all these things that we don't want to hear. But I think behind that voice was still the reason they were telling us why you wanted to do it, why we should do it. Because, you know, I can't help you if you do it different, you know. And so I really appreciate not only the years I've been here as a commissioner, but the years that I was a judge. That, you know, we sat in my office many times, and, you know, we went over the laws, and I said, do what you want to do, but the law is the law, you know. So, and I really appreciate all the guidance you gave me when I first started here back, I guess, 2000, you know. And so I appreciate everything you've done. You know, I think you've done great for this community. You've done great for Nueces County, and you're going to be missed. And still got that first drawing you gave me back in 2001. You gave me a drawing, and it's still in my office.
Oh, yes.
So, you know, of course, anytime you're around, you know, coffee's still free, and so you know, even the cookies are still free. So come by, visit. The door's open all the time. So God bless you and your family, and, you know, anything we can do for you, you let us know.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your nice words. All the commission. I wish we could just say, okay, let's all go home, because it feels so good. You make us feel that way. Thank you. I think we have.
Hey, Judge, may I?
Of course, Sheriff.
Laura.
There she. There.
1983, maybe 1984, the first time we worked together, and you kept me out of trouble then. And here, when I became the sheriff, you kept me out of trouble now. And I greatly appreciate your voice and your advice in my first 2 years. And if you ever choose to call me out of the blue and give me advice, I will listen moving forward. You know, we started, like I said, in 84, 85, and I never thought that you would be on that road trip to Austin to the senator's office, and you helped keep me out of trouble then. And I'm greatly appreciated. I feel, and I know you've told me before, that you would pray for me in my efforts in the office. And rest assured, I will. I felt it, and I will pray for you for you in the next phase of your life. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor to represent all of you in this county.
Amen.
Okay, I have to say a few words too, because I met Laura in 2008 when I first joined the purchasing office, and we got to know Laura at lunchtime. She would come down occasionally to visit Elsa, and
that's right.
If anybody could get Laura to laugh, that was me. We had the good times at those lunches, and then when I came into the office of the purchasing agent, you were there to really help me in the beginning. To understand the why we do things the way we do, and why we don't do them a certain other way. And whenever I had a question about what was the correct approach and where is it found in the law, you were there for us and for me personally. And so I just want to extend that thank you to you. I really enjoyed all the time that we spent together working, and I hope to continue to be the voice of reason where I can for the court in the way that you have here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michael.
So nice.
You really stepped it up. I mean, when you got selected, it was the best choice ever. I mean, continue doing such a great job for the county. I'm proud of you, very proud of you.
Thank you so much, all of us. We have voted already, so we are ready to proceed, but it feels like we should just hang here forever. It reminds me of that great feeling you feel. You just don't want to let it go.
Motion to adjourn. No, I'm kidding.
Maybe we should vote again, just because she's so wonderful. Let's just vote again. Let's give her anyway. Yeah, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Carolyn. We needed to transition. So let me do it the old-fashioned way. We've got a consent agenda that needs attending to, and commissioners, it is long, and it is items A through U, and I'd ask for a motion at this time.
Judge, I'd like to pull C and K, please.
C, and just because I can barely hear you, did you say K?
C and K.
Gotcha. Anything else? Say it again.
Q, R, and U.
Okay, Q, R, and U. Commissioners on my left, anybody here?
Item T.
Item T. Okay, how about a,
Motion to approve the rest.
thank you, that's where I was headed. And how about a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Let's take item C first. Item C. Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, and again, I'm just wanting to pull out the crosswind and abstain on that, and just, that was all I was wanting to do on that. There was the voting ambassadors and the things like that were in there I just not comfortable with, and I just wanted to vote on that. I'm not trying to pick a fight or get into an argument again, just wanted to pull that one out and vote separately, and the rest I have no issue with, and
Okay.
move forward.
All right, let's I'll make a motion to approve the authorization and payment of bills on item number C, and I'll take a second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Abstain.
And abstain. I've got a no and an abstention. Thank you so much. Item K.
Okay, sorry, Judge, thank you. Zoned out there. Approve a funding method. All I want to do here is just amend this to include, in case the court decides to move forward with demolition of Bob Hall Pier on Friday, to amend this request for proposals to include that if the court does that on Friday. So that was all I want to do there.
You want to just
Makes
repeat
sense?
it?
I'm sorry.
If you don't
So
mind.
this is approving a funding method for the procurement request for proposals for Bob Hall Pier marine debris removal. That is the removal of the T that
Yes.
fell into the ocean. What I am trying to do is amend this so that we can also, if the court decides on Friday to move forward with demolition, to include in that RFP the demolition of the pier in addition to the marine debris removal, in hopes that that will cause some possible
Right.
cost efficiencies.
How about if we say it this way? So, Michael, it's a subject to. You understand on Friday, we might make some decisions, and if those decisions, they could or could not yield a different outcome for this RFP, that this flexibility with this vote gives you the opportunity to amend the RFP to include other demolition. Sound good?
I'm okay with framing it however y'all would like.
Good answer.
So that's, okay.
Okay.
Motion, I think. there
So
was a second.
motion and it's motion to approve, and again, subject to the additional decision-making that will occur on Friday.
So we're actually bundling both debris together?
Only if we decide.
Only if the court decides to demolish on Friday.
Just gives a little flexibility to Michael to.
Subject to.
'Cause we want to approve this RFP, but on Friday, there might be a decision that gives
Yeah,
him
it's basically
flexibility.
the difference would be approval for an RFP for Bob Hall Pier marine debris removal and demolition, or not and demolition. That's what we're talking about.
If that's what the court decides,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
got to vote.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. All right, that goes.
Who seconded? He didn't.
Commissioner Vaughn. Let's go to Q.
I just want to, well, what is it? I mean, I don't understand what it is.
Well, it's the Kale grant. Maria's not in the room, but we could ask her to join in. This is a second amendment for this agreement that we have that Dr. Hilda Ramirez has been working on for many, many months, and it's been extended by Kale.
We're still doing that with the chamber? The part of the,
It's she's not doing it with the chamber anymore, doing it with
We
Nueces
took it over
County.
at one point, but
We're doing it still.
more money.
COVID-19 has extended it.
that grant that we took over
Right.
on behalf of the chamber, right?
And they're basically about in their final stages of rendering their reports and their information on the inclusivity.
Put no money into it, are we?
No, we're the recipients
And
of these
I
dollars.
think this is simply an extension.
Hi, this is Maria.
Hi, Maria.
Yeah, it's a no-cost time extension just to give us some extra time to finish out the deliverables that were outlined in the contract. Dr. Ramirez will be doing a presentation on the January 6th court on the activities of the grant.
So moved.
All right, motion, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then R, Commissioner.
I'll pull this out because, Maria, are you still there? I hope.
Yeah, she is.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
So this is, again, a no-cost time extension. It's change order number 2 with J.S. Heron. They're the ones that are working on the Banquetti Booster Pump Station project. It's partially funded by Texas Water Development Board. Again, it's a no-cost time extension due to weather delays. We just wanted to pull it to clarify. The backup documentation you were given shows 60 days. The change order is actually going to be for 75 calendar days.
And we can't do it here in court for, say, 75 days instead of 6 days?
The backup document, so what's being routed for signature does say 75 days.
Does say so? Okay. But I did talk to Carola and I talked to, to Robert, so we're okay with that. And developer wanted a little more time, I guess, because they're gonna be gone most of the holidays, so. At least Carola's staff is gonna be gone most of the holidays. So we're okay with 75 days. And we can't ratify that here, we can't even do it today and pass it, or, I don't know, can we do that? Just instead of
Well,
60, say
I
75
mean, we would
days?
have to amend the agenda to do it. We could do
That
that.
might
but-
be a louder question. I mean, it just says approval of the change order. I am routing the change order that says 75 days.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, so we can still approve today, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so do you have a motion? All right, and a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. All right, and now Commissioner Modis, you've got a question on T, and we do have an expert in the room.
Hey, Marv. Thank you, Judge. No particular question. I just, every time I see the lots coming up for sale, and especially in their precinct 3, a lot of times they are in precinct 3, but today, every single one of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Lots 1 through 20 is in precinct 3. Agua Dulce, Robstown, and Banquete. And Banquete has actually the most amount, around roughly $85,000. Agua Dulce about $4,500, and Robstown a little over $30,000. So probably a little over maybe $110,000 back in the books, and that's if the lots stay as is and people are just paying on the lots themselves. I mean, we could potentially have some development on these lots, especially in the Rancho Amistad area, and so that's just exciting. I just always want the court to take pause, one, to appreciate and thank the work that Linebarger does for us to get this work done, but two, to show the potential of, we wonder and we struggle, what is being done with lots that people are not paying their taxes, or just, when someone passes, there's no one to take the land over. There are people out there looking at buying, especially in Rancho Amistad, where there's a developer who's looking at buying and selling the lots to really create some development out there. And so the more development we have, obviously, it's more attractive to people to move out to that part of the county, but also you can hopefully try to get one day a uniformed neighborhood together with some real sensible infrastructure attached to that. So I just wanted to pull that just to kind of remind the court and the public of the work that's being done and the potential we have.
Well, Commissioner,
in the future.
we were going to ask to pull that item as well. Okay. Thank you for asking us to talk about it. In fact, me and Juan, well, they have an item later, but the reason Marvin was sticking around was for this item, and we wanted to talk about this publicly because me and Marvin and Juan talked about this last night. We were going to pull it to give the public even more notice, and so I wanted Marvin to talk about this particular development.
Okay. Well, yeah, Tyner and Juan called me yesterday, Commissioner Matas and Judge and members of the court, and I know that just to kind of go back and give you a little refresher history about Rancho Amistad. Rancho Amistad was a subdivision that was developed in the 1980s, and it is a platted subdivision. There was a plat submitted and approved by the Commissioners Court. So it is a platted subdivision. All of the lots are an acre to an acre and a half, okay? It's located about 1.5 miles north of Banquetti on FM 666 at the corner of 666 and County Road 44. The developer went bankrupt in the 80s, and the infrastructure in the subdivision, particularly the roads, were never completed. So it just kind of sat there as looked like a pasture with about half a dozen houses around the perimeter on the county roads, okay? There was a long bankruptcy, finally got through that, got through the delinquent tax lawsuit, put the properties up for foreclosure, sold most of the lots along the paved roads, okay? 666 and 44. But the interior lots did not sell at that time because no roads. So we put this up for a resale auction in 2016, and we tried to sell it all as one group, all the lots as one group, failed to attract a bid, sold a bunch of them individually, and then we've come back to you several times over the last few years to sell these lots to individuals. And I'm not going to say a lot of the lots, a good number of the lots have been sold to a gentleman and his company from the Dallas area, and he's come in and done a lot of the work on the infrastructure. There are roads there now. They're not up to county standards, perhaps, okay? They're not paved roads, they're caliche roads, but he has put the roads in. And he's sold quite a few of the lots that he's bought from the county. And now he's made an offer here to buy these last number of lots, 15 lots in Rancho Amistad. Most of these are on the east side of the subdivision where there's some pretty significant drainage problems. And he's willing to address all that, put the money into it to get them up to where he can sell them. But Mr. Pimental has expressed some concerns because his office, I believe, and he can certainly elaborate on that, is getting a lot of calls from folks wanting the county to come out there and do work. So let me just cede the microphone.
Oh, yeah, when you talk about getting calls, yeah, my office is the one that gets calls on this. I mean, we try to get IRT to work with them. We can't. I mean, there's no infrastructure. It doesn't qualify for programs that are available. Yeah, so when you look at somebody that's hopefully willing to take it on and correct it before they sell it, because, you know, that's been one of my concerns when I first came on almost 4 years now, was one of the first things that we did was get with you and Linebarger and Public Works at the time to enact language that kind of a buyer beware of the lots that they're buying. And my concern is, though, that when we get developers, you know, they can turn around and they're not required to really be aware or to pass along that information to the community, and so we can end up with that same problem again. And I don't know, Judge, if that's something that we could look at acting statutorily, or just look for best practices in other parts of the state. But we need to do something on that. But yeah, when you talk about getting calls, yeah, we get them all the time. I can tell you, the gentleman that bought these lots probably didn't have to do much in paving, even with caliche, because Edward and Eden and I have taken trips through that neighborhood multiple times over these last few years, driving through, and we just kind of cut through the grass and lower it even more and more as you see the truck marks driving through there. So definitely want to hear more of this, because this is the first time I'm hearing this, so a little unfortunate that this be presented in court this way, Tyner. So next time, y'all need to let me know, right? Especially if something happening in my precinct. But go ahead, let us know what's going on.
Let me just say one thing. Yes, you pointed out that the county attorney and the county engineer, when it was Glenn, they came up with all this language and these documents, and we add all this stuff to what we give to people that are interested in buying property. We attach it to the resale list. It's printed in English and in Spanish. And then when someone buys property, tax resale property from the county through Linebarger, they submit this document, which they fill out. It shows us how they want their deeds made out and so forth. But they also, we ask them to read it and sign it. And in here, they acknowledge that they received this information and read it. So those are the things that we're doing to make sure that people are as aware as possible of what they're getting into when they buy a property in an undeveloped area. But they do point out correctly, once we sell it to someone that buys them in bulk like this, and then they resell them. We don't
This
have
is
any.
the age-old problem of
Yes.
buying in an undeveloped area to avoid the taxation that occurs in the urban area. There's entire conferences dedicated to county judges and commissioners on subdivisions and all this, and I don't think there's going to be any statutory fix, but, I mean, obviously, we can continue to highlight and point out what we can do, but I think it's just a source of frustration.
I think there's a couple of things we might consider. Judge, we have the model subdivision rules, and we can always add, why can't we just try to, maybe through legislation, add the roads to the model subdivision rules? We do the septics, we do the water wells, so why not the roads, and it'd be part of the subdivision rules. The thing is, I hate to go into this again, like Mandy Lane, all those people, we shouldn't even allow the developer to build unless that road is done. If he's gonna build houses, he should build a road before he builds houses according to the stipulations to the county. And if he's not in stipulations, then he can build those houses. I think we're letting them build everything. At the end, they don't even build the roads. So I think we're working backwards here. I think, hey, you want to build the roads.
I think Jag's right. I don't know what you can do to change it, but these homeowners go in there and they think the county's going to fix their road, and they're not given the right information.
And right now, what it is, I'll tell you what the problem is too, is that road is a private road. So after they build, that road belongs half to this resident and half to that resident. So now we have to tell them, oh, give us that land, and they don't want to give us the land. They don't want, but they got to give us that piece of land if we're going to do anything with it. But once it's done, why are we gonna do it? I mean, that should have been done by the developer, and he should be held accountable. And they should put a bond if in case he doesn't do it. There should be a bond, so that bond can go back. We do the same thing with the water and septic. They set a bond. They sell the property. There's a bond in case they don't come back. That we pay for the septic and the water well with that bond. So I don't. There's too much building out there that we're not even. We're gonna have some teeth on these developers, guys.
In this case, it's a kind of a unique situation because the property was developed and platted properly in the 80s, and then he went bust and didn't pay for the road construction. Now you can't really hold him accountable unless you're going to dig him up because he's been dead now for about 3 years. But
whoever the developer is now, it's got
tough situation.
I know you can't help. I guess we can if we had a new developer now. And said, hey, you want to develop, then you got to build a road, because we can't help them if you don't build a road. Right. I think that, and it's hard for us to tell the people we can't help you. It's not our road. Well, it's a county. We're in a county, yeah, but it's not a county road.
Right.
So, I think that I don't know. We need to sit down really on this one and kind of worked it out to, I know there's another subdivision coming up, in Calal, I think it is, or somewhere. Man, we can't let those developers go any further unless they're going to build that road.
Yes, sir. Judge, Commissioners, good morning. And Commissioner, you're correct. We do get a lot of numerous calls regarding, not only this subdivision, but some other ones that we cannot go in and do any work. But, they're requesting for us to install driveways for them, or when we're going to go out there and fix the roads. And, we kind of trying to explain to some of these constituents that we can't go in there. And but I have brought it up, and I just wanted to make sure that there's some way that we can notify whoever is planning on purchasing these properties that we can't do anything.
You know what's bad also, one, is the fact that not even the school buses can go in there.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
They won't go in there because it's a private road.
Yes, sir.
So, the kids got to walk 3-4 blocks or whatever it is to go to the main street to get the bus.
Well, it becomes a safety issue. Yeah. If you need to get an ambulance in there, it does.
Well, that's actually a very good point, because when you look at Chapter 232, there's actually a provision for that. So that's something important that you just said that you can maybe get your teeth into. But like I said, all the wise men and women have been debating this issue for a long time, and we haven't been able to get it because we also value in Texas private property rights. And I'm going to tell you something. This is not the first discussion, nor will it be the last. And our problems are huge. If we actually had the dollars for county infrastructure, I mean, we could take care of these folks. But we don't. Juan doesn't do it because he doesn't want to. No. He doesn't do it because he doesn't have the dollars to do it. And that's why when we talk about keeping our legislative agenda, which we're going to get to in some point, high priority for these transportation fees, it's to help these types of issues. And you can't have one without the other, but you've got to focus on what's winnable. And I think that we can continue to make our voices heard. You sit on the South Texas Judicial, Association, make this a top priority. We can certainly, talk to the committee on transportation, in addition to Senator Lucio, who chairs intergovernmental affairs. We have the right ability, but again, they're trying to not allow us to have our voices and our agents in Austin. It's kind of hard to change laws when they won't let you go and advocate for yourself. Yeah. These are one of the many, many things that, we need to be thoughtful for. So I would tell everyone, why don't we read and relook at Chapter 232, and let's see what good ideas Tyner and Ms. Belinda can come up with, and then we can go advocate for them.
Yeah, and I think we need to look up as far as the model subdivision rules, Judge. To start off there, we can add roads to the model subdivision rules.
And I'm looking at the rules right now, and there's very, very little in there.
It affects water and waste. And
the only dialogue on roads that I saw is basically you cannot prescribe a higher standard than that which the county prescribes for itself, and that's not very helpful. So that's all that they reference. But
and maybe we put some bonds also. Let's set a bond. Have the developer put a bond. I don't know. We gotta do something.
Well, just see what's permissible, right? Tyner, that's kind of where we need to start. Is that like I said, Jim Allison does an entire conference on this, and don't reinvent the wheel. Grab the important dicta that's out there, and let us know what's been litigated and where there's wiggle room, if any.
There was basically really no county authority.
That's right.
Until the mid-'90s. And like this subdivision, when they were subdividing in the 80s, the county really had zero control over what anybody did. We didn't get our model rules. Well, we didn't get authority to even do model rules until 2009.
Yeah.
2008 or 2009. Our first model subdivision rules were adopted, I believe, in 2010. And therein, we have the authority on the drainage and the roads and the requirement for bonds. But unfortunately, anything subdivided before that, there's not that much authority.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for the good discussion. I think we're all in agreement. So all those, actually, Commissioner Manas, I should yield back to you. How do you feel? Or do you feel like you got the information that you wanted? We have to make a motion to.
I mean, there's, we got to get these back on like now. I mean, it's not just about us. I know it's a school district as well. So, motion to approve.
Thank you. And a second, please. Okay, a second from Gonzalez. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, great. Thank you. And that takes us to the last one, which is you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I pulled it out because I thought we had already done it. And then I got some paperwork yesterday, I guess, as an update, but it has the same information on it.
Okay, so
I don't know
what's the
877? No, 877.
Correct.
Is that for the translation in Spanish?
Correct.
So I thought we already done that, but didn't we do that one time?
No, this is for the dashboard. This is for the color coding, red, yellow, red, orange, yellow, green. And this dashboard has not been translated into Spanish. It's going to be a daily dashboard that will let the public know what our risk level is. And we have it in English, but we need to translate it into Spanish, and it has all the recommendations. You've seen the dashboard, but it's not been translated into Spanish. We asked for a professional proposal for translation, and this is what this is for. And we will already, it's part of our spending plan and part of our submittal for reimbursement. It needs to be done in Spanish. We can't have a dashboard, you know.
I thought it was already done in Spanish.
Yeah, no, it is not.
The messaging was already done in Spanish somewhere.
No, this is the dashboard. This is, I don't know what messaging. I think you're thinking about nuecesknows.com. That's been done in Spanish. Nuecesknows.com is the website. This dashboard, it comes from Public Health.
Okay, so move on.
Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. I'll second it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Pose same sign. Okay. And I'm trying to be thoughtful here about our regular agenda that kind of looks scary if you look at it. Wow. What I'd like to do is, because the Smith Group has been on for a long time, I'd like to see if we can just get through items 1 and 2, and then we will take a break for a lunch. But what we'll do is have our executive session louder during that break. That way we can at least keep working and keep moving forward. And so it's not really a break, but it looks like Teresa's looking for my attention. No, we're good? Okay. So in that case, this is a very important item that's sort of a year in the making. Discuss and consider 3 conceptual options for the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Facility and their estimated cost. The item, it does call for action, commissioners, to approve 1 conceptual option. It also asks us to consider and select the Smith Group for the design services, and it authorizes the county judge or her designee to negotiate an agreement with the Smith Group for these professional services to be brought back to Commissioners Court for approval with financing options. This is to keep us going. We've certainly been active for the past year in the feasibility study, in selecting the Smith Group to be a part of our design, but they have actually now facilitated the 3 conceptual design, or the designs that you will have before you. And so we will ask Chris Knorr from the Smith Group to walk us through these designs. I should let everybody know that most of us have had the opportunity to look at this PowerPoint presentation and in fact meet with the Smith Group. So I just want the audience to know if we move quickly, it's because we have had the luxury of individual meetings. And of course, we've had the luxury of discussing this in court on numerous occasions. And so, Chris, thank you and welcome, and I'll let you begin.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Chris Knorr with Smith Group. Tyner, did you want me to share my screen, or would you like to run the presentation on your side?
Either or. Why don't you let me go ahead and share it?
Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay.
And just for your information, Chris, we did make a hard copy of your presentation, and we just passed it out to the court.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. So I will try and be brief, but please do feel free to interject or to stop me for discussion if there is any or any questions. And thank you, as the judge had mentioned, I was able to speak with a number of the commissioners previously, and there were some really good dialogue about the project. The primary questions that were raised at the time of those meetings are items 1 through 3, so we'll talk about each of those in more detail today. So who's the building being constructed for? What might happen in the future? And how large a facility does the county truly need? And then the 4th item was based on the previous Commissioner Court meeting where the building appearance and overall project costs were concerned. So we wanted to try and address those issues as well. So if I move into the first section of the discussion today, it'll cover the first 2 questions. So who is the building being constructed for? and what might happen in the future. To give a little bit of background for those who haven't had the opportunity to look at the project in more detail, what we're attempting to do is understand how many decedents might be coming to the facility in the future, and so that we can better size the facility for that end goal. And part of the accreditation board, the National Association of Medical Examiners, asks that the facilities generally try and maintain a 100-mile radius maximum for the counties or for the areas that it's serving. And for the most part, all the counties that Nueces has as partners in the light blue in the South Texas portion of the map are within that 100-mile radius, or at least in very close proximity to the 100-mile radius. So for an operational perspective, you can get to and bring decedents from those counties in a relatively short amount of time. So that's where you're serving. That's all the counties that Nueces does receive some decedents from. My understanding is that you don't have memorandums of understanding with each of those counties at this time, but you do occasionally receive decedents from them. However, we also want to know where the population trend is headed today. In the future, for 30 years in the future anyways, with the lifespan of this building, there will be a tremendous amount of growth. You are one of the fastest growing areas in the country. You likely see it on the streets for both the people coming in, new construction, the industry that's in your area, all contributes to that growth. And so we want to be mindful of that, because as population grows, the number of decedents that the facility will have to autopsy also increases. Just if violent crime stays the same, it's likely going to be an increase in the number of decedents. We want to be mindful of that as we plan going forward, that Nueces County grows to about 500,000 and the larger region grows to about 1.4 million. We also look at the historically, what happened in the last 5 years for the medical examiner. Their facility has seen a general increase in the number of autopsies. That dark bar is the total number of autopsies, up to about 740 last year. The second bar, the lighter color bar, for Nueces County specifically, shows that there's quite a high percentage of the cases that the county medical examiner receives from county specifically. The orange numbers on that bar, and then the smaller bar from the partner communities of the number of decedents there, those are the rates per 1,000. Those are important because in the next graphics, we'll show you how that impacts the total number of decedents going forward. So you're receiving a high percentage of decedents from Nueces County. This year's totals appear to be even higher than that, however. Likely we'll know more about what happened and why those increases are being seen across the country in the next year or two, when there's been enough time to understand what truly happened. But for our clients, both here in Nueces County and other locations throughout the country, have seen an increase this year due to the stress for COVID, not necessarily the number of deaths from COVID, but the impact to families from domestic abuse and drug abuse likely have some impact to the number of autopsies that you're seeing. So what does this mean? It means that the medical examiner staff are providing the majority of their services for Nueces County, and that the load contributed by other partners is relatively minimal at this point. Any questions for that?
No, only to just reflect that population growth. We're already currently serving this region. There's no reason to basically suggest that any other smaller county would be able to have the infrastructure, as in the medical facility, to relieve our load or to alleviate our load.
Very good point, Judge. Normally, you would need to have over 250 autopsies to justify the staffing requirements for an accredited facility. So right now, Nueces County is far beyond that. You absolutely need your own facility. I think that what the what the analysis is hoping to show is that those partner communities are not contributing to the level that would push them into having their own facility.
And that's important, even though he's not in the room. He might be listening in his office. But Commissioner Chesney was concerned that we're carrying the load for these other counties. And what the study actually shows is while we do have workload, that their counties outside our jurisdiction is minimal. And therefore, even if we were looking just at ourselves, this is a facility that's clearly needed for our current and our future growth. But that if you had to judge it from our, I guess, partner counties, they're not creating a problem for us. Their contribution overall is minimal, but there is a cumulative effect. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's correct. Okay. So using that data that was previously discussed helps us to build the number of autopsies that will likely be seen in the facility. Now, this is a crystal ball. Decisions can be made as far as how many decedents you'll take from those partner communities, how large you intend to grow in your decedent load. But the goal is to use the historical data to inform us on how to correctly size the facility going forward. So I want to highlight in 2050, the total decedent load, if we use the last 5 years, if we don't add any more counties into the mix, that you'll see somewhere around 940 to 950 autopsies. At least that's quite likely. So that's a number that I'd like to just point out that we'll reflect back on here shortly. So something has changed in the region, and that is that Hidalgo recently has no longer completing autopsies for their county. They are a large county, as I'm sure you recognize, and I don't know specifically if there is an intent to bring a new medical examiner there, to bring a forensic pathologist in to start completing autopsies in Hidalgo County or for Hidalgo County. But it does have an impact, a dramatic impact to what this facility might see. The comparison on the right column kind of shows where you were without that county, adding quite a substantial load, though, to the overall region if they were to be considered a full contributor to the mix. So they do have an impact. They absolutely have an impact. Right now, their impact it fluctuates. It sounds like they are seeing approximately 3 to 4 decedents at a time. So that means that when the medical examiner does receive decedents, they receive them in a larger group, and unfortunately, that has impacts to operations as well. So, not knowing exactly how many decedents that Hidalgo plans to contribute to the mix or to the system, even if it is at a low rate, as is suggested here, it does have an impact to the number of decedents that would be planned for the maximum life of the building. However, I do believe that you have flexibility using without having them as a direct partner, without having them as with an MOU. That there's flexibility for the size of the facility, what we're doing without Hidalgo County, for the decedent load for the next few years. So this gives you, the county, an opportunity, I think, to be able to right size a facility and say, we can help you for a time, but at some point we need to have a better understanding of whether or not you will be signing a memorandum of understanding with us, or we will have to unfortunately ask you to shed those services to your own medical examiner.
Exactly.
So the design, I believe, does allow for flexibility.
And we saw this happen in Travis County, where Travis County basically now has a flip-flop. They receive more bodies for autopsy outside of Travis County than they do inside Travis County. Well, weird.
Absolutely.
Here it is next.
Yeah, and that can be a contribution from multiple factors. One of the counties that Nueces sometimes receives decedents from, Victoria County, also sends decedents to Travis County, and they have flexibility in where they go, which is great for that county specifically. But the professionalism and the importance on the decedent itself is seen at a higher level with a new facility. So is there a chance that you will start to see more decedents coming into the system? There is one. So I answered the first two questions. The last question, which is probably the most important when it relates to cost, is how large a facility do you actually need? And we're going to look at it in a couple of different ways. This first comparison is comparing peer facilities, so other facilities in the country that are similar in size, have a similar decedent demand, compare them to their space type. So what this analysis allows us to do is to be able to say, have the staff or the medical examiner here in Nueces ask for something that other places haven't? Have they asked for more office space? Have they asked for a larger sally port, for instance? And truly, the mix is in alignment with those other peer facilities. So it feels as though that the program is correctly allocated based on those other peers. So the goal here is
I think
just
that's
to
a really
understand-
important, I mean, we need to underscore so everyone can kind of take notes here. That is super important. We have not asked for anything here and nor designed that is not supported by the data of what other contemporary facilities like us show as a proper mix. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
That we've properly made these considerations?
Correct. Then we also want to look at how much square footage is allocated by staff. So in this instance, we're comparing those peer facilities, the first three columns, the lighter blue columns. Placer County is just outside of Sacramento in California. Johnson County is on the Kansas side of the Kansas City area. And then Ada County is in the area around Boise, Idaho. So they are different. The facilities are all different. They have a different mix of services. Some have higher need for investigations like Ada County does in Idaho. Their investigation staff is very large. And investigation staff generally have a smaller footprint per staff member than, for instance, at Johnson County, which has a slightly smaller number of or percentage of investigators to their medical examiner staff. So as we look at the different facilities, I also want to add that we've removed or excluded toxicology from this analysis. So we're really comparing apples to apples. And what it really gets down to in those last two columns is the dark blue is where we've programmed Nueces County today, and that gray is where you are today. So that's the last number is truly an impact to your operations, and that the area that the staff have to work in is so constrained that they have difficulties doing their job. And so unfortunately, it doesn't relate to an operation of a facility that is adequately sized. Okay, and then this last series of graphs will discuss comparisons to autopsy rate so that we can look at the square footage against the autopsies that the other facilities, the other peer facilities are allocated. So there are two that are very close in size in this chart or in this graphic. Placer County and Johnson County both plan for around 750 autopsies a year, but they have a quite substantial size difference. The reason for Johnson County's size increase is due to a couple of factors that primarily relate to internalized mechanical systems. Their goal was to avoid the impacts to either tornado events or to snow for the staff and the facility itself. So they had a focus to try and pull or internalize that mechanical space. That's also something that we would suggest for your facility as well, based on your proximity to the coast and the issues with hurricane force winds. Our suggestion would be to try and internalize as much of that mechanical space as possible. The other component was training. They want to be able to bring other individuals that are sending decedents to the facility in for conferences. And so it's important for them to have training space that's adequate to do that. And something similar that your staff the Nueces County Medical Examiner staff has shown as a goal to be able to bring the JPs in and talk to them about the importance for what they do and how they deliver the decedents themselves. The final component is where should you be? So at 950 decedents per year, approximately 940 to 950, you're in the realm of those two facilities. They're at 750 decedents per year that you're compared to. The last component that I wanted to highlight is that as of the projection for this year, the county medical examiner is going to be around 830 autopsies per year, and your facility size is not even close. So unfortunately, to look at today's facility and try and use it as a comparison to what you need to be doesn't unfortunately relate. We're comparing apples and oranges, as the saying might be. That the facility today doesn't really have adequate space for the needs that you have even today.
It's a very significant chart in my mind.
Yeah, and so after all those conversations with the team at the medical examiner's office, it does feel like this isn't a very responsible approach to the operational needs that they have today and in the future. You're at the bottom end of the square footage necessary in order to be able to maintain a successful operation. Okay, so to recap those three first questions, primary questions, Nueces County is the benefactor for this building. You really will be serving your population in the county directly from its new construction, and hopefully being able to improve those services. What might happen in the future? Unfortunately, there's a lot of factors that may come into it, but the plan that the medical examiner staff has worked out today really is something that gives you future flexibility. So there is capacity in the system to allow for a short-term increase in decedent load, and that this is really a fiscally responsible approach because you haven't asked for more square footage than what would be requested by others. That the accreditation standards will be upheld so that you can maintain accreditation throughout the process. So it does feel as though right now the facility is sized in a fiscally responsible way. All right. So the last item of the discussion for today is to talk through the building appearance and project costs. So we had three options that were under consideration, but what I wanted to do is, for those who may not remember where the site is or where the site is being discussed anyways, is that we're near the Memorial Hospital site, so the campus there. Medical examiner's office is actually on the site currently, immediately adjacent to where it is being discussed to be placed in the future. So north being to the top of the page, the site is immediately to the east of the existing medical examiner facility. We also want to talk through a little bit about the context of the site, and that it's important to be able to say that this is part of the larger medical campus that will see some redevelopment in the future. And so we want to pay homage to the strategies that were imported into the site today. And so the existing campus architectural palette is important for us to respond to. So some of the elements are the materials that are included, so a little bit of masonry, volumes for the entry features, so increased volume and increased height of the building itself, to be able to focus your attention and be able to bring clients to those locations. Part of the discussion from the last court meeting was that our charge was to look at three options for the facility. One being the first option being as programmed. So that's the larger building, which includes the area in yellow and red. Option two was to say that we'll build the shell for everything. We'll build out the medical examiner, but we'll build a shell space for toxicology itself. And then the third option is to fully remove toxicology and all the spaces that are associated with its needs. So the three goals kind of have an impact on the square footage that is built in the beginning and is built in the end. To look at the building, what it could be, what it could look like in the future. Again, this is an aerial of the new facility, what it could look like. Hospital Boulevard here on the bottom right-hand corner of the page is to the south. The residential neighborhood is to the north, and some residential on the northwest corner as well. So what we were trying to do is establish a dialogue, as mentioned, that Hospital Boulevard is the front and visitor entry. And so there is a elevated element there in the building facade to be able to promote that visibility for entry for visitors who who are unfortunately coming to the facility at a very troubling time or challenging time. And so we want to make sure that there's a good visibility for them, for where they're going to be going. But we also want to be able to restrict visibility on the sides that are going to be seen by the public. So from the residential buildings on the northwest and the north, we want to be able to create a visible or a barrier, a screen that would stop direct views into the facility grounds. Although we still intend to fully enclose the sally port where decedents will be offloaded and loaded for release. The final component to discuss is that parking for the staff is currently anticipated to be behind a secure fence as well. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances surrounding a death, sometimes family members might be under additional stress and want to ask questions outside of a controlled environment. And we want to protect staff from being able to have those, from being forced to have interactions that may be uncomfortable for them in a condition where there might be an elevated state of emotions. So the other reason for showing you this view is that I wanted to point out where the toxicology area is in the building. So for option 2, as mentioned earlier, the idea would be that this area, this wing of the building would be constructed, but the interior would not be fit out. And then for the third option, it would be to remove the area in red, that area bounded in red, which includes a corridor that connects it to the rest of the facility.
And Chris, for ventilation, that toxicology lab, if we were to select the shell, it would have its own ventilation, its own complete separate HVAC. Is that correct?
It can be handled in a couple of different ways. They, of course, have cost options. We could either include it as part of the facility built today, so that in the future you could connect to the ductwork chilled water exhaust system that's existing, or it could be added in the future. They have cost implications, like I mentioned. They have a little bit of space implications, but it can be either direction.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
You're welcome. So here's a view of the entry from Hospital Boulevard. Again, the goal is to be able to have a pallet that connects to the new buildings on the campus, but then also to signify entry for visitors. As we get closer to the main building entry, we want to have a softer entry feature for the visitors. We want to be able to provide them a space that they can enter, a vestibule, which provides both a way of interacting with staff, but also a secure boundary that prevents people from being able to walk directly into the facility. And then be able, through materiality, be able to warm up the spaces, whether that be a metal panel at the underside of the roof as shown in this image that may look like wood, or it could be a color tone that helps to soften the spaces, along with some softer furniture, both interior and exterior. Then staff also in the role that they have is emotionally and physically taxing. And so the goal with the design of this concept elevation or rendering is to identify having a small space of respite in that near the staff entry would do them a lot of benefit at the nice times of the year, be able to get out after the morning's work and be able to take a break at lunchtime or at the early afternoon. And then also to be able to provide an entry that's commensurate with the visitor entry. We want to be able to signify to the staff that their contributions to the county are at the same level as the public entering the facility as well, making it a slightly more restrained volume and context. And then from the rear of the facility, looking as an aerial from the north down to the rest of the grounds, again, we wanted to point out that all the mechanical and electrical gear, we're hoping to be able to screen that as much as possible, and then also to provide a screened exit for decedents as they leave in vehicles. Paying attention to the surrounding community is very important for us. Okay. So then the last item, which is likely one of the items that the Commissioner's Court is very interested in, is to look at the costs, the potential costs for the three options. Based on the current program and the baseline assumption of the three different options, we looked at both construction cost and project cost. So for those who may not be familiar with the two different distinctions, construction cost is the cost of only constructing the building and the site that it sits on. The project cost adds all the other items that are beyond construction. So for instance, the equipment that goes within the building, the furniture that goes within the building, any permitting costs that might be associated with the project, any other design costs that might be associated with the project. So there's a considerable amount of expense that goes beyond that, and we know that there is a goal to be able to be as fiscally responsible as possible. And so these three options, I believe, show the court a good dynamic between what happens when you completely eliminate the toxicology from being added into the program in the future, for instance. That has a lower and approximate cost of around $24.5 million, all the way up to the as programmed, which includes a fully constructed toxicology space at around $30 million for maximum. So there are goals to be able to change. There are opportunities to be able to change these costs. Those have an impact on facility size, the items that go in day one and maybe are deferred till later. For instance, the staff currently have an X-ray machine. That X-ray machine could be used today, but we could build out the space to be able to accommodate a new full body high-speed X-ray that would save dollars for today's costs, but could be added in the future as well.
And I just want to comment as we're looking at at the costs and the difference in the different options 1, 2, and 3, that really what we're building here is, you know, we use the terminology ME office or morgue just casually, but we're building a medical facility. We're building a hospital of sorts that has very sophisticated medical technology inside of it, and it's basically associated, I would call, you know, mechanical engineering that goes along with building that facility to house that medical technology. And so it's going to be a very different feel than any other construction that a county might undertake, let's say in building a new juvenile center or a new, although that would have its own uniqueness with those components. But in general, you cannot compare general commercial construction to what we're doing here. In essence, we've got a medical facility with medical technology, and that is what's driving the cost of construction. And I think that's just important to note, because I had to adjust my thinking, having worked with our Public Works Department on so many different construction projects. We sort of get married to a reference, a frame of reference on dollars, and this is very, very different, isn't it, Chris?
It absolutely is. It's very, very well said. In the morgue and autopsy area, we're treating spaces like they would be treated in a hospital, as you mentioned, and in some of the most expensive spaces at the hospital, in the large coolers that are necessary to properly store decedents, and in the autopsy areas, which are treated more like a surgical suite than they are like a office building. The office space is more of a typical office space. However, the mix, as you may recall from that earlier graphic that showed how much laboratory space is included in the program versus how much office space is included in the program, it's at a smaller percentage of the overall building footprint. So most of the building is at a higher dollars per square foot when you compare it to other facility types.
Thank you. Are there any questions thus far? You've covered a lot of material, Chris. Let me ask commissioners if there's any questions thus far. I am going to reiterate for the public that we all have had the opportunity to visit with you. We didn't get here quickly. We got here methodically and with thoughtful consideration to all of the parameters that bring us to this PowerPoint presentation today. And I just want to thank Commissioner Vaughn. She sat on the site selection committee. She's been working with you all. It was in her precinct, and it just took a lot of work to get to these options and to really understand what it is this community needs. And as they say in construction, pay now or pay later. But the cost of construction, I haven't seen ever goes backwards. It only gets more expensive. So any comments or questions thus far with this very good presentation? Anybody? Okay, Chris, do you have anything more for us?
That is the end of the presentation today,
That's
but
what I
I'm
thought.
certainly open for other questions. And thank you to all the
Okay.
commissioners for taking some time earlier for our discussions as well.
Well, I want to guide the commissioners to several action items that we have. One is, an action item is to select the Smith Group for their design services. And then the hard part is actually approving one conceptual option so that they can go forward. And of course, you know that once we do these types of agenda items, there'll be an opportunity, once the contract has been negotiated with the county attorney, then we basically come back and have the opportunity to approve and figure out the financing options to go forward. But this action item, I believe, is important to keep us moving forward. We are in very much of need, and I think the demonstration in the early slides tell us where we are. It's always good to understand your baseline, and we clearly do not have a facility that can accommodate either our future, nor does it even compare today with what should be in keeping for the medical examiner's office. And although the DA is not here, I will say that as an officer of the court, the medical facilities, the medical examiner's facility is absolutely integral to the administration of justice. It's just absolutely important anytime we have a murder of a situation of a criminal nature, that it comes to court. You want to have the best in the business, and in order to make sure that you do that, you've got to have the best resources. So,
Can I ask a question?
yes.
Hey, Chris, I'm sorry, I apologize for not meeting with you, and I had a couple of meetings I just couldn't get away from, but.
No, I understand how busy you are. You had quite a docket that day, I heard.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but listen, I just gotta have a question on option 3. I'm looking at option 3 and with a toxicology, but is there any way we can, and I'm looking also, I'm comparing the Hector P. Garcia building with this building here. I'm not really interested in a lot of space, open space, and I know people go there to stay there very long. I mean, they just go there, take care of business, they leave, but the lab is important. It's important that we have a lab. Important to me anyway, but because we need a lab, and we region-wide probably be the main lab. But I just think is there, any way we can cut back on, I don't know how big the office is going to be. I know everybody probably have an individual office, and but I just don't, and I see some of the pictures here, and I think what you're saying here, but I think is that the cost for the project is if everything's done that's in the picture, right? And if not, then it's only the building, right? Am I correct?
So if I'm understanding your question, are there opportunities to be able to maybe reduce some space? Would that be
right?
A good consensus? Okay. And there absolutely are. So it could be on the small scale of being able to find some efficiencies in square footage when working with the users. I will say that we did have one opportunity to develop a conceptual plan with the users, so that was tremendous. But we would normally go back in the next phases of design, once we get into our schematic phase of design, to be able to really right-size those spaces as you I think are referring to, and be able to say, do you need this amount of square footage in these two conference spaces, for instance, that are for the public? Does one need to be a little bit smaller than the other one? We would be right-sizing the building in that case. And so through the processes of design, we want to try and make sure that it is as efficient as possible, and that operationally it flows for the staff themselves. And so I think that there are opportunities to do that.
Will you go back to that slide that might also, because Commissioner stepped out of the room, go back to that slide that talks about, it's two circles, the pie charts that basically show,
I saw that.
yeah, that's the one that really showcases what the efficiencies are right there. So one of the things we asked was that exact question is, hey, how can you make sure that you design this correctly and efficiently? And this program mix definitely indicates that we have been very deliberate, or they've been very deliberate about putting the space where it belongs. And they've also worked with Dr. Shaker and the medical staff. And then the great thing about the Smith Group is they're the designers of multiple medical facilities, ongoing projects right now in the country. And of course, they have plenty in their repertoire as well. But so that gives them a little bit of uniqueness in that they know exactly how to create those efficiencies. And I think that when you get to those final designs, they can do a lot to help save space. But they took that into consideration in presenting this. And I don't want to mislead the commissioner and say that we're going to make some drastic improvement that would have a drastic improvement on the price. I think this is a well-balanced one, and you've already done it, but there's always room for tweaks. Would that be fair?
That is fair. And from the time when we programmed the building, so from when we had a space list that had areas associated with it until now when we have a floor plan, we've been able to reduce a few thousand square feet. So, our goal is to be as economical as possible with the amount of space that all these facilities have, because they are expensive to construct. And our goal going forward, Commissioner Gonzalez, is just that, to try and right-size the building as much as we can.
Does that help?
Yeah, it kind of helped. And I'm also looking at the building entrance and also the staff entry or area, those kind of areas. So that's all included in the price that you're giving us?
It is.
It is?
Yeah, the goal would be to, so for a family entering a facility like this, they're under a tremendous amount of stress. Sure. And so what our goal has been, working with the medical examiner staff, is to try and identify what opportunities are there to be able to relieve some of that stress, and being able to provide an easily identifiable entry that has some more glass to be able to allow them to feel like they aren't constrained in a dark room, for instance. Right now, unfortunately, most of those conversations happen in their lobby, which is not a comforting space to have. And so being able to express that entry was something that felt appropriate to us. And then additionally, the staff that work in this facility, unfortunately, on the design side, we can't give them any additional dollars in their paychecks, but we can help to provide a cost-effective way of improving their working environment. And so our goal is really to try and say that their meaning to the county is just as much as any other member in the community.
And I understand that, Chris, and that's really our mission, our goal anyway. But even when they walk inside the building, I mean, you can always have a little conference room that's really appealing to the families and make them comfortable, and you have coffee, you have whatever, it's something you can meet with them and talk to them and have a counselor or whatever there if they need one. But I just can't see all the space in the outside and the entrance driving in to it. All this. I came fishing that we would spend more money on that. One would, the toxicology. Like I said, I'm really with. I know we want it. I know I want it, and it's something that I'm going to see what to work for. But again, I'm not, and I'm comparing to Hector P. Right, because you go walk in there and you don't have that much empty space. Everything's there, but you don't have that much empty space. Because everything is set up where everything, whatever you're going to need is in that building, except for the front area, is a very little space. The drive-through is small. It's not, and that's all we need. And it's not a hospital that people are going to go stay there for days either. I mean, they're just going to go there and take care of the business, and they're going to leave. you know, so they
Yeah,
gotta be comfortable while
I
they're
think
there.
there's room, but just remember, these are just renderings. The actual design starts after we give them the authority to design. So you have a lot of opportunity to help, shape the future of this building, particularly as it applies to those spaces. But just remember, it's not just families, it's Texas Rangers, it's law enforcement, it's the investigators need their own space. You may not think about it. I certainly didn't until I realized an investigator needs to have their own. In fact, I think for accreditation purposes, there has to be certain guidelines. We have students that come and participate with us from Texas A&M University currently. We hope we can expand that because it could bring in extra dollars in the future if that might be on the horizon. So I think that all your comments are very important. And again, what you're looking at are just super, super preliminary to give us an idea, but we actually need to approve them to start working on those concept designs. And once we do, we can take all of those things into account to see. But I don't think that even if you were to make those adjustments, you're going to see anything. You're going to save some dollars, but I just wouldn't want to mislead and think that by changing the circle drive, that's going to make a big deal.
You can make, say, $1 million, $2 million, is a lot of money.
Yeah, I think that'd be wonderful, and I think Chris would be tasked with that, and when they get into their concept designs. But I think it's better for him to show you what's the realism of what he thinks as a ceiling, and then allow them to, of course, it all happens when these are cost estimates. How many times have we seen cost estimates that come in lower and or higher? I've seen it myself this year with many of our facilities. So these are to give us the range, and so that we can accept that that the big picture here is toxicology, no toxicology, or a shell. That's really what we're trying to aim for here is a bigger picture. We're not really ready to approve that final design yet. Chris, am I trying to bring the overview here?
Yeah, and we can, for instance, if the entry features that are shown aren't something that's that the county wants to spend dollars on, I can understand that. I would also say that if you look at just this pie chart again, that the large dollar spaces are really on the laboratory side, and if we were to cut a little bit of space out of the office zone or out of an entry feature like that, the number really doesn't move,
right?
Unfortunately.
But I know for a fact, because I've been over there when we've had a fallen hero, when we've had a police officer, and there is absolutely no space and no room between the receptionist and the police officers and their colleagues that are in there. There has to be some space, and that's what we have zero of right now. It doesn't allow for dignity or respect of the family and or the organizations that we're dealing with. And just so you know, I think there's room here, but I would caution that that's why we hired them for the whole year, is so that they could get the feasibility and the study, at close to accurate. And you can see somewhere between 15% and 18%. We're at 15% without toxicology, and our peers are at 18%. So I think we can certainly make those shavings, if you will, but the Smith Group, I really do trust that they've made these right comparisons. And again, by talking to our folks who've been doing it for 30 years. Dr. Fernandez was the primary contact here for this peer facility comparison.
May I ask a question,
Sure.
Judge? On option 1 and option 2, what's the square footage? What are we talking about?
So if I'll go back to that last
Maybe I missed
last
it.
slide,
I missed it.
the differences are approximately 4,000 square feet. So in total, the building is about 33,000 square feet. If we were to completely remove toxicology, it's about 29,000 square feet.
And how much do we have now?
You have a right around 6,000 square feet.
That's a big difference.
Well,
Yeah.
you can't compare that to anything,
Yeah.
I don't think.
No,
I mean,
I was just making
yeah.
the point that this is 5 times as large as what we currently have
Right.
proposed.
And I'll also make the point that if you go back to our peers, where you can say it's 5 times larger or we're 5 times wrong. And that's really what's happened here. And I know because I'm the lady that had to order the morgue trailers. And it feels awful to have to tell families that there's no space inside. And it's because we are not accurately modeled for what we've got. And you can look at it 5 times heavy, but I will say that it's 5 times wrong.
And that's a fair perspective, Judge. We kind of differ on that a little bit, but the point that I'm trying to make on this is, I believe we need a new facility. I believe this whole court believes so, and it's just a matter of what is right, what can we afford, and what can we do. One of the things that you and I talked about was possibly going to all these other counties and seeing if they would be willing to participate, because I know they can't participate at a large amount, but I also don't think it's fair for Nueces County to pay for everything and then be expected to service 19 counties plus I got to go back to my circle, I lost my page here, plus the other counties. I think we're getting some from Laredo, where we've had requests from the Valley, and that's a matter of whether the court decides to do it or not. Of course, the medical facility or the medical examiners have said, please don't do it on a permanent basis because we don't have the resources. The problem that we've got in this whole state is medical examiners are at a premium. We can't find a lot of them. We can't find good ones. We can't find bad ones. We can't find them because, and so communities are underserved everywhere. And I appreciate that. So again, starting at a point of, I believe we need a new facility. My problem is, I believe we're also being asked to pay for a facility by ourselves, or not asked. That's not correct. We are looking at this right now from the perspective of possibly paying for a facility 100% Nueces County, but yet 19 other counties are going to use this thing on a regular basis. So my thought would be, why don't we reach out to these other counties? And I get that, hey, nobody has a lot of money, but look, this has got to be, if y'all are going to partner with us, then let's partner. It can't be the partner is we're going to pay for everything, and then you're going to come in. We can work it out on a reduced cost, or we can do something, but I don't think it's fair to Nueces County citizens to pay for all of this when 19 other counties are potentially participating in this. So that would just be one thing that I would like to see if we could.
And I told you we could definitely explore that. I just want everybody to know that Nueces County is compensated by other counties for these autopsies, and so they are.
But not for the cost of construction of the facility that we're talking about.
Correct. I just wanted to clarify it, just to make sure that, because I don't want people to think that we are somehow giving things away.
No, I agree.
And we could look at the pricing as well.
Right, that's what I was saying. Maybe we could. I didn't make that.
Which I'm sure is statutory.
Right. Maybe we could say, okay, look, we're charging you this amount for these autopsies, but going forward, if you're going to be our real partner and you're going to pay for some of the construction, then maybe the autopsy costs go down because you're now an owner, a partner, an interlocal agreement, something that we could do. Because I just think that would be the easier to swallow, because it's hard for me to look at this project cost and not gag, because it's staggering. And part of, as we've also talked about, part of my concern, and I've been very clear in my meetings with the Smith Group, and I've been very clear that I said I could not support this amount. I've told them that. I've told them why. I had a lengthy meeting with them on Zoom, and what I'm a little disappointed in, and it may be because the other 4 of you have said you could, but what disappoints me is this is basically the same number. Even though I told them clearly, I'm out at this number. I can't do this number. I want something. I want a facility. Now, if Nueces County only had to participate at, whatever the numbers, let's say that we're 75% and all the other counties are 25%, and the total cost was $25 million. And then all of a sudden, maybe Nueces County was only paying for 75%, and the other 25% was being paid for that. That would change my impression.
The only problem is, and you stepped out of the room, but I know you've seen the slide deck. The only problem is that slide number 1 or 2 shows that the theory of the case is that other counties are minimal. They don't represent enough in order to make a difference. We are properly building for Nueces County. We're not building for anybody else, but we are going to be able to maximize our revenue by sharing our services with other counties. So it doesn't,
It's just an ask. I
unfortunately,
get
it just
whether it's
doesn't
5 or
add
8
up.
or 9 or whatever the percentage is. All I'm saying is, I think they ought to participate at whatever level they participate in here.
Right.
That's just, nobody else may agree with
Right.
me.
Well, I believe in health equity too, but it just doesn't happen. You know, I
understand.
mean, we are a health region for our coastal bend, for all the same counties that are using us for medical examiners. They're also using our healthcare center. And so all I can say to you is that I would love to present to the COG, and I will certainly make inquiry. I think there's statutory rules about, you know, what we do charge, and we can look at that. But just so you know, we made sure with the Smith Group that whether or not, so we could make a case to other counties, they're contributing. And the answer was, based on the data, that's the facts, that's just minimal. And so we're not building for other people. We're building for ourselves and growth. And the other thing I would just say is that the Smith Group is charged with doing what the data shows them, right? The study. They have to be purists. And what the data shows is that we have increased our autopsies upon years. And if you look at the projection, we're slated for 944 autopsies by 2030. So even if we wanted to, there'll be a point where we couldn't help other counties. And so I think that they've done the job that is required, which is to answer truthfully and not to try to create something that data doesn't support. And I think that's really what these bar graphs illustrate.
And the other thing that I've also mentioned to you, Judge, that, and it's not, I guess it is what it is. What always bothers me on things like this is when someone's designing it, and this is my overall just feeling, and it's not meant at the Smith Group because I know it's what the industry does, is I never like the fact that because basically the Smith Group or anybody who does this stuff gets not a percentage, but they get the more they build, the more they make. And that always kind of bothers me too. I don't know how to change that. I understand that's a lot of how things go on.
Well, I think they're charged for their professional services, and it tends to be a percentage range.
Right. So
But,
it just maybe,
but I mean,
that always bothers me.
that
Because,
applies to every profession. I mean, the more we work on a project, the more we will bill. That's
well, I
just
know,
the way
I'm
it
just saying,
works.
It bothers me because it doesn't feel, as you say, and at purist. You know, to me it should be, and we've kind of gone down this road too far, but maybe in the future there's a way to say, look, we're going to pay you an amount, and we're going to cap it, and it's not going to matter whether we build the smallest or the biggest. We're just going to pay you a fair rate, and not relate it to the price, because then I don't know. It's just a little.
But in professional services, in architecture, in law, and in engineering, that's just not how it's worked. That's not the customary pattern and practice, and they shouldn't be punished for doing their work.
And I'm saying I didn't direct it at the Smith.
Yeah, no, I know.
I know
you
need to
didn't.
look at another way of. Maybe we should change the common practice. I mean, you've done a lot of the outside the box thinking.
Right.
You come in here and change things, and
Well, that's
maybe we need
what the
change
third piece of it is, right? So there's 3 actions, and the third is negotiation, right? That's the third piece of it. So there's 3 actions here, commissioners. And by the way, there's one more thing that I think we need to remember, and that is the certification that's required and needed for these facilities. And that's why they've been allocated in the pie chart the way they are for office and support and technology. But there's 3 actions here. And the action number 1 is approve the option, select the Smith Group, and then let the negotiations commence, right? And that's how we do it with every group that we engage in, that professional services, that is. When we're not RFPing, we engage in professional services or personal services. I would like to first make the motion that we select the Smith Group for design services. I think they've proven to be experts in their field, incredibly professional and timely on their deliverables, and incredibly thorough in their reach out and you know, their participation in the site selection committee. Well, participation in everything from feasibility to site selection to really listening to us and making sure that we are making the right decisions for our community. We have not, best to my abilities, I've been able to research, we have not built anything. We've fixed a lot of things, but we have not built anything in a very, very long time. And if it makes you kind of, like you said, I don't really want to repeat the word you said, but if it makes you like, shock, like that sticker shock, right? I get it. It's because we haven't done it in a very long time. And it's like going to buy something that you haven't bought in a long time. You say, wow, it's been 30 years since I bought something like that. Prices have really gone up. And that's true. That's why Krista Spawn's new facility cost $500 million.
Judge, I would second your motion to pick the Smith Group.
Sounds good. I'll take that and move.
Are we picking an option?
Yes, we are.
one
First, we're
motion
going to
at a time.
select the group.
Okay.
Select
motion
the
at a time.
Smith group first.
Please.
Trying to baby step us here.
I'll do what I can.
Can I I've got a motion and a second. Are there any further discussion on the Smith Group, their qualifications? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And then if we're going to pick them for design services, can we also authorize the designee of myself, which is usually the county attorney's team? We work together to negotiate an agreement with them. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I didn't hear for the clerk.
Me and Gonzalez.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're almost home. Here's the hard
They
part.
don't even recognize me down here. I'm
Oh,
leaving,
sorry.
so it's just okay.
Sorry, Carolyn.
I was the second, way before he was.
Okay, make it a tie, clerk.
It's
It's
okay,
a tie
it's
for the
okay.
second.
She can have my motion.
I don't want your motion.
But now, Carolyn, now we're ready for
Christmas.
your
We'll give you-
comments.
I was just going to say, first off, I'm not comfortable, the statement was made, I'm not comfortable with these prices. But that's what they are, and they're going to go up like the judge said. I was sitting here thinking, can you imagine the conversation that the Commissioners Court had when they did the fairgrounds? And it was a sticker shock to think how much it would cost. This is the most horrible thing that can happen to a family when they lose a loved one. And I'm not being ugly, but it's a dump. It's embarrassing. When I walked in it, I thought, wow, this is horrid that this has been here for all these years. So I think it's going to take courage to build one, but I think we all agree we have to. To what extent, I don't know. I won't be here to vote for that. Y'all be voting for that big price tag, not me. It'll be on your records. I'm just kidding. If I were here, I would support, because I think you have to do it.
We got to build
So-
a better one, you're right, but
Huh?
we got to build a better one, you're
We
right.
have to build a better one. And as for me, Judge, I think we're going to have to pick an option, right?
Yes, ma'am. Can we get back on the screen that has it for option 1, option 2, option 3, so we can?
Mine's 3.
Is there a motion, Miss Commissioner Bond?
I'm going to make a motion to do option 2.
Okay, and I'm very supportive of the toxicology, just so you know. But I'm okay with option 2, and I can second that in good conscience because I know that I can go out there and try to convince, maybe
Number 2 has to cost toxicology, right?
It's the shell.
I'm sorry, it's the shell. It's the shell. It's the shell. Number 1 has the toxicology, and I want it, Commissioner, but in order to get the right dollars, I think for sure you build for the shell, and then let me go see what grants we can find, what collaborations, let's go see what we got out there, and that way we can tell the audience, hey, look, and also I want to try to prove up a case that says if we build it, maybe we can get a return on investment,
Judge, and you're
What do you
right,
think?
because, look, my years of experience on the school board, it was horrible to think of building a brand-new school, then having to park some portables right next to it because you didn't plan out.
That's right.
Yeah, the school prices are big, and unfortunately, that's the nature of how people build. But if we can at least get the shell built, and then you or whoever can go and work on trying to find the funding for it, but I think we need to build out for what we need. I think that this group has been very thoughtful in what we have, what we should have compared to other communities of like or similar size. That shows us where we should be at, and we need to have a facility that includes the toxicology, even if it is something that happens in the short term, 5 to 10 years, maybe down the road, hopefully not that long, but within a few years at least of being built. But I want to definitely see the shell in place to go aside with that, because there's nothing worse than building something and having to add portables or anything else extra to it. That just undermines the process. It shows that the stomach the vision for it wasn't enough, and we have to sometimes. I mean, we have to be careful with the taxpayers' money. I get that. But we have to build it right, because if we don't build it right, then we're going to be looked at the court that wasn't willing to take the steps necessary to build a facility that meets our current and our future needs. And that's what, at least option 2 at least gives us that by adding that on.
How big is the shell?
I think it's on the slide that, how much square footage would the shell be?
The actual toxicology area is about 3,000 square feet, but the associated spaces around it are about another 1,000. So technically, if you go from option 3 to option 2, it's about 4,000 square feet of more space.
Okay.
You can work with less space, maybe like 3,000 total, or I mean, still have state of the art. I mean,
You know, the great thing about hiring these guys is that they're the real experts. They've done this in so many communities. I think that what we do is, once we get into the concept designs, they can, given they're hearing us say, please do everything you can to make it as efficient as possible. But it's not like when you go to the flea market and go, hey, will you take $5 for it? I mean, it just doesn't work that way.
I know they're good, Judge, but I mean, they don't pay for it, so I know they're good.
Well, you know what? But they're a part of a professional, accredited. I mean, I have to be honest with you. I mean, we have to start treating people like professionals. These guys are professionals, and they do this all over the country. And part of the job is they'll lose other work if they abuse or treat people, like particularly government agencies, wrong. They're held to the highest standards. And I think
all our engineers.
That's right. And that's why we don't, we wait till they do wrong before we say you're doing wrong. I think we have a motion for option 2, and I've seconded. All those in favor of the conceptual design being option 2 signify by saying aye. Aye. And then opposed.
Nay.
And then abstain.
Nay.
2 nays.
I'm gonna go with 3. I'm like 3.
And I love, you like 3? Okay.
With a shell. With a shell.
You like number 2 then?
Number 3. Well, no, because I don't need to.
He likes the 3 price.
He likes the 3 prize.
Or the 2.
Well,
If
okay.
I could add, what y'all are approving, Commissioner, is the shell, and you have an issue with the size of the shell, and you're just approving the concept. So the concept allows you to get a shell, and y'all can work out how big you want that shell to be still.
Sounds good.
Thank
with
you,
that
Michael.
approval, I believe.
Thank you, Michael. I
sounds
appreciate
good.
that. Very good Michael's good at this clarification. Very good.
It's on the ball.
Thank you. So for the clerk, we're ready to move on. Chris, we would love to chat more. We know we have a lot more work to do. And so we charge you with working swiftly with our office and with the county attorney's office to, initiate this beginnings of services with your with the Smith Group.
Thank you very much for your time. Merry Christmas and happy holidays.
Likewise to you, sir. Here's what we're going to do. It took a little longer than I thought. Can we? We have a couple of issues. One, most of us haven't taken a break at all, and so what I'd like to do is take a short break to go get your lunch. But here's our situation. I wanted to go into executive session, but Jeff Pollock has been on the phone and he has a pressing meeting. And so what I'd like to do is, with your indulgence, I'll still do the executive committee so we can finish that, but we'll give everybody a small break, come back on at 1:45 and get your lunch and come back. For the clerks, I bet we have lunch for you as well. I think Maggie has done that. And that way we can attend to Jeff Pollock, who's been waiting, and he can get to the port's business. And that item, just for the record, is, give me a second, Tyner.
We would start on 3A15.
Thank you, 3A15, okay? And then we'll come right back. After that, we'll get right back to Blakely and Bracewell, okay? All right, for the record, it's a small recess from 1:30 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Mics could come off, please. Okay, we're coming back on the record at 1:57, and we're going to queue up Jeff Pollock at this time. Tyner reminded us before the recess that that's item number 3A. 15.
Yeah, we're going to talk about 3A15. The letter's not ready yet, but I just wanted Jeff to talk about it, and then we'll ask to table.
Right. And Jeff, we know you're on a short time views, and so are we, but we know how to get to the crux of the matter. This letter is so important, and it's forthcoming. Tell us about the letter that you're assisting in the draft and where we are, and this court can give some direction to you.
Judge, forgive me, Jeff Pollock here. I assume that was directed to me. The audio wasn't on.
I'm sorry, Jeff Pollock. Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. So, and I did bring some slides with me as well, which I believe Tyner has and can get on the screen at some point. But
which one?
This body passed in July a resolution in support of the Harbor Bridge Right-of-Way Coalition. It was a consensus move by Commissioners Court and a great display of leadership and commitment to redevelopment of that right-of-way. Since that time, the coalition has met once in late October, and thanks, Tyner. And actually, maybe I can move forward here, and I'll just provide some of the context for the coalition that we discussed in July, just to remind folks who may not have been present. Tyner, if you'd be so kind as to advance that one.
Can you?
One more?
Yeah.
Which one does he want? Slide 2, slide 3?
I only see the cover slide right now. Forgive me. I'm sorry.
Advance.
I did. Hang on.
Give it just a second. So.
Oh, it's not showing on here.
Yeah. I don't know why.
So for the commissioners, we just started we're on item number 15 to assist Jeff Pollock, and he was just basically reminding the court of the history that we unanimously approved the resolution for the coalition, and since then he's had a meeting, and we're about to take a look at the summary of events. But before us for consideration is getting him the head nod and the approval to continue with this multi-party letter. And it's probably going to have some tweaks because it needs to go to the other political bodies. But as we say, since they started with us, they've brought back this opportunity to, for our consideration, this multi-party letter. And why don't you just talk about the essence of it, and then we'll get it up in front of us here in just a second.
Yeah, I absolutely will. Thanks. So just to remind you all of our conversation back in July, the mission of the Harbor Bridge Right-of-Way Coalition, which comprises the public entities with a stake in the redevelopment of the right-of-way for the old Harbor Bridge, is effectively to foster collaborative planning by the city, the county, and the port, to foster proactive communication with TxDOT, and with the ambition of accelerating the declaration and disposition of surplus right-of-way that is currently owned fee simple by the state. The coalition has met 3 times over the last 18 months or so, and then has had myriad informal communication by email and phone calls among subsets of the coalition. But in essence, we are at the point where, having received from TxDOT a delineation of the ownership of the right-of-way, we're at the point where, as a coalition, we are ready to furnish a draft letter request to TxDOT, again, representing all parties in the coalition, for the disposition of target pieces of that right-of-way. And in fact, on behalf of the coalition, based on a meeting in late October and input received at that time, I have initiated that draft. It is not, we're working in earnest to get it before you today, and in hope that would be the case, but alas, are just a couple weeks off the mark there. That draft is slowly making its way through the parties in the coalition. We aspire to bring that back for review and ideally for execution by Commissioners Court, as well as by City Council and the Port Commission in January or early February, with the hope of being able to deliver it to TxDOT by the end of the first quarter. So today, what I was hoping to do by way of the slides, which you may be able to see, I cannot tell if y'all have them in front of you, but if we flip through there, those slides do include a summary of the salient points that will be in that letter request from the coalition, as well as a summary of what the coalition has accomplished to date and what we see ahead of us. So I can roughly make out what's on the screen.
It locks up my computer when I try and share my screen. So just tell me what
Okay.
slide you want to be on, and I'll go there.
Sure. Let me pivot here and do that. Okay. So if we can take a quick look at the fourth slide,
Okay.
draft request to TxDOT.
Got it. We got it up.
And so these 6 points essentially outline what you will see in the letter when it comes before you early to mid first quarter of next year. And again, I mean, there will be a couple rounds of feedback among coalition members, legal review, and we've been coordinating with the TxDOT districts, the Corpus Christi district every step of the way, and certainly intend to vet the draft with them as well. But in essence, identifying the singularity of the opportunity that we as a region have in the face of this redevelopment, acknowledging that it's in a federal opportunity zone, and our collaborative and collective concept for redevelopment does directly support the objectives of that federal program. And then just explaining, simply put, that local entities absolutely need some clarity and some certainty regarding the fate of the right-of-way if we are to continue with detailed planning and design with the aspiration of having shovel-ready projects by the time demolition is complete in 3 or 4 years. Again, I don't think any of us have total clarity on what the time frame for project completion is, but speculatively, I think that's what most of us are assuming. So to that end, we know that this conversation with TxDOT is likely to be quite protracted. We know that there's no way to reflect the complexity of the issue in a simple request. But that said, making a consensus request to the state that clearly illustrates that each of the local entities do seek a portion of that right of way and are eager to establish agreements with TxDOT in advance of demolition, I think is the directive that I've received on behalf of the coalition and the narrative that I'm trying to weave on behalf of the coalition. So if we can go to the next slide just for a quick second.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I was forgetting that I'm not seeing that. It turns out that when you advance yours, it doesn't automatically advance my PowerPoint. Okay, so what you see here, and there are actually there are several photos embedded we can flip through, but if with 2 more clicks, we can hone in on the portions of the right-of-way that surround the courthouse. All right, thank you. And I think what I've done here is I've enlarged the legend from the delineation of the right-of-way that we received from TxDOT earlier this year. Everything shown in light green is owned fee simple by the state. What's shown in yellow and carries off the screen is owned fee simple by the port and is being utilized by way of easement by TxDOT. What's in dark blue is owned by the city, and what's light blue is public dedication and would presumably remain under city control to maintain cohesion and connectivity in the street grid. But that which is shown in light green is, in theory, subject for a surplus declaration by TxDOT. Again, this is not based on a commitment from TxDOT, but based on general familiarity with how the right-of-way process works. And so, in essence, what I'm doing here, and what you'll hear from Jeff Barton as he explains the concept level planning that he and his team have done, he will illustrate, and I think you can, maybe in an imaginative way here, imagine with some aggregation of those areas shown in light green around the courthouse, there's the potential for a comprehensive approach to redevelopment that aggregates a critical mass of area to accommodate multi-use planning to create a truly spectacular civic space that incorporates, open green space, mixed use retail, commercial, and live workspace, all while maintaining connectivity to other key destinations in the C district. And what's happened to date, sort of in parallel with the process that the right-of-way coalition has undertaken, is both the city and the port, and as you all know through Jeff Barton, that is, the county, we've all had concurrent and coordinated individual planning efforts related to the portions of the right-of-way that we either already control or would like to control when the dust settles. And so the coalition, in summary, is really just about providing a venue by which those individual planning efforts can be coordinated, and each of those entities can seek clarity and certainty from the state to allow them to proceed in preparing for redevelopment.
And so, Jeff, in order really to get to the Jeff Barton, which is the next item on the agenda, this really needed to be accomplished first. And we've been working on this as a coalition, for, again, the last year. And because it's the end of the year, I think timing is perfect so that we can really say that we're ready to go to this next phase, which you, I think, indicated would be early in the new year, that you would come back to us. If we could go back to those objectives, the letter would contain all those bullet point objectives, only they would be wordsmithed beautifully, and all the organizations, city, county, and port, would agree to them. So for this purpose right now, Tyner, I think the idea here is just to consider the approval of letting Jeff go to that next step and incorporate all those bullet points that he has articulated. And of course, he has showcased exactly why we would want this to be facilitated by TxDOT, because clearly this is in our economic development's best interest.
And Judge, thank you. The last slide actually includes our best guess at the timeframes for some of those next steps, if that might.
Yeah, that does help a lot. Thank you. Okay, so you'll bring back a final letter for us in mid Q1, and then we've been working with our legislative delegation, and they're very aware of this, everybody. So they're in lockstep with us here. They know these timelines, and then by the end of Q1, we will deliver to TxDOT. So that's why it was important today to get this on the agenda, to make sure that we're all in lockstep here with the objectives, and we'd like to be able to make a motion to allow the continuation this to go forward so we can get the final letter to approve. Are there any questions of Jeff Pollock? Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize Jeff Pollock to utilize not only the timeline, but the priorities that and the objectives that he's identified for the coalition, to construct a letter to bring back in final form for us by Q1. And I've got a second.
So they're going to include 16 and 17 or just 15?
Tell me again. Just 15, sir. Just 15. The letter, just the letter. It just tees up the next piece of it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Thanks, Jeff Pollock. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
And,
great to visit with y'all. Thanks so much.
Likewise, Jeff. So the next one that makes sense is we really can't leave 15 without, going to 16 and 17. They're highly related. And that's because in order to get to where we are with asking TxDOT, we've had to do some work, and we're not done with that work. We started in the middle of our last fiscal year with Jeff Barton of GAP Strategies. He's been our representative on the drafting and urban planning. As you know, the city has urban planners, and what's great about Jeff Pollock is he ran the MPO, so he's chief strategy officer, but he's urban planner extraordinaire as well. So the three of them have been working, quite frankly, in tandem. And so, Jeff Barton, you have some things to run through with us quickly, and we've seen some of it before. But in order to get to the action item that we do have, you've got some important information for us to hear about how we're going to get to those next steps with TxDOT.
I do, Judge. Thank you. And can you see my presentation there?
Yes.
Great. Well, again, Commissioners, Judge Jeff Barton with GAP Strategies, you all brought us on in the summer to begin working with you, and I wish I could be there with you in person today. I took note of your extensive talk about COVID earlier in the morning, and we're trying to be sensitive to that. But we do have a great presentation for you today, and by great, I really just mean at the end of a tough year and the part of a long meeting, we've got some really good news to present to you today. So along with my colleague Sarah Wosa, who some of you've met, I'll jump into that. Let's see, I'm having a little trouble advancing that for some reason. Let me see, there we go. There. We want to cover several things quickly today about where we are, a progress report that some of you have seen, talk about what the conditions are on the ground, some of the things that Jeff Pollock alluded to, lessons that we've seen from other communities, what we found in this conceptual feasibility study that the other Jeff alluded to, and then where we could go from here in the new year with next steps. It's not just been me, but we have a team behind us of some sub-consultants and also people who work for GAP Strategies that have brought to bear a number of professional disciplines to help prepare this project for you. And let's get right to that. We've been talking with people in the community from downtown and neighborhoods and business groups, and we've been reviewing a broad base of the plans that already exist. The TERS plan that exists out there, the plan that was done by the American Institute of Architects, the North Beach plan, which intersects tangentially, and then other plans such as the downtown plan and the plan that the city has going on right now. I'm not sure if Dan McGinn from the city is still on here. I think he may have had to drop off, but the city, we've been working very closely with the city as they develop their gateway plan. So out there today, you all know this area even better, of course, than we do, but having walked it many times and becoming familiar with it, there's certainly lots of opportunity out there, but some impediments right now to real growth. So this just gives an idea for people who may be watching or aren't as familiar with this area as the Commissioner's Court is the existing 181 and the area around Broadway, where there will be some area freed up. The existing 1914 courthouse that I know you're going to be talking about today. There are a lot of development potentials around that courthouse, but with the existing roadways and highways there, it makes it very difficult to fully utilize all of the potential there. Here you can see the intersection that would be vacated as 181 and 37 are dramatically changed when the new bridge comes in. And above all, these areas around Broadway that can be potentially really transformed. And we're going to be talking a good bit more about that as the presentation goes on. Currently, some of these are vacant lots. The city of Corpus has tried to address those. So we're going to be talking to you about surrounding neighborhoods, what might happen and what kind of land it might be appropriate for the county to request as you go forward, looking at the delineation of these, this land that Jeff Pollock showed you these maps on. All of the studies that have been done already by the county and the city, the TERS, the planning projects that are going on at the city right now, identify this very area in the heart of the city as ideal for mixed use and redevelopment. So that gave us our cue on how to look at this property and what might be done with it. The TERS number 3 plan and its appendix, the economic studies that have already been done there, identify a market need for additional housing there, and both in the retail side, new opportunities that are available there, and opportunities for housing. It really points to the fact that with this coalition that you all have built, that the judge is representing the county on here, that there's a historic opportunity for coordination to get some land for the county, for its taxpayers, that has the potential to be of tremendous value. And working across jurisdictional lines, as you've already begun to do, as Jeff Pollock is doing with the Right-of-Way Coalition, that you can really build this unique once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And what you all hired us to do in the summer is to look at that and see if there really is a place for a county in this mix. And if the right-of-way that might be released could be worth something. Could it be used? And therefore, is it worth the county making this request from TxDOT that this land around the historic courthouse, along the edge of Broadway and at the intersection, should some of that be released to the county? And what should the division between the city and the county and the port be? So back to these maps that Jeff showed you, and then we'll dig into a little bit more detail. You saw this, I think, from Jeff. Again, the yellow, as he told you, is either already owned by is actually owned by the port with an easement that TxDOT is using. Then the green is the county, the blue is the city. And we've gone through there and done some studies about what you could do on some of this green area and what areas we think should be reserved for the city, the port, and the county. Here, as we begin to hone in, you can see to the left is the gray, the new bridge right-of-way. The yellow, again, is the Port Authority. And from Resaca to 37, we're recommending that the county look at requesting that this land be released to the county as it's vacated by TxDOT. You can see blue cross streets that might be retained by the city and Broadway running alongside that green. The blue would go back to the city. The North Beach area could be retained and used by the city. Again, we've been working with the coalition, the city, and the port, and the other players in this group on these plans. And here again is a little bit closer view, the historic courthouse and the significant amount of land around it. The question becomes, though, if that land is released, if all that right-of-way is released, could you really do something with it? And now I'll begin to talk to you about that. You can see how this land breaks down in acreage, and that for the county portion, it comes to more than 11 acres, really in the heart of the community. So what have other, we're going to talk to you in a moment about very specifically what you can do that. I want to talk to you first really briefly about what other communities around the country have done with these kinds of opportunities. We look not just in the state of Texas, but all around the United States at places where communities have seen highways vacated or major public right-of-ways abandoned in the heart of their communities. At Pearl Brewery, a place many of you are probably familiar with, at Seaholm in Austin, where they took an old power plant in the heart of the city near the Colorado River, at the Vitruvian Park, a part of an economic development effort up in the North Texas area in the Dallas Metroplex, and at other locations in Texas and again across the continent. And we found some commonalities and we found some good examples for Nueces County. We've produced a report looking at what might work for Nueces and what are the lessons to be learned for us here, recognizing that all these communities are unique and different, and yet what can we pull out of them that would help this project? Looking at Pearl Brewery is just one example. Building these really close cooperative public partnerships with developers so that you're not putting a lot of taxpayer money at risk, but you're asking the private sector to invest, with the city carrying a part of that by looking at maybe the land in this case or some of the public infrastructure. But you're looking to the developers to create, to manage a lot of the risk and the real investment. The financial incentives that could be things like fee waivers or tax rebates, small things that the county could manage and get a really high return on your investment for. Adaptive reuse, taking historic buildings like they did at the Pearl Brewery, which you have the opportunity to do here in Nueces County, and making them really a jewel of the site that helps not only bring in local residents, but tourists, and activate the site for use and to become something of a landmark. Making sure that there are open space links, placemaking to really create a space that people want to gather that has cultural amenities, and sustainability, meaning that really just incorporates some new features and looking towards cutting edge ways to address making this a long-term play for the county, but also that it addresses things like walkability and even multimodal access. Multimodal being a fancy word for lots of different kinds of transportation access. And we'll talk about more about multimodal in just a moment. So at Pearl, for example, it's been a tremendous success, as most of you know, with attracting thousands of visitors, new jobs, substantial tax base, housing units, and both retail and office space. We recognize that Corpus is not San Antonio, but we think that some of the same kinds of opportunities over time really present themselves on this site. Another place we can draw lessons from is the Seaholm plant there in Austin, which went out for a complex solicitation on this public property with a lot of similarities, which we're pretty familiar with. Again, this kind of careful solicitation, public-private partnership with developers, so they're bearing a lot of the risks, and negotiated development standards and a robust RFP, RFI, RFQ process in their case, adaptive reuse, and linking together greenways, something that you have the opportunity to do here. And our conclusion, looking at these all around the country, looking at this property and what it could be used for, is that you really do have the potential to gain an incredibly valuable asset for Nueces County at little or no cost to the county if you can obtain this from the state. And our initial feasibility study indicates that it's got vast potential, amazing potential to create significant economic redevelopment for the county, to bring you a long-term income stream, and to create a great place for the citizens of Nueces County.
And Jeff, if I might just butt in here as we kind of finish up here, one of the things that we want to make sure so people are making the nexus and the link. So we had Jeff Pollock give us the rundown on the coalition and getting the letter together, and then your team has been focused on making sure that we not only understand what the feasibility is, but what our redevelopment options could look like, and in fact have worked with the city so that we could come up with this consensus on how we would divide and conquer. But the next step is either an RFI, RFP, or some sort of hybrid process like you just showed us in Austin. In other words, you're not just showing us good projects for the sake of, showcasing their work, but more in line that we're about to have an item here on our agenda, and there's a will in this court to do something with this courthouse, but it's not been done in the way that San Antonio or Austin or Discovery Green in Houston or any of these other successful projects has been done in the past. And that's what we're trying to avoid, is the mistakes of the past, so that we can really figure out, okay, is this a public-private partnership? What are the robust RFP parameters that would get us the development that we're looking for, so that we can bring those jobs in? And, I think I just wanted to make sure we're making the nexus for the court and for the public. This is why we're going over this, is to get us to authorize this next step, and we're going to need help with that process. Is that a fair assessment?
It is, Judge, and I've got a couple of slides that speak directly to that. It's incredibly important. One of the things that we found from talking to people in the development community who might be interested in investing here is that it was very important to them to hear that the county had really thought through this process, presented it in a thoughtful way, presented as much information as possible, gave them as much surety as possible, and this idea of presenting it as a whole was tremendously attractive. That it might not just be a courthouse or a public green, but all of these things together that begin to create something that many of them would be willing to invest money in and bid on, and bring great capital to the table. So I want to just give you, I know that y'all are really hard pressed for time, so I'm going to give you the 30,000 foot view here. But to the judge's point, we tried to look at what's really possible to do on this site. And you can see here the green, the blue is the city and stuff that we would recommend to go to the city. So from Resaca down to I-37, from Buffalo Street over to the 1914 courthouse, we would recommend that the county seek that right of way from the state. And here in the pink or the red, that's private property that might be really significantly enhanced around it. You can see some dark blue that are city properties that could be greatly enhanced. There might even be a cooperative venture from the city to see these redeveloped as well. And what we wanted to make sure is that you could take this property and actually use it if it comes to the county, and that it wouldn't be a burden to the county, but would be a real asset to the county if you did it in the right way, Judge.
And in fact, TxDOT isn't going to just say, hey, that's a great idea, county and city. Let me just give it to you without this type of backup documentation, without this backup conceptual planning. I mean, it isn't going to happen without all this work being done. Isn't that correct?
I think the coalition wants a very specific recommendation from the county with backup showing why the county would want this, why it should be released to the county instead of to the port or to the city or just stay in TxDOT's realm. Then TxDOT is going to want very detailed backup and planning about what it's going to be used for, why should hand over public lands and a public asset to someone else. What are you going to use it for? How is it going to be a public good? So being able to show, Judge, as you've just said, that you have a vision for that we've done the planning behind it to show that it can create real value for local taxpayers and for the public good will help justify to the state why this should come back to the county. You're not just going to leave this fallow. You don't just have a vague idea that you might someday do something good with it. You have concrete steps and proposals for how to get from point A to point B and make this something that brings back money to Nueces County, to the city of Corpus Christi, and to the state of Texas, frankly. So we took a look at what kinds of buildings could be built here along Broadway and in this new green that could become part of Corpus and Nueces County, looking at mixed use, residential and commercial. We looked at what you might do with Broadway Street to turn it into a street that would accommodate pedestrians, 2 traffic lanes, parking, and possibly even some kind of transit, something like a trolley system or something like that, because that's something that the Port Authority is at least looking at in a conceptual way. So we've been working closely on some detailed planning with the city, the Port Authority, the city's planners about what you could do with Broadway Street. There'd be many hurdles, a lot more planning to get to some final stages, but we've produced a preliminary plan that shows that you could accommodate all these things within a new Broadway and still have room for this level of development here, and also reactivate some of the surrounding private property at the same time. By comparison to Pearl Brewery, you can see that this really gives you significant amount of space to work with, not as much as you have in Pearl, and that's appropriate given the size of Corpus. But if you add in the surrounding private area that could be revitalized by this work, it's really an amazing opportunity. And here you can see that it adds up to something like 750,000 square feet of square footage that could be built, a great boon to the real estate industry, to the construction industry, to retail commerce and housing in Corpus. We're not saying that all this would be built right away. It clearly would not. It would take years to get built and to be absorbed, but you would have this fantastic plan that you could go forward with. I know that you all have engaged Dr. Ray Perriman and his economic analysis team to help understand how quickly this might be absorbed and what the right mix would be here. We're not saying this is exactly the right mix, Judge and Commissioners. We just did this as a conceptual study based on our experience to see what could work here to make sure that there's enough room, that there's adequate space and parking with parking garages and surface parking to really do something out of the ordinary. And we have, for this illustrative purposes, just for the purpose of doing this study, we've taken what the Historical Commission has been working on with the 1914 courthouse and added the wings there, just to give you an idea of how that space would work. So that would bring significant economic impact directly into the city with all kinds of indirect economic impact for the city and the county. This gives you an idea of what this might look like from the exchange here it is today. You're all familiar with this view. And now a before and after, an artist's rendering of what that green might begin to look like between 37 and Belden, a close-up of that view. And here's 181 and what the plaza might look like there along Broadway. So all that would be worked out later in detail. We're trying to give a sense of the possible here based on our experience and the planning that we've done already. So the final decisions would be up to you, Judge, and the Commissioner's Court, to the city planners that we would continue to work with to talk about exactly what elements would be here, what you would want in this solicitation that you've alluded to, because none of this is going to happen without some additional planning about with the Commissioner's Court and its partners in the coalition deciding exactly what your development goals are. What kind of public-private partnership you want. Are your goals really a long-term income stream? Is it to sell some things, lease some things, property on the ground here? Is it strictly financial, or do you also want to see some other public benefit come to the county? Meaning maybe you want some workforce housing incorporated in the projects, a guarantee from private developers that they would create X number of local jobs or provide space for community organizations. There may be certain design guidelines that you want to put into place to make sure that it honors something like some of the heritage homes that are a few streets over. There are lots of bits and pieces of control that you can still exert if you decide to move forward into the process. And that process could lay out, just as you said, Judge, with something like an RFI, that's a request for proposals, or a request for information, or an RFP, a request for proposals, or some combination of the two, so that you test the marketplace to understand what ideas are out there, and then move forward with very detailed design guidelines. That gives you the opportunity not just to go out and willy-nilly put out a solicitation, but to craft an approach over the coming months that really gives you some surety that you're going to get back what you want. And at the same time, encourages the private sector to go after this project, to invest in this project, because they'll have some clear guardrails and guidelines, understanding what it is that the county wants, and some surety that the county is going to make, or the city are going to make certain investments, like just knowing whether Broadway is going to be opened up, where it's going to be opened up. First of all, of course, we've got to concentrate on this issue of the delineation of the right-of-way, meaning really clarifying this right-of-way issue with TxDOT, doing all of the detail work that it will take to work out all of these individual parcels at the parcel level with TxDOT and the different coalition partners to go forward and try and get TxDOT to do something that is really extraordinary, really unusual, outside of their norm, and that is to expedite all this, get this unified request moving fast and approved so that the local community can move forward and be ready to go, be already deep into the planning stages when the bridge comes down. Those are really the takeaways that we have found at Seaholm, at Vitruvian, at places all around the country, to have these clear guidelines up front, clear information, oversight, and planning in advance. It pays concrete dividends for you and your taxpayers in the long run that really provide a high return to the county. We've gone through, as we look at next steps, we've gone through initial data and findings, through conceptual feasibility and analysis, working with everybody from Dr. Perriman to local stakeholders and the coalition partners. We're now refining those conceptual plans and working on the next step of delineation with your partners. What we think the county should be doing next is looking at some kind of solicitation. That probably doesn't happen for a few months until you've clarified things with TxDOT, but an RFI or RFP drafting, and working on long-term agreements and a structure that you want to see. So what we're really looking for today, from our perspective, Judge, is general consensus on direction, any red light issues or red flags that this planning to date raises, and then direction to continue working with the Harbor Bridge Right-of-Way Coalition. Since the summer, we've been working with the oversight committee that you appointed, commissioners. That's Judge Canales and Commissioner Vaughn. It's been a great working relationship. We've worked very closely with Jeff Pollack at the Port Authority and appreciate all they've done to really make this a cooperative venture. If you decide you want us to keep working on this, then I think there's a contract renewal also on the agenda today. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. And like I said, if you want to see what's really different about, and we get asked this by this court and by the public, what's different about today versus yesterday when we issued an RFP for the courthouse, it's this. This is what makes everything different. It's what makes it, quite frankly, feasible for a developer. So you're going to see on our agenda an item that has to do with getting this RFI process started that Jeff mentioned, and now you have the backup documentation, and so does the public, as to why we should be doing that process. For everything we do, there has to be the backup documentation. So I think that the direction that commissioners that he's looking for is, I would propose that he continue to work with the coalition and its members, and that we continue to move forward with developing this RFI, which we'll have an opportunity to vote on here shortly, so that we can get to that beautiful place that's possible. We've never had this opportunity before. It's never existed, and now it has, and so we got to plan for it. And I feel very confident with Commissioner Vaughn at the NCDC. They had a vetting. You all saw this. I'm sorry, with Dr. Perryman saw it, yeah. And I believe it'll be presented as well to the CCREDC. I've spoken with Ian about getting it on the January agenda so they can also have a resolution to support. But basically, the idea is we need to, it's the recommendation of the committee to continue the efforts, and in very short order, as in early next year or mid-year, we should be able to have this RFI slash RFP process yield good results for the courthouse and all this associated property. And taking it to TxDOT takes all of this to get there. Are there any questions for Jeff? Okay, hearing none. Tyner, is the contract a part of this agenda item, or do I wait for another one?
These are the presentation
Pieces?
items. The item for the contract would be 18.
Okay, so item number 18, we funded the last time through our CIP, and the idea here is to consider the continuation.
So moved.
All right, thank you. And second from Commissioner Vaughn. And again, funding source is CO 2019. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Clarify, that would approve all the items in 18.
That's right.
Okay,
I'm so
thank you.
sorry. It's all the items in 18, so it's basically the yes, well, as
He
it's
kept
listed,
working. We
right,
have to
the
pay him for
delineating
some
Harbor
work.
Bridge right-of-way, all the
Yes.
work associated with that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Tyner. So, Jeff, you have your directives, and I don't have to tell you that we wish it were already in our hands, but we could not be poised better in this legislative session to have advocates in our corner, and they're watching closely our actions today. And I know I could not be there because I'm here, but there is a great meeting with Chairman Canales, who obviously supports this as the chair of the Transportation Committee from last legislative session, and we hope that he will do so again this year. So thank you, Jeff. We're going to let you roll, and but hang on if you want to see item number 2 in just a moment, if you want to. If not, Sada can maybe monitor.
I will. I'll stay on. Thank you very much, Judge. Commissioners,
Okay.
look forward
Thank
to working
you.
with you on this.
All right, so we got 15, 16, 17, and 18 gone, and now we'll come back in order, and we've done John, can I have yours? I think I'm missing a page. Yeah, I'm missing a page, sorry. So that now this dovetails right into Bracewell's representative, who is Blakely Fernandez.
7 to 3 and 4.
We're only on 2.
Just on 2.
On 2.
I don't see Blakely.
Okay.
Yeah. If Blakely's not on, let me run to 3 so I don't lose Chase. Okay, let me run to 3 while you get Blakely. Tim, we have a workman's comp insurance coverage that needs to have a renewal. Chase Carlisle is recommending TMI, and as are you. Do you have anything to add here? Is this renewal in keeping with last year's, or is there anything new we need to note for the court or the public?
One thing that we ran in since last year was the first year dealing with TMI. When we dealt with TAC for so long, there were some learning curves on both of our parts. And with the Nueces County spread out the way it is and the employees throughout, there were some questions about the job classification codes you saw within the premium itself. So any of those numbers were taken out of the auditor's office. So for budgeted, that's where budgeted, because we're budgeted for jurors and things of that as well. So, and also for the pay increases and things that's self-explanatory on the PowerPoint present that I presented to you all. But I do recommend it. Once we get a baseline average, the law of averages, so to speak, we'll start to see those dividends grow larger and larger and larger. Are there any questions?
No, sir. Chase, do you concur?
Yes, ma'am. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, the main point, just to drive home, there was a rate increase, but it's being driven by nearly 100% loss ratio this past year. Our claims are still running pretty hot, and therefore, obviously the rates are going to increase as long as that occurs. So that's where you're seeing a cost increase. You also had roughly a 16% increase in your payroll, and of course, that's driving the cost up some as well.
Okay. Well, that's exactly how it makes sense then, right? I mean, okay. All right. Well, let's hope those dividends pay off for us. We will eventually, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All good things come to those who wait. All right. Thank you. I have a need for a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, that's number 3. Were we able to get Blakely, or should I move to
Go ahead and move one more, and I think she's going to get on shortly.
okay, and we've already done number 5, and also one of the things we want to tell Courtney is we know that we've kept you on long and our day is dwindling, but if you need to do a overview for us right now, in the interest of time, Courtney, we promise to have you back for the details in January. But we're happy to have Senecor Foundation represented by Courtney Schroeder today and tell us about the 2019-2020. And most importantly, let me also ask the court to please bear in mind, we're going to authorize their new contract.
Thank you very much. Y'all are very busy. Y'all are doing important work today. It is absolutely my pleasure and my honor to be invited back this year. Senecor Foundation has had a very interesting year. I have a very brief presentation. It'll probably take about 3 minutes.
Sounds good.
I'm going to try and share my screen in the interest of time. If it doesn't work, I can verbally go over some things. Are you guys, let's see. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay. So for FY19, you guys had funded us for about 12.5%. There had been some change in some issues. Last year in FY20, Nueces County graciously gave us $55,000, which was about 36% of what is required as far as local cash match. Just for those of you who are not familiar, Charlie's Place Recovery Center became part of Senecor Foundation in October of 2018. We still offer the full continuum of services. So we have an inpatient detox unit, ambulatory detox, intensive and supportive inpatient. And then we have some really unique and specialized services, such as services for women with children and some co-occurring psychiatric and substance use disorder treatment options. And it's through the gracious funding of Nueces County that we are actually able to continue those services and provide much needed medically indigent care services in the community as well. What I really wanted to focus on for this presentation is, our FY20 substance use statistics. Please bear in mind, this does not just reflect Nueces County. It reflects really the state of Texas at large, but primarily the population we serve is from the local areas, or at least what we call the United Way areas, so the other probably 9 to 12 surrounding counties as well. One of the things that I want to highlight for you guys specifically is that in FY20 compared to FY19, we primarily still continue to treat through the pandemic people who were suffering primarily from alcohol substance use disorder, followed secondarily by opiate use disorder. And again, we serve the pleasure of you, Judge Canales, on the opioid task force. And there are a couple things that are promising but alarming if you look at these statistics. It is great to see that those saying that opioids are their primary substance use, that's on the decline. It's actually only 59% of what it was in FY19. And that's really great news. And I think that some of our community efforts are absolutely working. And I'm very, very gracious and appreciative of those. But you'll also find some more alarming statistics. You'll see that the use of amphetamines increased by about 16%. In FY19, that increase was about 30%. So we've seen almost a 50% increase in the last 2 years of those claiming amphetamines as their primary substance of choice. And you'll see that the cocaine use has also increased by about 61%. So while primarily we've treated, as far as population to population goes, Synacor Foundation throughout COVID and the pandemic only treated about 200 less people in FY20 compared to FY19. So we did see some reduction in the people we treat. But what's most alarming is the fact that the substance use and what people are identifying as their primary substance of use is actually diversifying in the population we treat. Only time will tell whether or not, for example, the 100 increase in benzodiazepines is something that is cyclical or just because of things going on, or if it's a reflection of the pandemic. But it's interesting to see that the primary substances are actually starting to become more of a polysubstance. You'll see that those who said that marijuana was their primary substance went up 1,000% almost. Unfortunately, that normally means that they're polysubstance users. And so marijuana may have been what they said they've used every day for the last 30 days, but normally there are other accompanying substances that go along with this. And so I just wanted to point out that the numbers are becoming more flatline across the substances, and that's something that we're definitely in communication with from other agencies across the state to see. So again, last year we served about 2,100 clients. Demographically, about 2/3 of those were male. Our youngest client was 19, and our oldest client was 79 years old. Again, for the second year in a row, the largest age group that we see, about 1/3 of the population we serve, is in that 35 to 44-year-old age range. But again, we have an increase in about 5% of the people that we're treating are under the age of 25. So addiction is still very much out there in the face of COVID. And I know that there are a lot of studies that are out there that show, for example, I think the rate of alcohol online sales in March in the state of Texas alone increased by over 230%. And so as we continue to face the pandemic, and I definitely commend the commissioners and their work on this and all of your COVID response, I also applaud you guys for keeping mental health and substance use at the forefront as a casualty or sometimes a secondary effect of COVID-19 and what's going on. I also would like to take the opportunity just to highlight that Synacor Foundation remained and completely remains open and fully operational. During the pandemic, we have not shut our doors. We have not stopped admissions or created barriers. We do have increased sanitation protocols. We've reduced group sizes and scheduled some alternate activities. We have switched to some virtual outpatient opportunities as well as a result. But again, I firmly believe that we have high levels of stress, and holidays are already triggerous events. And then, of course, all of the occurrences that have happened in 2020 with the pandemic. But we are still fighting an epidemic in the middle of a pandemic. And so I just graciously want to thank again the court for their support. And I know specifically Commissioner Gonzalez, you were a champion of some increase in funding for us, and I greatly appreciate it.
You're welcome. Just a champion.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your good report. And it was very thorough, and unfortunately it does reveal some of the casualties, as you said, of this war that we've been fighting, and that's the increase of methamphetamines. And it just, it's something that we have been tracking and watching on the social determinants of health dashboard. And I would just ask that, and I'm going to have this presentation, but I'm going to forward this to the hospital districts so that they can also just ingest all your data and in their dashboard.
No,
if you don't mind.
Very much. I went through it very quickly in the respect.
No. It's fine. Just if you'd send it to Johnny Hip with a note, say it needs to go to SDOH, they'll know what we're talking about. But that was our preliminary study from the opioid task force, and unfortunately, you're verifying it. Commissioners, how about a motion to authorize their new contract 2020 to 2021?
Second. And I want to thank her on behalf of Brent for such a great, fast presentation, but very informative.
I'm trying. I don't know how you guys do it. I respect you so much for your service.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Keep up the great work. Thank you for your commitment to behavioral health and addiction.
Keep up the good work.
Okay, and thanks really to the hospital district, because the way that got paid for was through the hospital district, not through Commissioner's Court. So it was a great thing to champion. Well done. At this time, we have our next contract. I'm sorry, I got to go back. Blakely, I just see Blakely here. So if you'll try to keep in your mind, we were trying to keep it all steady. Items 15, 16, 17, 18, all related to something that get us also to number 2. It was actually always going to be in a different order. But we have Blakely Fernandez, who is with Bracewell, represents Nueces County, and she will be the person, if this court so chooses today, to help draft this 2-step procurement process for the courthouse, and using all of the great information that we have with this right-of-way coalition. And we will also need a county oversight committee in order to be able to do this. So Blakely, welcome, and thanks for bringing this summary to us on how this might work or might look in the RFI. Sometimes people showcase it as a, an insight to what things could be. That's what an RFI kind of gives you, that glimpse. How would you characterize what you see is in the best interest of Nueces County here?
Hi, Judge and Commissioners. We spent a little bit of time with your staff talking about what the next step on procurement might look like for the courthouse and the surrounding area. I know you're going to hear a presentation from GAP Strategies that will help define better what some of the scope of this project might look like. And so I know there's some moving parts here. But as that scope starts to evolve, what we're recommending is a 2-step procurement process. Instead of beginning with an RFI, beginning with an RFQ, we'll need some scope of the project to get the right qualifications, but it would still be 2 steps in nature. So the RFQ would allow us to shortlist qualified developers, and that these would be developers that would have historic expertise, redevelopment expertise, and would have some master planning expertise to work with the coalition and others. Once you've got the short list together, then we can look at an RFP to get their specific proposals. But it will, this will give you the opportunity to attract, I think, developers from around the country to spend some time looking at the project more seriously and putting their best ideas down.
Okay, thank you, Blakely. So it's obviously multi-faceted, this agenda item. The first is authorizing Bracewell to develop this two-step procurement process. She'll be working very closely with Michael and his team in procurement and with GAP strategies in order to facilitate the right language that will draw in, as she said, the right developers. And again, most likely it will be a two-step process, most likely like an RFI, and that would transcend into an RFP in order so that we can make this work. I like the way Jeff said it. He said we don't want it willy-nilly, and that's exactly right. It's got to be an incredibly thoughtful process. And it's not that we didn't do a job before, but again, it's like I always say, nailing Jell-O to a tree. If you just throw it up there, you're only going to get that which you've written. And this time, we have a very different approach. And so the purpose of today's agenda item is to authorize the beginning of this two-step process. Is there a motion for consideration to authorize Bracewell to do this work, to get this RFI written and established?
And only question, and I know the answer, but I just want to put it on record.
ahead.
And if Laura's still on there,
Laura?
this would not constitute any funds that would extend the historical designation. This would not violate anything there or made it to where we have to extend that out, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I couldn't hear it.
I'm sorry. Let me try that again. And I think I know what the answer is, but I just want to put it on the record. I believe that these are not, if we spend these funds, these would not be funds that would be spent and that would require us then to extend that historical easement on the courthouse that we had to do before because we spent some funds. And I think that was federal, but again, I just want to ask those questions when they come up.
No, you're absolutely correct. No,
Okay.
This would not extend the easement. No.
This is to try to sell the property.
I know. I get it. I just want.
Yeah.
I knew the answer. It
Got
was
it.
a softball. I just
Sure.
wanted to ask it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
you.
let me know what
Good.
you're pitching. Give me a signal or something.
I'm good. No, I'm sorry.
It's
It was an easy one.
confusing.
I promise. I'm a yes. I'm a yes.
Okay, sounds good. All right, I've got a motion by Commissioner Vaughn and a second by Commissioner Modis, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, believe it or not, we've done number 3, we've done number 4, we've done number 5. That leaves, how about Creston Cook? He is on the line. Creston, you have a contract as well. And would you give us a brief overview? And we promise to bring you back as well for more details in the new year regarding the South Texas Military Task Force. We certainly want to get that contract for our court's decision, though, today.
Absolutely, Judge. I'll make it short today. Thank you and the commissioners for the work that you do in support of the military in our area. The South Texas Military Task Force is here to preserve, protect, and expand the military facilities in our area. The economic impact of the military in Texas is a $123 billion industry. That is second only to energy. In our local area, the military installations provide over $5 billion to our economy. They provide 10,000 direct jobs and 30,000 direct and indirect jobs in our area. Very important, and that's what the task force is here to do, is to support the military and work with the decision makers in Washington and Austin and local governments to be sure that we do everything we can to support them. Just last week, we had the Salute to the Military, the Chamber of Commerce event. I'm sure some of y'all sat in on that. And we had all of the area commanders do briefs to the community to describe a little bit about their installations. We had the commander of Corpus Christi Army Depot, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, Naval Air Station Kingsville, U.S. Coast Guard, and the Chief of Naval Air Training. And that's Admiral Westendorf, and he is in charge of all training within the Navy and Air, including the Blue Angels. And oh, by the way, he did say that the Blue Angels were going to visit Corpus Christi in May as part of the Buccaneer Festival, and we'll do some flyover shows over the Bayfront. And that's good for our community, and he expressed his support and the support that he gets from us. Going on, the other part of our committee task force is to support legislation that supports the military and their families. As a matter of fact, I'll look at the legislative agenda that commissioners approved last week, and we have similar legislation requests to the 87th session coming up. And we can definitely work in lockstep to get that approved.
Thank you, Preston.
Our budget is not huge. Matter of fact, I'm the one employee of the task force, and most of our budget goes towards lobbying and in the DC level and in Austin. And we're here to support you. Again, thank you for the support that you've provided to us, and we hope to continue that relationship in the future.
Thank you.
I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Preston. Motion, yes, sir. No, go ahead. Motion to approve by Commissioner Chesney, and a second. The only discussion is, now that you bring it up, it has been on my mind because you mentioned the legislative agenda and our military item. I think it would be wonderful to get Larry Myers brought up to speed, the South Texas Military Task Force, lobbyist, and just, like anything, it's good to work together. And so if you could do that for us on the IGSA piece of it, that sure would be terrific.
Yes, ma'am, I certainly will do that.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Creston. And I also want to thank you for all the support you've also given to us with regards to the Nueces County Airport. We actually have some items on that on the agenda later, but we all know that things are changing on the south side of town, incredible growth and encroachment, and there's a real opportunity perhaps in the future, if it's the will of the Navy, to potentially utilize our facility. And I think preparing ourselves and that facility is probably the highest and best use. And so our efforts will be intricately linked, I think, in 2021. So thanks for all your work on support for that effort.
Absolutely.
All those in favor of approving the 2021 contract signify by saying aye for the South Texas Military Task Force. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, great. And then now we've got, thanks, Creston. We're going to let you go and swing into action on item number 7 with Melissa Sweeting. She also has a contract before us, and this is the Coastal Bend Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. And Melissa, I've noticed your name all morning long as well, now into the afternoon. Good girl, participating in good government. Thanks for hanging with us. And would you follow suit with the way the others have done with an overview, and then also give us any highlights that we need to know about on your contract?
Okay, absolutely. Short and sweet is not my forte, but I will do my very best.
It's not mine either, Melissa.
But it's Brand's. I wanted to, before I got into really anything, I wanted to thank Commissioner Jag for the additional funding that we did receive. That really couldn't have come at a better time for us, and so we're very thankful for that. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Commissioner Chesney. Thank you so much for your support. We recently had our Safe and Sober online auction since we were not able to have our event. So thank you so much for that. We did drop your stuff off with Paula. I hope you got it.
I got it. Thank you very much.
Wanted to kind of give you guys just a really quick overview of our agency. We're kind of known in our community for, we do outpatient drug and alcohol treatment, but we really have just a whole continuum of care. We have education where we go into schools. We've been doing that for over 20 years. We go in and provide all sorts of education for children. We have a prevention program. We have intervention, which is we have a pregnancy and we have a pregnancy program, postpartum program where we help moms become better parents. We help dads. We offer anger management. We just recently received a new grant, and that is working with service members, veterans, and their families. And I'm very, very excited about it. We're able to help veterans and their families with any barriers that they have. The idea of the program is to reduce child abuse and substance use. And so we're able to help them with emergency financial assistance, case management, all kinds of training and classes and support. We recently, we found a veteran who had a back wall that was crumbling. You could literally stand in his kitchen and the breeze from the outside came in. We were able to fix that. We helped them pay their electric bill so they don't lose their utilities. I think the one that I really wanted to share with you guys today, and I'll make it really quick, and won't even show y'all pictures or anything. But we found a 99-year-old World War II combat veteran who his riding lawnmower broke, and his grass was almost 4 feet high. People had been throwing trash in his yard. His grass was so bad it had grown over his sidewalks. You could no longer see where to walk. He had tires and trash and old lawnmowers, and it took us 2 days and a whole group of people to go in and clean that up. And we even fixed his riding lawnmower because that's the only thing that he really enjoys doing is mowing his own grass. And he is 99 years old. And I just, I love that we were able to do that for him. Normally when I come talk to y'all, I really talk a lot about our recovery support services because I'm so very proud of those and they're so needed. We did not receive funding this year. In fact, nobody in Nueces County received funding for recovery support services this fiscal year, which really hurts our entire community. Those services are so critical. We continue to look for other funding sources. We just recently applied for another grant through UT. So we're hoping that some money comes to our county. Our money for this, as you guys know, we're part of the whole South Texas region. So all of our money went to the Valley. So we literally have no sources here. We did get a small grant during the summer, and so we're able to sustain for probably through February. So we're still providing services. That'll just end in February. Anyway, that's kind of just a quick overview. I could go on and on and on, but I respect y'all's time and everybody else's that's on the agenda. So if you guys have any questions.
Melissa, I just want to comment that we may have some hope for you in the ways of grants, and we're going to call you and visit with you offline. But we think that some of your programs would qualify for a particular grant that Dishes has, and we have discussed that at length with our hospital district, and so let us do this. Tomorrow we'll reach out and see if we can put you with these folks and see if this is possible. But your work is too important, so let's see what we can do to make that happen. In the meantime, we do have a contract, commissioners, and I take a motion at this time.
Move.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Hang in there.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Items number 8 and 9, we've got Juan here. They are both, they're not related in the sense that they have different work, but they are related in that they're very similar. And they're supplemental agreements in order. Every time we tackle a new project, we come to court with the work authorization in order to program manage those projects. So before you have the ABM on item number 8 and now item number 9, County Roads 22 and 49. And again, the funding source for both of these are CO 2019. Juan, do you want to tee up anything here?
No, Judge. I mean, pretty much this is just for the ABM energy savings contract,
right?
Which is item number 8. And then the second
Judge,
one
you do have JP and Kyle both
right.
on.
Let me just hold JP and Kyle. I've been watching that you're on, and thank you in case there's any questions.
Judge, motion to approve. You want to do them separately, Juan?
Yeah, I think so because of the court.
Yeah.
Just because they're so different.
Motion to approve 8.
Motion to approve 8 and a second. All those in favor signify.
Your Honor, before you do that,
yes, of
part
course.
of that agenda item is a capital project change order number 91 that also has to be referenced.
Thank you so much.
I don't have to bring it to you court again.
Thank you.
ABM, I thought ABM was separate.
Yeah, I think he's saying that
Part of the agenda item includes this as a capital project change order, and I can bring it again, then you'd be voting on it twice.
So just, you want us to just include it right now?
Include it now.
So moved. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the clerk, you've got that too. Change order number 91. Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, and then Juan, hang out. We've got County Roads 22 and 49.
Judge, this 9 and 10 probably could be done together.
Yes, I think they could.
9 and 10.
Yes,
sure.
And do you recommend approval for these as well?
Yes, Judge and Commissioner.
And also, are there any change orders that we need to do? Can you reference them?
These are new projects.
These are new projects, correct, but we're moving money from a unallocated funds to that, so.
For CIP.
It's also references 91, so you.
So
included-
91
you
is
already
okay.
included it already.
All right, we've already included it.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm
I'll
sorry.
take a motion then to approve 9 and 10, work authorizations number 4, County Roads 22 and 49 for project management.
So moved, sorry.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear it. And then a second, Commissioner Vaughn, could I hear? Yeah.
Second.
Commissioner Vaughn, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. And then, really like that hat, Marvin. Come on in. You've got one up here. It's a consideration. Thank you, Juan, and hang out with us. We've got a few more for you. Discuss and consider approval of amendment number 1 to collection of delinquent ad valorem taxes. And this, of course, is with our firm that represents us, Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson. I finally returned this to you. I'm back on task here.
Judge,
And
this
so-
is just an extension, or? it's an amendment?
Actually, we're going to get the explanation right now about, this is actually to conform to code and to the statute, that we really just had this gap, loose end. Would you like to explain? We also have county attorney on as well, but go ahead.
Elvick Levon, I'm an attorney with Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson. This provision provides for reimbursement to our firm for costs that we front on behalf of the county during the collection process. These costs are statutory costs. They're just not costs in general. They're provided for in the tax code. The county is not liable for these costs. We get reimbursed pursuant to this amendment only if we collect these costs directly from the defendant or from the tax sale proceeds. So it's no cost to you. It's just a reimbursement of costs that we front during the collection process.
Just curious, what kind of cost? I mean,
We're
example.
talking about publication, cost for citation, notices of sale, abstract or title
Okay.
report cost, and then most recently it would include also the online auction fee
Gotcha.
that now we have gone online.
Okay, thank you.
Those are JP cases.
Yeah, just curious.
And again, this really was, it's almost like what I call a cleanup.
Yes, it is.
You know, our housekeeping.
Right.
But it was important, and it took us a while, and we got it here on this agenda, and hadn't been able to be done before. So thank you, Elva.
Motion to approve.
Thank you,
Second.
Commissioner. Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, now I'm looking to see, she was on for so long, I'm not sure. Let's just see if we can get her back on. We'll skip until I see her name come up. But we've got item number 13, and that's basically the MOUs that we have with Nueces County Drainage District number 2 in support of their TWDB grants, including Petronila Creek, Bosques Road, Avenue J, Casablanca, Ditch A, Bluebonnet Drainage. These are all Category 2 grants. Maria Bedia is on. Maria, you worked on this with DD2, the lawyers. I myself spoke with Jerry Guerra. I think we got everything cleaned up that we needed to. How do these look to you?
Is Juan still in the room? I think he had wanted
Yes.
to.
Judge, I need to
We were
speak on
sent-
this one.
Okay, Tyner needs something here too. I didn't realize it. Go ahead, Tyner.
Yeah, this has been a very complicated process. And while the county drafted our own MOUs, they in fact were provided to the Drainage District number 2. However, those were not the ones approved by the Drainage District and returned to us. And I've got agreements from the Drainage District as late as this morning at 6 a.m. I did talk to Jerry yesterday. Juan's not willing to agree to the terminology provided in those forms. Basically, the Drainage District took out the provision that they needed to get written authorization from him before they started a project as floodplain manager. And so
We've been through this before.
and so
Yeah.
they took that language out. Now,
Okay.
if there's an issue about time, I recommend you approve the ones before you that are attached to your agenda. And if they can work with those and comply with Juan's need to give them written authorization, he's willing to agree to those. Now, if the drainage district number 2 is willing to abide by those, they have them and they can sign them and they can submit them to the Water Development Board.
Okay, so what if we did it this way? What if we approve the MOUs as we presented them and as amended by Juan if he approves with their, in other words, I want to give them some flexibility, but I can't approve that which is not good for us.
Subject to Juan's approval? Could we do it
Subject to
that way?
Juan's, with a county attorney as well
Right,
involved.
that would be good. If
What do y'all think
if the
about
drainage
that?
district would be willing to conform to that,
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
If we do it subject to you and the county attorney's
Subject to
approval?
you and the county attorney. In other words, we're not going to approve the ones they sent. We're going to approve the ones we sent, but we're going to give you the flexibility to work with them. And if you and the county attorney can come to a consensus on this one item, our approval will be met.
I'm fine, I'm good with that, Judge.
Yeah.
We're good.
So moved.
Second.
John, do you feel good about that?
Oh,
Would
I'm
you
sorry.
mind being our liaison on this as well?
John, you okay with that? I apologize. I didn't mean to.
Just want to make sure.
No, good question.
Yeah, I mean, like what Tyler said, there's a lot of back and forth, and we saw the
Yeah.
last letter from Jerry, but.
And the category, and let me just
I
say,
don't understand what's the issue here, though?
the issue is that,
Susan's the professional on Water
Oh.
Development Board, and she's on.
yeah. So the Category 2 grants require Nueces County to approve before any project is commenced. And they had an issue with Juan being involved in the process. Just so you know, we do this for anybody and everybody. We're not treating them special or differently. It's equal. And so that's the heartburn.
But what area do they want you involved in? What?
The approval part.
No, but what, anywhere, anything?
Since some of the drainage district's products go into the county's floodplain, they require an MOU stating that we acknowledge that they're going to be doing that. That's why an MOU is required.
And it's also part of our
It's-
county policy, Tyner.
Yes, part of
And
floodplain
part of
management.
FEMA's mandatory, in order for us to have our floodplain designation, and our floodplain coordinator is Juan, we don't have these options. This is part of the federal guidelines.
That's correct.
And Susan's on.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So Juan, you're the floodplain manager for Nueces County, right?
Correct.
That's correct,
So
Commissioner.
when we asked you that last time, you said you weren't. So,
No.
When?
No.
so we asked him a while back about, because we're doing some stuff in Petronila. The city of Petronila wanted to do something there. They wanted
For
a a floodplain manager to, for the county to sign off on it because they don't have one. And we're doing
For
some
the
work there.
city has their own.
The city of Petronila
Yeah,
don't
the
have any.
city, well, yes, sir, but.
They
it's
don't
with-
have any. So that was the issue right there, that they don't have any, you see? I mean, none of the small cities have it. So we in Nueces County should be able to do it for them, because we do it all the time. We're always in those areas. We're always in those areas. The small cities don't do anything. We do it all. So, and we are the floodplain managers for the entire county. So when there's a project or to come up, we shouldn't have an issue that says, well, I can't do it because I'm not the floodplain manager, but I'm going to do it because I'm going to approve it to help the city of Petronila or Agua Dulce or whatever. So it shouldn't be an issue. If it's going to be across the board, it's going to be across the board, right? That's the way I see it.
So you agree then that the MOU needs to maintain our county policy?
You asking me or you asking Juan?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Yeah. But once we have the MOU, if a project comes up, we're going to be we're going to be able to help the small city and say, say we're going to be the floodplain managers. Yeah. If you get something for me to sign off on the grant, we'll sign off on the grant because we are the floodplain managers.
Right. That was what was odd, is they object to Juan doing it. That's what's odd about it. And so we have a disconnect, and we just want to approve it because we know they need it for their Category 2 grant. But we have this little hiccup, but we think that Juan and working with the county attorney and their lawyer can fix it.
Well, they didn't take it off, Judge. I was involved in that. And I even called Juan myself, because we need to get something not done in Petronila. You know, and I think that, that's what I'm saying, if we're gonna be that, we're gonna have that label saying floodplain manager, and it's across the board, right? I mean, no, regardless of what small city says, we're gonna do this in this drainage area or help the city, if it comes to where the floodplain manager signs off, it's gonna be the county. It's gonna be you, right, Juan?
Yeah, I don't understand what the issue is, though. I don't understand what the disconnect is.
For them to do the project in Petronila, the city of Petronila called me and says, we don't have a floodplain manager.
Correct.
So, and then I called one, and one said, well, you know, I don't know if we can do that. I said, but Juan, we are the floodplain managers. I mean, we always.
Well, Juan, will you address this?
Yes, ma'am, and I can address it. And I think we addressed it in the letter back to International Consultant Engineers, to JJ, because I know they needed some response from them, and we did respond. I went back to the county attorney, requested their advice. But based on their advice, we submitted back a letter to International Consultant Engineers stating that we would, based on the ordinance, that we are the floodplain manager based on the ordinance, and we submitted that.
But are we talking for the same thing, or is this
No,
a different project?
It's a different.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the agenda item.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to figure it out.
But this is part of the agenda item as far as I'm concerned.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with it.
We're talking about floodplain managers. If it's gonna be.
He is, by statute, by law.
Good for one, it's good for everything. At that time, Judge.
Agreed.
We had an issue because it wasn't done until days later.
I know, but we agree, sir. We agree that FEMA requires this county to have a coordinator. He is the coordinator, and that's all there is to it.
I agree with you. I agree.
You're just pointing it out to him?
I'll go out to him, yeah.
Okay, well, Juan?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you concur that you're the floodplain coordinator?
I concur, Judge.
Okay, so
The last time I talked to him, he wasn't sure.
I say, well, we got him now. You got him now.
Good.
Okay?
Good.
Now you got him. All right. Now, on this item, on this agenda item, our issue is the MOU, and I'm trying to just make sure we have a motion that gives Juan the authority, to help work with Jerry Guerra and the county attorney to get this done. We want to help DD2 get these Category 2 grants done. They cannot do it without an MOU, and but we have this little hiccup, right? So, can I get a motion from somebody that would? We got it? All right, thank God. Here we go. The second. All right, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now you got to do a little work on that MOU. Tyner, would you be so good as to continue to assist? Because it seems like you're in the loop here with this language.
Yes, we will.
Okay, and I notice that ICE is here. Can I ask you what the issue is, given that you're probably, give him a second to finish cleaning for you. I would like to know what the concern is so that maybe we could even address it right here.
On what? On what he was,
Yeah, in other words, we're not approving it the way they approved it and sent it to Tyner at 6 a.m. They don't want, I'd like to know what the issue is.
Absolutely. Charlie Cardenas with ICE Engineers.
Yes.
There's really not an issue. The only concern is that these construction projects have a schedule and a time limit, and so it wasn't clear as far as any time limits on the review process or the approval process.
You want a timeline?
Kind of.
And what is your recommendation?
So we're recommending 5 days, per task.
That wasn't the version that I saw this morning. That a 5-day turnaround.
And I doubt that Juan's going to agree to that. That's just not feasible. But I mean, what else is? That's really all it is. A timeline.
All it is. Other than that, there's not a problem with any of the approval and anything. We just cannot be waiting weeks or months on a approval on a task that sometimes could take.
Hey, I feel your pain, man. I sit here, wait, all kinds of things, but there's no doubt that we have to have a reasonable time period. How about if you guys work it out, and then this court has already authorized the MOU?
Absolutely.
And then you guys figure out a timeline that's reasonable for our public works.
Absolutely.
I think that's fair.
Absolutely, I agree.
And just so you know, I said that on the call the other day when we had our emergency meeting.
Right.
So I told everybody, get the lawyers out of the room, but they didn't listen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it, thank you.
No, I wasn't, I'm not the lawyer. I'm the judge. That's the beauty of it. Okay, thank you so much, Juan. All All right, moving on. We have the number 14. Remember, guys, we've done 15, 16. Did I miss one?
12.
Shoot,
Yeah, Susan's
Susan,
still on.
forgive me. 12. I'm looking at her.
Susan's back.
Susan, thank you. So, in keeping with Texas Water Development Board, we have Susan Roth, licensed petroleum engineer. I mean, listen to me, petroleum professional engineer. Thinking about me for engineering services relating to the drainage master planning and execution of contracts. So, just as a reminder to the court, we hired Susan a year ago in December, and she's taken us through the Water Development Board process. We are anxiously awaiting for our outcome, which should be in January. And then, of course, the real fun begins when we hopefully get awarded our master drainage study grant, and then we go out for RFP and start that process. Susan, will you remind the court that there's a percentage, if we're awarded this grant, we certainly have scored high enough to be awarded the grant, that a portion of your contract is our in-kind. So we get to take your contract and move it to that in-kind category. And then the funding source for this is CO 2019. It's how we funded it to begin with. Susan?
I have a question just before you.
Sure.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you so much, Judge and the commissioners. I hope you all know it's just been a pleasure to work with y'all this past year. I've thoroughly enjoyed working with you and the staff. And I just want to, just to follow up with what you just mentioned, Judge, this is just a continuation of my contract, and the amount that you all have previously approved is part of the match as far as with the 25% and coming from all 3 counties, and 75% would be the grant from Water Development Board. Water Development Board is looking to take this agenda item for our Category 1 project, our Regional Master Drainage Plan, to their board in early January. So we're, just as you had mentioned, Judge, we're just about to start kind of the next phase as far as continuing to address their internal staff review comments, and then being able to move forward with potentially closing on the funding in March, and then issuing an RFQ, and I would continue to serve as kind of y'all's program manager and working with your staff closely, and just kind of guiding y'all through the process.
And let me just say that this process has not been easy. In fact, I would say that of all the things that I've done in 2020, and this includes the pandemic, this is right up there as far as frustration. And there are many reasons for that. And if we had not had Susan in our path, we really just would not have prevailed in the abridged application piece of it. So there's a 2-step process, and we are in the final process. But because we have had other grants that have conflicted with our grants, it has been very, very tricky. And Susan has helped navigate and coordinate with Texas Water Development Board every step of the way. And I just pray that all our hard work pays off. We still don't know yet, but it's, we're in the final stretch, so to speak. And if there are any questions for Susan, I think there are, Susan, this would be a good time. Commissioner?
I have a question, but I don't know, is Maria still on?
Maria? Yes, she is.
Yes, I'm still on.
Or maybe Susan knows too, but when we say match income or match the salary from the grant, can we do that? But I know we could, I know in-kind comes from administration, comes from, from us, or like Maria's office and everything. But when you pay as a salary from a grant, can you use that money to actually do a matching for the next grant?
Yes, you can. Even though it's a third party, it kind of works the same way, even though they're not like internal. I mean, the county still pays out, like my salary, so it works kind of the same way.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure we're not crossing something with grant to grant, so.
Oh, yeah. No, we're good.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion then to continue?
So moved.
All right. Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, moving along, we've done 12, we've done 13. We are on 14, and this should go easily because we've had the workshop already on our legislative agenda. Joel Romo has been also tuning in to our court all day, and thank you for that. I've been watching you, Joel. There was one tweak. I think it was from a couple of requests. Commissioner Chesney, you'll be happy to know one tweak was really about the health and I don't want to use the word, I'm going to call it increased access for Medicaid, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, Joel, why don't you navigate? I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to use the word. I don't even dare use the word incorrectly for fear that it gets interpreted wrong. But we've got some better language that's been vetted by our legislative delegation. Go ahead.
Meaning like
Judge, and also joining us, Patricia Shipton has also been on.
Okay,
online.
thank you.
Good afternoon.
So we did kind of tweak that healthcare, that bullet in regards to the language regarding Medicaid, 1115 waivers, medical expansion. We used the term that Patricia suggested, medical access, more to align with some of the conversations happening in the Senate Health and Human Service Committee and with our legislative leaders in terms of you have a lot more conservative-like businesses and lawmakers looking at ways to, because of the pandemic and because of the uninsured, a way to draw down some dollars, but do this in a way that makes business sense. So we did change medical access. That was one change that we made in the agenda since we were all together Friday.
And you're saying, and that's the bullet point, support legislation that develops greater medical access for the number of insured. That one, Joel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the one you've run by. Have you run by Lois, Chewy, Todd, and Abel? Like all four of them?
Well, we did discuss that with Senator Cokhorst's office.
Which is great. I just
would say that we shared with all the delegation, but they have seen an iteration of this language before.
Okay, I just want to make sure they all see it. I mean, Cokhorst is important, obviously, but she's like a small part of our delegation, meaning she only has Port Aransas, and we love her, and that's great. But obviously, I want to make sure Todd and Chewy and Abel see that too, please.
Yeah, well, Abel. Yeah, I mean.
I know. I mean,
I'm
not trying.
There are people who would want it a lot stronger. This is the best version.
And I'm trying not to leave anybody out,
yeah.
But you know what I'm trying to get to.
I know.
You know?
I think, like I said, Joel and Patricia really worked on this language so that it meets with the spirit of what we're trying to do, but has the right wordsmithing. Is that fair, Joel?
Yes. Patricia, anything you want to add to that?
She's muted.
I think you're on mute.
Yeah.
Judge?
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Sorry, apologize for that. We tried to track language that mirrors some of the legislation that we've seen filed to date. And so we're trying to be in keeping with what we think the legislature is looking at.
Thank you. And then we also added some TWIA language that Chairman Hunter asked us to do. I'm just focusing on what's changed, guys, okay?
Yeah, so on that language, I'll let Patricia, she worked closely with Chairman Hunter on that, and those 3 bullets that we changed. That was as of Friday afternoon.
Yes. Right, Monday afternoon. Chairman Hunter had a TWIA work group. Commissioner Chesney was on that work group, and he asked us specifically to add that to our agenda. So specifically the legislation by Mays Middleton that would go to change the administration of the TWIA association and when and how they conduct their meetings specifically, but it also is an opportunity to look at the TWIA structure, I think, in the discussion of that bill, and then an opposition, which we have had on our agenda before, to any rate hikes, and then really thinking strategically. The comments were made during that work group meeting was that there may be an attempt by TWIA to try to roll back those reinsurance rates that we got passed last session. And so we were cautious about that. And so he asked for those 3 items. And then in addition to that, we're going to work with Tyner, I hope. He's asked for a resolution from the county asking the governor to halt the recent TWIA rate increase that they passed a week and a half ago, I guess. And we have a letter from the 20 some odd legislators who signed that, calling on the governor to do that, Joel. And I know we've gotten that to the commissioner and to the judge, correct?
We did. I think it's going to be on the January 6th agenda.
That's correct,
Yes.
January 6th.
Okay, so that's the update on those.
And then the other addition, since we were all together Friday, we did get some language, came up last session at the end regarding online jury communications.
Oh, yes.
We threw that in there today, over the week. Also, in visiting with Johnny Hemp over at the Nueces County Hospital District, he reminded me that the LPPF sunsets at the end of 2021. So we put in language. Johnny suggested that I think standard protocol is 2-year extensions. I may be a little aggressive. I'm just asking that we get it beyond 2021, maybe a 4-year extension. But at least we have it because we will need legislation, and I believe the Senator Hinojosa is already working on drafting that. And then in addition to that, if y'all remember, the hospital district came to us Friday with some language regarding, seeking some assistance in identifying revenues. So we think we crafted some language that provides reassurance to the Commissioner's Court that, not only will it direct our team, Patricia, Hugo, and I, to go find some state funds through the legislative process for the hospital district, but also should they, look at ways to draft some local legislation that would provide, with voter approval, the opportunity for the hospital district to do some type of tax amendment. And so this was language that was, I shared it, I sent it over to Commissioner Chesney, I sent it over to Johnny. And so we added this and Tyner, do we have the latest language in front of them that Johnny added a couple words last night?
The last email you sent me, that's what I just passed out.
Okay.
Okay, so just to make sure everybody knows, from the workshop, the following changes were the language on better health access, the TWIA, the online initiatives from the district clerk. And by the way, that was part of our legislative agenda last year. It just came in too late, so this is better timing. And also the LPPF, that's so important as a safety net for our hospital district on our intergovernmental transfers. Again, the purpose there is to create a really reliability so that that it's not going to, we want that extension from the legislature. So those are the ones that have been identified. Everything else we have gone over at length during our good workshop. And at this time, what I'm looking for, and I have one, but it's kind of like, it would be nice to treat it almost like a consent agenda. In other words, let's take out anything that really needs to be voted on, or let's find and then vote on everything else that we agree on. The one issue that I have is the one that we discussed in court during our workshop, and that is the, give me just a second because I need to
Judge,
read it.
I would say we just pull the one you're talking about out and vote on the rest of it.
Let's
for
do
now,
it.
and
It's
then
under
talk about that one.
infrastructure. So let's pull out infrastructure, removing the historical designation of the old Nueces County Courthouse. And then, but I'll first take a motion, always do the good first. I'll take a motion to approve the rest of the legislative agenda.
Second.
So moved in second. Commissioner Vaughn and Modis. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Vote on the rest of it, right? That was the motion.
That was everything else, Commissioner. And then on the supporting legislation to remove the historical designation, I'd like to respectfully request that we remove that. And I'd like to make that motion from the agenda. And I'd ask for a second.
Second.
A second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then opposed?
Nay.
Nay. And thank you so much. You now have an agenda to work with. Patricia, Joel, Hugo. We all, you know how we are. We're very ambitious over here. We've got a good, robust agenda.
Yes,
but that's because we've got the best team ever. And we're excited about this session, despite the fact that it will be different. The people's voices, will still be there. We'll just be Zooming a lot. And you're so important to us. So thank you for sharing our priorities with our delegation. If things change, we're going to be coming back, right? We'd love to have reports. I think that the will of the court is to hear from you. more often. And so how about if we just plan on talking again in January? I know there'll be a lots to say, and there could even be some additions. Fair enough?
That's a good plan. Once we see committees assigned after the first few weeks, we'll plan on that.
Correct. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all.
Thank you,
Have a
Joel.
great-
Joel.
Okay,
y'all.
if we're going back in order now, we're going to go to number 19 and the agenda. And this is also let me see, I don't know if he's on or not, if we lost him, but this is ratifying the hiring of Coates and Evans to basically provide the professional consulting services with regards to the Nueces County Airport. You might recall that when we started this endeavor, I was left with a fund. That's the funding from the county judge's office for the Nueces County Airport's development, and this is how we have paid. It was a $60,000 contract, but due to COVID-19, we really weren't able to get off the ground. I think we spent a total of, what, 20?
20-something, and so we're rolling over
So-
money from that. And so this contract amount is a little bit less than 40,000.
Right, so
Because we pulled a lot of money
Right, it
forward.
doesn't really change anything from last year. It's the same funding source, which is the county judge's airport fund. I'm sorry, I don't remember the number for the county judge's airport fund.
I'll get it right here.
Right.
Judge. Hang on.
3,000.
Thank you. Just it's good to mark for the record. And so I'm asking for the approval of this agreement so that we can continue the work that we know we need to do. This is regarding the expansion of the runway, pursuing grants with TxDOT Aviation. Of course, our fuel farm is well underway. We've already paid our matching grant on that. And there needs to be a real discussion about hangar fees. Depending on who you ask, we're either the cheapest, prices in the West or the best prices in the West. It just depends. If you're there, they're the best. But, if you're in the economic development business, we're too cheap. So there's somewhere in the middle lies a happy medium, and we want to get to that piece because I think in the future we're going to need to build more hangars. But right now we're concentrating in two arenas. That's the 5,000 or 7,000 foot runway that we've applied for a grant for, and a continuation with TxDOT Aviation on that fuel farm. So I don't think he's on, but like I said, if there are any questions.
Was there a motion?
Not yet.
Motion?
Okay, I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next one is also, I think, very self-explanatory. Maria is on the phone to help us on number 20.
Motion to approve?
I'm so sorry.
No, sorry.
Okay. Maria, there's no questions for you. It's all good news.
We do have Kim Barrientos, who
Okay.
is the CEO for the Boys and Girls Club, on the line.
All right, Kim, we welcome you, and we're happy we can be of assistance. And I actually have even better news for you, but I'll have to tell you offline. I think we've got somebody else that might be interested in assisting. But Kim?
I just wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of the Boys and Girls Clubs Board of Directors and staff and the youth to say thank you very much to Judge Canales and the Commissioners Court for assisting us with these funds. As you know, COVID has really impacted nonprofits severely, and the help that you're giving us will definitely make a difference, especially to the kids that we serve. So again, I just really, really wanted to say thank you for everything that you did for us.
Thank you so much, Kim. It was our pleasure. I wish it could have had a zero behind it, the way I feel about the Boys and Girls Club, but we did as much as we could, and we're still out there advocating for you. And as a matter of fact, when GCCV came to see us, we said you need to give to the Boys and Girls Club, and I think they did. And anybody who asks, we always tell them, you're changing lives and giving kids a place to find support and nourishment and programs and exercise and wellness, and we can't thank you enough for what you do inside our neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, do we need to?
I just want to point out that
Yes.
it's a two-part agenda item, so you'll be approving the agreement as well as authorizing the payment.
I'll take the motion, Commissioner Chesney, in a different way then. She needs an agreement approved and the payment. A motion and a second from Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, the next one is always on our agendas to make sure we don't have any overtime to consider. Dale?
Yes, Your Honor. The staff I have that's constantly working on this had to be quarantined because of contacts, because of COVID. So trying to manage this stuff while you're here is almost impossible. Doing it remotely is almost cannot be done. So I'm asking to table this until next meeting.
I'll got a motion to table in a second from Commissioner Modis or Gonzalez, either one. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. That's to January 6th, everybody. The next one is to approve the supplemental engagement letter with Justice Enoch. We're continuing our litigation. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Also, the county attorney does request on item number 23 to request the approval of professional services from the Texas Attorney General in related matters.
Or what? I didn't know.
Allowed, it doesn't,
It's on here, but this is for, well. No, it's
let me
not.
double check
No,
that,
no,
if that's
I'm reading
for,
the wrong one. No, it doesn't say.
She's trying to talk. She's on mute.
she's on mute. Give her a second. This is her agenda
You're on
item.
mute, Laura. Laura, you're on mute.
Sorry,
There you go.
I got it. It's going to be
Snapka?
23, 24, 25, and 26. All of it is together.
Oh.
And the court approved going out for to file a diabetes lawsuit, and was approved back in court. As of January 1st, the AG reviews all agreements involving contingency of fees, just like this one. So we send out everything as we were required, and basically the AG felt like it was not sufficient in terms of the notice provided in the agenda and of course the webpage. So here we are, we're asking to rescind that one, and we reissued and redid the language. That's the only thing that has changed, really.
Okay, so I'll take
So
a
we have to
motion.
go process again.
Okay, a motion to rescind first and to resubmit the order authorizing the county judge to execute the professional service agreement and submit to the Attorney General.
Wait, I'm confused.
Right.
Wait, let me go back.
Correct.
23, okay, sorry, second it. So 23 is reauthorizing, but it's just a precursor for 24, 25, and 26?
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
so do we have to do
Correct.
anything on 23, or do we just move right to 24? Or
Well, the motion that I made was,
Give me authority.
yeah, I mean, I agree. It's really a combo. It's just I don't think we do anything on 23. Let's just say that 24 and 20, first of all, 25 and 26 are the rescissions. Okay, so if you want to tackle it that way, let's do that first. I'll take a motion to rescind in item number 25 and number 26, the service agreements that were previously authorized on September 9th, 2020 with the Snapka Law Firm and Sakala Law Firm and Richard Schechter. So moved. I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then also,
Then reauthorize.
and then reauthorize,
23
but that
and
takes
24.
care of 25 and 26, Laura? Does that
Yes,
motion?
you've already done that.
Right,
So
I'm
you
saying-
can do now 23, 24.
Right, so 23, 24 is now the authorization to execute the agreement and submit with more particularity to the Attorney General.
Correct.
Same substantive, just a little more detail. We've noticed it differently is the idea. Do I have a motion? Got a motion and a second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, that takes us through the regular agenda. And let me tell you, we're now into Public Works. We may have lost Juan, but Michael, you're here while he comes back in. We've got some awards we want to make. And the first one are the roads, 73, 67, 48, and 69. Will you take us through that first?
Yes. Okay.
What happened?
So on this one, we conducted a bid opening on November 24th. We received 7 bids.
Which one are you?
C1, purchasing.
Yeah, we're skipping down to purchasing.
Sorry, I was like, wait.
We're skipping Public Works because he's not here.
That's okay, I'm just trying to keep up, my
Yeah.
bad.
So yeah, this is discuss and award IFB number 3140-20.
Okay, I'm good, I'm caught up, thank you.
Okay. We received 7 bids. The low bidder was JE Construction. That bid was reviewed, and I received recommendation letters from Brian Bressler at Friesen Nichols, Dan Leindecker from LNV Engineering, and Willie Rivera from Hanson Professional Services, all affirming JE Construction, and Juan also agreed with that recommendation. And so I'm recommending award to JE Construction for the base bid and the additive base bid number 1 for a total of $4,116,659.15 to be paid out of the 2019 COs as indicated in your agenda item.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. The next one is the execution of agreement with Mako Contracting for IB McGee multi-purpose facility repairs. Michael?
Okay. So I want to take a moment here to just breathe a little bit. We went through a lot of work to get to this point where we can finally do some work for coastal parks and restoring the park building that was damaged during Harvey. So I just wanted to thank all the folks that helped me get to this point. The county attorney's office was instrumental in helping me to identify the procedures that we needed to put in place, and we executed those on a prior court for what to do when we get no bids. And so when we put this out originally, we received no bids. The procedures allow us in the purchasing office to solicit additional bids, which we did, and we've noticed that the low bidder was Mako Contracting, and we received a letter from LAN, who is the engineer of record for this project, recommending Mako Contracting, and the county engineer also provided a letter to our office stating that he affirmed that recommendation. And so I recommend award to Mako Contracting in the amount of $1,420,118.30.
So moved, Judge.
All right.
After 4 years of whatever attempts, it's been unbelievable. So I don't even know how to. So thanks to the court for allowing this to happen. This is the one, if you remember, that we're having to borrow from ourselves through the CIP funds because we're still fighting with insurance companies over proceeds that they, how do I say that nicely? Screwed us out of is the only way I can think of to say, out of Hurricane Harvey. And so hopefully we'll be continuing to fight them and get that money back someday. And but thanks to the court for the support. It's appreciated.
It's going to be a wonderful new facility. It's going to be it's going to be up to code with fire suppression. It's going to have ADA modifications, and it's going to be wonderful. And I'm excited to be able to, be there on that grand opening when that happens. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
It's for Juan.
Can you give him just a second? Juan, we have a question on IB McGee. Let me orientate you. We're on item C2.
On Mako and land, do they come through you for this or what?
Yes, Commissioner. Well, Commissioner, at the end, yes, we did discuss it a couple of weeks ago or a week and a half ago regarding the Mako proposals. I know that there was 3 proposals that we had gotten. One was from Gordian, which is Barcom. The second one was from Mako, and then the third one was from Spyglass.
So you're going to be, who's monitoring this land or what? You're going to be monitoring it?
The project manager, well, the engineer will be, or architect is Lan, and then the project manager will be
Scott Mears.
Scott Mears.
AG, I can't think of it.
It's Advanced Construction, yeah. Yeah, LAN doesn't program manage this one because they happen to be the architect, so they can't do both on this one.
The program manager is what, he's hired by land or what?
No.
No, the court hired them in a previous.
They've been on this for about a year plus.
Yeah, we hired him a while back.
He's been on this over a year.
All right, better make sure somebody hired somebody.
Yes, and Juan also monitors. He's got folks out there as well.
Yeah, so we really have multiple layers on this.
Okay, I'm just make sure we did.
I'm going to hog the stage since I was already up here.
That's okay.
Only got one more item.
You can go to number 3.
So the last one is to discuss and consider granting an exemption for the purchase of plexiglass for the Nueces County Courthouse. This is going to be used in all of the district courtrooms and the JP offices, and we just need that approval, basically, so that we can get our COVID funding.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to bid farewell to Ms. Vaughn. It's been a pleasure serving under you, and you've always treated me well and asked my opinion at times, and I appreciate that. So,
And she's
wish
got
you
one
best-
more meeting.
wish
One
you-
more meeting.
Well, I still want to wish you best of luck because I don't know how many items I'm going to have.
Oh, that's a
Thank
good
you,
point.
Michael. Enjoyed working with you. You're great.
That's what you told me the other day, Mike.
That's great. Such a gentleman. Thank you so much for that. And I'm not sure for the clerk, we need to. Are we good? Right. Let's say, but we got the motion. Second, you've got it recorded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Even though Juan, you're right there. Dale just got one. He just got one item. Dale, you've got a budget change order number 5 for our fiscal year. Will you take us through that one?
Yes, you are. This
Then
is
we'll come back
very
to
easy.
Juan.
Our JP downstairs, JP 11, is needing a little bit of temporary staff to have some items. The balance is available in his travel expense, and I submit it for your approval.
Thank you. A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, now Juan, we'll finish up. We've got 2 items. The execution of the subdivision construction agreement. You want to do that one and then we'll do the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's do item
yeah.
number 2, the execution of the construction agreement for Stonegate, Unit 2.
Yes, ma'am. Public Works is recommending the execution of the subdivision agreement for Stonegate Unit 2.
Let me ask you a question. One, we having a problem with the road there too?
No, sir. This is a new subdivision. Stonegate Unit 1 is Amanda Lane. Stonegate Unit 2 is adjacent to Stonegate Unit 1. So, no, we're not having any issues, Commissioner, that I know of. No, sir.
The road's gonna be,
We've been out there to do some site visits, Commissioner, and they're doing a good job out there. So they're doing good work.
And what was the complaints about those from Amanda Lane that said that they were going to have traffic coming through? Wasn't that an issue at one point?
There is that is still an issue, Commissioner, because Stonegate Unit 2 is attached to Stonegate Unit 1, and they are still using Amanda Lane as an egress to their new subdivision, which will be the new subdivision.
And they're going to tear up the road even worse, and there's a safety issue with the trucks flying through there, but Juan's done his very, very best to try and get a road, an easement down there, and unfortunately, the attorney says, no, we can't do it.
Correct.
So they're stuck again. That's another one of those.
when you say a lot of traffic, one is it construction?
It's the construction traffic. It's it's very dangerous.
Yeah, right now there is some construction traffic going through there. In addition, there are going to be, I'm approximating over 50 to 60 homes, brand new homes.
Can we put speed limit signs for now until we finish? 15 miles an hour?
We can't do anything within the Amanda Lane right away.
Road.
Yeah, that is correct.
And
So
see, we have got to do something about this stuff. We really do. This is ridiculous. Those people are just stuck.
And Commissioner, I know we're going to be looking at part of the project for the Half and Associates is to look at the drainage out there. So.
And Juan, I want to thank you for all your help because you've taken a lot of flack from out there. I mean, it's been a very difficult thing, and they've been so kind to work with us. And
Yes,
each
ma'am.
time we try to give them a little hope, but it just didn't work out.
Yes, ma'am. They've been real. The
They
constituents out there have been real
They're
nice.
wonderful.
So is this
Wonderful.
the same developer?
No, sir. There are 2 different developers. The Stonegate Unit 1 was Voss. Stonegate Unit 2 is Mostagashi.
We never met with Voss?
Oh, yeah, we've met with him.
Well, it was after the fact. I mean,
Alright,
the neighborhood
yeah.
was already built. That's why we had the problems that we
That's
do.
correct, Commissioner.
They
But I
went
mean,
up
we're
to
only complicating things by approving this, really.
Commissioner,
Aren't we? Or is there's nothing really we can do about it?
there's nothing we can do about it, Commissioner. They've done some drainage improvements on their subdivision, so they met their requirements. So you can't really.
They've complied.
As long as
I
they
mean,
meet the specs, you can't deny it.
it's awful.
Oh, well.
Thank you, Juan.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll defer to the commissioner.
You recommend
We're
the
recommending.
execution.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and so I'll take a motion. Okay, thank you. If you'll move, and then I'll need a second.
Second.
Okay, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Juan, will you be doing the EPIC presentation today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Stephen Boca with Epic is not going to be, Midstream is not going to be able to make it to this meeting. So I'll do a brief presentation, Judge. And I have a couple of or a few exhibits.
Yeah,
to be
no,
looked
that's
at.
what we needed an update before the end of the year, because if something's not going well, we need to address it. So
This-
walk us through it.
This is just an aerial of the existing conditions of nothing's there in front of Suburban Acres. Suburban Acres is on the. Can you scroll down a little bit? Suburban Acres. That's Suburban Acres right there.
What road is that one?
Sir?
What road is that?
That's I used to live there. I can't remember the name.
Suburban Acres. What road?
Yes, sir. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, Commissioner. I think it's
too many roads.
Yeah.
And he's too old. It's I'm just kidding.
But it's fronting Calico Road, and then you got County Road 48 on the north side, and then offhand I can't remember the name for Suburban Acres, but this is just an existing conditions of what's out there. If you can go to 2A to the next one.
Those are our roads, one?
Those are our roads, yes, sir. We maintain those roads. This is afterwards. This is within the last year. Suburban Acres still to the left, and then to the right you have the tankers for the storage. So it kind of gives you an idea of what Epic. We've been meeting with Epic for the past year and a half. Is that correct, Judge and Commissioners?
That's correct.
We've been meeting with them. We talked to them about trying to provide an alternative route for the constituents that live within the Suburban Acres. Because as you can see, the road just goes directly into the fronting the storage tanks. Epic has talked to us about acquiring a piece of property. The line that you see on the top left corner, that was one of the alternate routes that Epic had been working on for the past 6 to 8 months, probably even 9 months or 10 months. And they've been talking to the adjacent property owners about trying to acquire some property, which is like a 60-foot right-of-way. They would build the road, or they would allow us to build the road and in return pay us for the construction of the road. Epic has since then has informed us that they pretty much have put a stop to the negotiations with the property owner. So they're not sure if this alternative route is going to be constructed. And that's based on the last conversation that we had with Epic. I did invite Stephen Boca with Epic to be here. He couldn't make the meeting. Probably we can reschedule for next Commissioners Court so you can do. So if y'all have any questions, Judge and Commissioners.
I want to vent. Judge, give me just a minute.
That's
Okay,
fine,
they have not been good neighbors. They have reneged on several things that they said they would do, Juan, and we know they did.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And I have talked to the lady that they were negotiating with. I know what the land is selling out there. She's not being unreasonable, I don't think. I do not think she is. But they've just had it with them. They've had it. And so now Epic's talking about eminent domain. I won't be here, but I certainly hope this court does not do that. Epic should be made. We can't make them, I know that, but they made promises they did not keep. Even with the trees they planted over there by those tanks. They planted these little old bitty trees. Obviously, they didn't put any kind of sucker hoses up there to give them water because they're about dead. And they're about this tall. It's going to take them 20 years to get up there and cover those tanks. But I just don't think they've been good neighbors. It's been very disappointing. It was okay when we were dealing with the first round of people, but ever since we've been dealing with this last gentleman, it has just gone south.
And you're correct, Commissioner. We've been having several meetings in my office and also conference calls with Jack McFarland and also Stephen Boca with Epic. And all along, they've been assuring us that this project would be pretty much a go. So here in the last couple of weeks, we found out that it's pretty much has put at a standstill.
Yeah.
And they recommended eminent domain. So
Can I ask a more detailed questions about, let's just pretend for a second that they were ready to go. What is the time that it would take? And what was their process? Were they going to, do they already have somebody who's bid the road, who's ready to move on construction, and did they give them a timeline? 'Cause I don't know if I've heard those details.
My understanding, Judge, based on our meetings that we had with them, is that they already had contracted or had talked to a contractor about building the road, and it was going to be to our standards, and also to do some drainage improvements alongside the new road, and also to the
Do you think we
rest
could,
of that.
you think you and I could work in getting a meeting so that we could, I'd like to see all that.
Yes,
In other
ma'am, we
words,
can.
we pre-plan everything we do. I'd
yes.
like to see it, so
Yes.
at least I know that if we could solve the legal issues with the easements, that they were ready to move immediately.
Yes, ma'am. And if you see also, there's another exhibit, which is a plat that they had submitted to us. This is kind of like the final layout of the proposed road. If you can scroll down a little bit. Or scroll down a little bit out, right there. This was going to be the new route. This is a route that they were going to finalize with the developer, which they had sent to us, Judge and Commissioners. So this is kind of giving you what we're going to finalize as part of the road.
Well, Carolyn, I think that, there's a lot of days between now and December 31st, my friend. We need to call them.
Okay.
And we need to work on it. And again, we when we have a grant that we know is coming in, we go out for RFP, we get our specs, we get the engineering. I want to see that they have all of that. Otherwise, it's just going to delay this process.
Not just
Okay.
hot air, man. Who knows?
Well, and
Well-
it has been hot air. Judge, is it appropriate to table it and bring this back?
Yeah, we can do that.
Can we
Let's
do
just do that.
So I move
Why don't you
to
go ahead
table it.
in a second?
Thank you.
And we'll make those calls. Because I think at the highest levels, they would want to know that we're not, doing as well as we would have liked, and that we need resolution. Okay. All right, thank you, Juan. By the way, that's to January 6th. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, that takes care of, we're going to move into human resources. It's a series of important items. We handled number 2 earlier this morning. And number 1 is let's see, Julie. Okay, Julie, go ahead and take us through number 1. This one is actually a total savings of $9,400, but walk us through it. Julie, you need to unmute yourself.
Mute.
Okay, Julie, if you can hear us, you just need to unmute. It's coming in. There she is. Thank you, Julie.
The first one is from the DA's office.
And we're having
Number
trouble
1 says
hearing you.
I'm sorry?
Are y'all having trouble hearing, or is it just me? Because my neck is killing me, so I don't know if it's... We're having trouble hearing you. If you're on speaker, would you...
Closer to the mic.
I have no control over her volume.
Okay. I didn't know if she was calling in or what the...
Yes, she's on her phone.
You're on a phone. Julie, try it again.
Okay, let me call back in, okay?
That's fine. Just so everybody knows, this is, the funding on this is from the asset forfeiture, which is a position, these dollars would come out of the Chapter 59 fund that was also used earlier for drug court, same fund. And there is cost savings here, and it's basically a reclassification from pay group 34 to pay group 33. And it's really important because this is a juvenile prosecutor that is currently at a misdemeanor. And so it's an open spot, and we can't get anybody to move laterally because it's a demotion. So the idea here is through savings to the Chapter 59 fund, we're going to be able to take a felony attorney and transfer them over to juvenile and make the pay be equitable. That's why it got developed.
So savings will be at 7,000, or
Yes.
combined it'll be 9,000?
Yes. It would be $9,400, yes.
So move.
I've got a motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
A second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. When Julie gets back on, if you want additional info, she can give it. On number 2, we've already gone through there. Juan's going to come back and really hone in on number 3. We've had some real, 2020 has been challenging at all levels, and I would say Public Works has been living at the jail, and they are not incarcerated. Juan, tell us about it, and why will number 3 make it better for you?
Judge, Commissioners, in the past, I'm going to say year and a half, or really it's 2 years, we've been spending about 90% or 95% of our staff under maintenance has been at the jail to fix broken lights, to fix toilets that are clogged up, to fix anything that you can think of. Our maintenance people has been out there to fix. So we've been spending our staff spends about 90 to 95% of the time out there. I had talked to the sheriff about seeing if he would be able to reallocate 3 of his correctional officers so we could hire 3 additional maintenance personnel so we could have them designated at the sheriff's department. And the sheriff has agreed or is recommending that to reclassify the 3 correction officers, 1 position, 4 additional maintenance workers, 1 for Department 1500. And Judge and Commissioners, I just want to let you know, it's right now, our staff, we've been having our staff out there. It's hard to even give them a day off because of all the stuff that's been going on over there. And
well, and we can't get to our stuff. We can't get to the, I'm super frustrated because we can't get to our ADA stuff.
And that's great.
And we can't, there's just not enough of people to go around to do all the things that we need to do. And so I'm grateful to the sheriff for working out this arrangement and to present it to court today.
Can I ask a question? Jack, I'm hoping you remember this. I thought we ran into this problem when I first got on the court, maybe 6 months after, and I thought we assigned someone from Public Works to the jail for this very reason.
And Commissioner, there is 1 person.
So you need more than 1.
But 1 person, Commissioner, we have...
You have 2 shifts.
Okay.
We have a staff of, right now we have a staff of 6 to maybe 7 personnel. Mm-hmm. And 6 of them are over there fixing broken toilets, broken faucets, broken lights. They get into the lamps and they start taking out all the electrical stuff from the lamps, and anything that you can imagine happens in those. So we have to go out there, and so we're spending continuously our staff.
So the inmates are tearing stuff up.
The inmates are continuously tearing stuff up.
You'd be surprised.
No way, those inmates are tearing stuff up.
I make a motion that we, for the discussion if you want, but I can understand the fact that if we're going to assign somebody one in the daytime, somebody in the evening, it'll work, but if you're going to assign everybody in the daytime, it's not going to work because you're still going to have somebody.
Commissioner, I had a discussion with my staff because this was as part of the agenda. My recommendation to my staff was to, during the weekends, what happens is that we fall behind because there's nobody here Saturday and Sunday. So what we're going to do is with the new personnel, once they understand that they've been working here for quite a while and they can get a background of how everything works within the jail, is to schedule a few staff, a different staff, either Wednesday through Sunday, and then the other ones come in, the other
it's a
time.
good idea, and that's what the health department did already. Their staff, they're off on Sundays and Mondays, so they want them to do the overtime. So now they work Saturday and Sunday, but they don't work Sunday and Monday. So that's one way to save on the overtime, right?
Yes, sir. And the comp time too. Sir.
That I agree with that. That's a good idea, but you're also going to have your evening shift that you might want to overlap. One come in at a certain time. One comes, and get off at 5. One gets off at 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. We can take a look at that, Commissioner.
Yeah, you look at that because I think it'll
And I would just ask that, and you know better than anybody the issues that we're having. So, the job descriptions, are pretty broad, but in the hiring, you've got to find people with experience because the idea that you put somebody on a task and then they cause issues is killing us. And I really think that I know it's hard, but you've got Workforce Solutions right next door. And you've got people who are who have been laid off, who are looking for good work, and there's upward mobility in our county. And so, rotate them. Nobody wants to be in the jail fixing toilets, their entire work. So, find a rotation that makes sense. So you're looking for strong skill sets in electrical and in plumbing.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other thing, and I know that the sheriff's going to work on this, is that we can't have them breaking things as we're there repairing them. And so we're going to have to find some ways to work together on, I guess, supervision while you're there.
And Judge and Commissioner, just to let you know, we get from 50 to 60 work orders a day. That's a day.
It's ridiculous.
Yes. So on Mondays, we have about 100 work orders piled up in the queue.
Well, maybe, and we probably can't do this. I'd get fired if I did it. Maybe we need to show a little tough love, and when they stop that toilet up, let them stay in there for about 3 days with it. I'm sorry. It just makes me angry.
We're going to miss you, Commissioner Vaughn. You're outside the box thinking.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Did we make a motion on this?
Go ahead.
Second.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor
Before
signify.
voting, Your Honor, there's one
Yes.
clarification.
Yes,
Because
sir.
if you look at it real closely, we're reclassifying 3 corrections officers, but having 4 maintenance workers. So we're actually adding 1 new position.
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute.
It's 3 and 3, but adding 1 new position. So you need to make sure, it is 4 maintenance workers, but we're only reclassifying 3
And
corrections
so
officers.
what is
So
our funding source for the 4th?
Still a general fund funding source, I want to make sure you knew that it was.
Can we just have the even swap, 3 and 3?
That's fine, Judge. I mean, we're
I think
happy
at
to
this
get-
point, you should develop your team and let us know how it's working, and then we can always come back and say it's not enough. But why don't you present a plan to us? I love the idea of figuring out the shifts and the background, and we did that, and maybe Bobby can get back on ADA stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be.
Yeah, we can work it.
So
that'd
do
be
you want to
even
just
swap
stick
3 and 3?
stick to 3 and 3 then? Okay, let's make an even swap. Okay, so but with the opportunity, Juan, to come back to us if it's not working.
Yes, ma'am. I will.
Okay.
That 3 plus that 1 you have, so it's 4.
Savings, though, just in that direction.
Oh, there'll be a significant cost savings because the cost of a maintenance worker is a
That's
lot
about
less than a corrections officer.
$8,000. It's about $8,000 a
So
position.
could we
Okay.
get the other one with
So then-
that, with the
yeah,
cost
then-
savings?
My crude math is you would need to come up with $10,000.
Oh, well, that's different.
Juan, can you come up with that?
Okay, well, then that's for our consideration. Commissioner, I misunderstood. I thought we were a whole salary. Would you all, is it the court's will to give him the 4 and provide the 10,000 from general fund?
I
Is
would.
it budgeted? Where do we come up? What is it?
General fund, Dale says.
Gotta have that, man. It's important.
Yeah,
Basically 2 during the day and 2 at night.
I make a motion for
All
that.
right, thank you. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
This is a good lesson. It's how we ask, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thanks,
All right,
Judge,
thank
Commissioner.
you.
Appreciate it.
That's
And
my
I-
last gift to you, Vaughn.
Ron. Julie, are you back with us? I see the phone lit up.
Judge, the only reason I put this back on there, I thought that I think Commissioner Gonzalez, everybody agrees on the latest job description. I thought there was going to be some minor changes to the job description, but I didn't see anything come
I
through.
think it was like the word is preferred. The licensure component needs to be preferred, and that was not added on, and so we're missing all the people that could have other skills, but not necessarily be practicing licensed.
I think that Judge, is if we take away the director, I don't think he's gonna direct anybody or manage anybody. We use director, manage, and expert. I think if it's a coordinator, he's gonna coordinate the programs in the community, with the hospital district and the county.
I thought it was a mental health liaison. What did I lose? Am I missing a word?
No, I had a liaison.
Pardon?
Coordinator, mental health programs liaison.
So,
Okay, I can't find
We just had too many directors.
right, so you have it the way you like it now? Is it been edited, Tyner?
I can't find the job description.
I went through the whole job description,
Yeah.
Judge, and, I didn't want to give it to nobody because, It's a lot that I went through, but.
Here, let me see if I can
Well,
get that up to you.
here's the thing. I mean, we can continue to work with Julie on this. The most important thing that was brought up to me by the court was, or by Tyner, was that there was a word that was left out, which is important, and that has to do with the word preferred regarding the qualifications. And what we seek is to be able to not restrict our applicant pool to only licensed counselors, because there are people who have public health degrees and but they're not necessarily licensed counselors because they're not in the active practice, but they could have had. And so that was one thing that I was in favor of.
Instead of required, preferred.
Preferred.
And Johnny Hip is on, by the way.
Johnny. And then just so you know, they will be directing people, because yesterday the hospital district approved the PARI initiative, and then in January they have Cloud 9. And so it really does need to be a director, because they need to be able to, on behalf of the hospital district, oversee these initiatives for the benefit of the hospital district. And so that's why the Meadows Foundation, you know, who, like I said, they're the ones that crafted the title. And also, if there's a deputy who's just working on, let's say, opioids in the future, if we were to get a bunch of grant money, then that person would be managed or directed by this individual. Johnny?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I always appreciate the opportunity to attend your meetings. I get a lot of desk work done while I'm here with you all, so I'm appreciative.
We're glad we can help.
The requirement of licensure in the original job description was there not because we expected this person to practice, to provide counseling, social work, or any psychological counseling. We felt that having that licensure there was important to someone understanding the programs that are being implemented and understanding how they cut across disciplines and how they affect contracts and stuff like that. The licensure thing we could be okay with the word preferred in there. When you have someone that's licensed, you get some things that go along with that. And the licensure usually brings minimal education requirements. It usually brings a required continuing education. It brings a lot to the table and stuff. And so while it may not be a requirement, the word preferred would be sufficient for us because of what it brings to the table. But I think the most important things that we're looking for in this job is the ability to work with the commissioners, the district, to work across groups, to build consensus, to problem solve, to be able to lead these programs, to make sure that they're successfully implemented, and when they're not, to recommend changes and stuff. Certainly when we come to budget times, to give us a fair assessment of where these programs are and they're doing what they're intended to do. And if they don't, then what changes and stuff need to be made. And as I've said before, the hospital district has nearly $5 million next year assigned to mental health programs, and I believe it's important to keep someone in front of these programs to do all the things that the money was intended to do.
So, I'm not, the title to me is whatever y'all want to work out. If that's something the board recommended, whatever. If somebody has a better idea, whatever. My main concern was similar to the judges, and I think Commissioner Gonzalez's too, which was we want to include more applications, not exclude. So if Julie's on the line and hears this, and you're on the line and hear us, what my intent, or I would hope the court's intent would be too, would be to say, as the judge said, instead of required, preferred, so that if someone has a degree that doesn't meet the suggested or preferred, that they're not automatically eliminated just because of that. If they have a higher level degree or another degree or some other license or whatever the case may be, that they would be included, their work experience would be looked at, and then when Johnny's looking at these persons or person to do this, that he's got a wider application pool, not a narrow one. So that's kind of why I asked Tyner to put it back on the agenda. And
So would it be okay if we make that motion and get that accomplished
That
right
part
now.
first, sure. Then I would.
So is that a motion?
Yes, ma'am. If
And
you would like
could
me.
I ask you to second it? And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Julie, you have a directive now, and that way it will allow us for a wider net to be cast, and I think that helps Johnny Hip quite a bit. The second piece, it really goes to, why don't I let Commissioner Gonzalez work with you, Johnny, on any of the suggested language, and just, see if that can be, fit in. When we do, when we sit and interview people, we can always, I'm not sure if there's anything substantive that like really needs our action right now. If there is, Commissioner, would you point that out for us? Is there something that you really want us to vote on or to add for Julie's purposes that you think is a game changer, or is it really just more of a working with Johnny? I'm just trying to.
I think I'm working with Johnny because I need to know what Johnny really is going to do.
Correct. Okay, how about Johnny? May I give you that assignment to kind of work with him and really work, on this? Because when we do interview, you're going to want to know. So I'll just have Commissioner Gonzalez reach out to you, Johnny, and he can share with you some of the things that he's gone over.
Judge, that would be a good. The only thing I bring up is if we're going to change the contents of the job description, we need to do it soon, and I think that the position needs to be re-advertised, because if the elements of it have changed, we already have an applicant pool based on the original job description, and I think to be transparent and certainly fair to everyone who would be
We agree.
interested.
I think Commissioner Gonzalez could reach out tomorrow to you. I don't think that this would take too long. I think it's just a matter of.
It's not really changed. John, everything's okay. Just I think certain words need to be tweaked.
Yeah, just small things.
Something's going to that you're going to be able to live with too. Because you're going to have this person doing not just one thing, but like 10 things.
And then you can. So on,
Thanks, Monica.
Absolutely.
Starting to feel
so
it.
on this one that you just handed me, Tyner, we would
believe
then
it.
go back and add the word preferred, but not. We don't want. It doesn't say required on it, but it just kind of implies it. So I just want it to be ultra clear that it's not. I don't want there to be a requirement that it has to be a licensed psychologist, a licensed social worker, or a licensed professional counselor. That can be preferred, but I don't want that to be the requirement. So, Johnny, I don't know if we have
I
to.
think by next Monday, we can
re-advertise
make
it or
this
not.
a new, if there is a need for posting, Johnny, we'll kind of do a self-imposed deadline for Monday to get to Julie. So if you would work with Commissioner Gonzalez tomorrow, you can, if there's just some words, just to
Preferred
make
but
you.
not required, maybe? Preferred but not required?
Yeah, preferred but not required. But then he's got these other words, right?
Yeah,
And then we'll make sure that by Monday, we get it out there. I think that's fair, and we don't want to lose out on the opportunity to start onboarding somebody at the new year. We have new programs and new initiatives, and you don't want to have initiatives like PARI in place and not have a director simultaneously,
I agree, Judge.
So,
I think if we just
okay.
say required but not or preferred but not required, that's all that covers. The rest
Yeah,
of it looks.
thank you.
Yeah, so Judge, I think that'll work. I'll work with Commissioner and Julie to get that done.
Thank you.
The original, as I said, there was already a pool of applications based on the original description. So
Correct.
When that pool was filtered, they kicked out people who weren't licensed, and so
All right,
we're
well
gonna
then
need-
bring those back.
Yeah, and I'm not sure you have to re-advertise.
We'll
I think you
keep-
just go
we'll
back
keep
and
everybody in that
Yeah.
application pool.
just go back and look at
That's
the
even
application
better. That
pool
way
and-
it's as transparent as it can be.
Sounds great.
All right, thank you, everybody. And did we vote? We've already voted, so we're good. Okay, thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Julie. The one that I tried to explain it the best, but I just want to make sure you heard what I said and that it was accurate on item number 1. It's for the juvenile courts and the DA's request. And you didn't have anything to add, did you, on any of your human resource items, rather?
Julie?
Okay, she didn't. Okay, all right. A perfect ending to a perfect day. Okay, a perfect ending to a perfect day. So, let me say that it is time that I give public notice that we're going to go into executive session. I'm going to ask everyone to leave the courtroom except for commissioners, And Laura's going to call in, and I'll put her on the speakerphone. And I'm giving notice that we are authorized under the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code, to go into this session. And of course, the accordance with the government code that are applicable are sections 551, 071, 072, 73, 74, 745, 76, 86, and 87. And this is so that we can discuss matters including matters relating to litigation, real property, gifts, matters of personnel, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development matters, and any other matters that may be discussed that's appropriately noticed in executive session. Upon completion of executive session, we're going to come back into open session. We're going to take action. Honestly, I can't predict, but I bet Laura can. Is this a 15-minute type of event? Clerks, just if you'd wait close by, we can finish up. We'd ask that we go into executive session at 4:32 p.m. Okay, would ask that you turn mics off and get us set up for executive session. Know who has adjournments in memory, so we'll be ready.
I don't have any.
Come here, Carolyn? No? John? No? Jack? No? Brent? Yes?
No.
Okay, I'll end us quickly with one that's going to make all of you sad.
Oh, you know, I didn't do, did we do Tony about that?
That was the one we were going to do today.
Okay, Judge, we're back up and running.
Okay, thank you so much. It's 4:46 p.m. We're back on the record from executive session. We do have items that we need to address. The first one is item number A, discuss and consider settlement of the Belfort property restorations claim and related matters. And we do need a motion that states the amount. And so is there a motion? Lauda, would you just remind the court of the amount of the settlement?
Yes, the amount is $95,000 and obviously subject to the release.
And subject to the
But
release.
Approval, my recommendation is the $95,000 for settling the case.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do I have a second? Second with Commissioner Vaughn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The next one is considering the claim of Eduardo Gonzalez and his demand for back pay. And do we have a motion to deny?
Come on, Commissioner Vaughn, it's your last day.
Huh? So moved.
Okay. Motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Motion to ratify the hiring of
Thank you.
Tanya Weber.
On item number C, Tanya Weber in the attorney, in the cause number 220CV00282, Priscilla Martinez Garcia versus Nueces County. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second. All those in favor of hiring Ms. Weber to pursue this case on behalf of the county signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
And approve the engagement letter.
I'm sorry. And also, please amend to approve the engagement letter. Is that fine with the motion? Who made the motion?
That was Brent.
Brent, is
Oh,
that
I
fine
did.
with you to amend to approve the engagement letter?
Thumbs up.
And the second?
I second that.
Second it. Okay. Thank you. And again, all those in favor with the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Okay, thank you. And so we now have completed our incredible year-end agenda. Just to remind the public, whoever is brave enough to still be with us or who turned in late, we're actually going to gather again on Friday. We're not done with our year's end work, which is pretty fitting for 2020. We've been worker bees, and I'm proud of it. So let's have adjournments in memory. Commissioner Vaughn?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Modis? Commissioner Chesney? Commissioner Gonzalez, would you like to do Mr. Abarca? I'll just echo.
Just to close in memory of a very, very dear friend, a lot of people in this community. Mr. Tony Abarca was very well known, very active in the community. I always call him the man with a big voice because he's a very good singer. People didn't believe he could sing, but he could sing. And, so he was always involved, in organizations and communities and, very, very active in politics also. And, Tony was, you met him and, you really got to like him right away. He was that kind of a guy that, really came forward and, real jokeable and real fun to be with. He will be, I know he'll be missed by his family. I know he'll be missed by his friends. And, we ask the good Lord just to open the door to him and keep him there and so he can watch over all of us. And, and my prayers and condolences go out to the family. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Commissioner. If it would be all right, I have the obituary that I would like to read. I guess in life we all treasure our best friends from our youth and our childhood. Tony Abarca was one of my father's best friends. He graduated from W.B. Ray High School with my dad in 1962, and he joined the Navy Reserves before commencing his senior year of high school. After proudly serving in the Navy Reserves in the United States Marine Corps, he attended Texas A&I and graduated in 1975 with a Bachelor's of Business Administration. He was a proud sergeant in the United States Marine Corps, honorably serving in Vietnam in 1967. He made lifelong friends during his time in the military. Every Veterans Memorial Day, he placed flags on the veterans' graves commemorating the lost and forgotten lives he had served with. He loved fishing and hunting, and as he got older, he would rather take Mark and his grandsons out so he could teach them what he knew. All in all, his hopes to share something he loved dearly. Life was great for Tony, and he wanted his boys to have the same happiness as he did. He was known for his teasing, his jokes, his entertaining stories, and at parties and dinners he would have countless tales of his eventful life, keeping the crowd endlessly laughing, contagiously spreading joy, and never letting a single moment become dull. He was active in his community, as Commissioner Gonzalez said. He was chairman of the Cerebral Palsy Board. He was a coach and a board member of the Corpus Christi Youth Football League and the Oso Little League. He was also a member of the Marine Corps League, LULAC Council No. 1, and the Cathedral Parish Council. He lived life for others, and I just wanted everyone to know he will be buried with full military honors in the Veterans Cemetery on December 18th, which is Friday, at 1 p.m. And in lieu of flowers, the family asked, donate to Toys for Tots. That's just like Tony, and may he rest in peace. Thursday, before the Saturday that he passed, he came by my dad's office to bring me a bag of pecans to share with all of you. I'll bring the pecans on Friday when we rest, bring him to his resting place. Sadly, I received a text on the way home that really made me really sad, and that is Chancellor John Sharp's wife, Charlotte, passed away yesterday. Charlotte had been ill for a long time, but for me, anytime a spouse is lost of a friend of ours, it makes me feel so, I don't know, I just feel so much for them because they've been married for 43 years. Can you imagine just your partner not being with you anymore? And so because Chancellor Sharp is such a great friend to our community, and he was a great friend specifically to County Judge Lloyd Neal, I just want us all to adjourn in memory of Charlotte Sharp and Tony Abarca. And as always, all of those yesterday it was 517 citizens of Nueces County that have lost their lives through COVID-19. With that, we may adjourn. Thank you, and we will see you on Friday. The time for the clerk is 4:53. We beat the 5 o'clock rush hour. Thank you.
Barely. But she did it.
Hey, Barbara.